It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite never forgets to play their harmonica, Adam Friend.
What's up, Sitch? How are you doing? Oh my god, this video is incredible. Let's get right into it. What do you think?
Yeah, let's jump right into it. This is interesting. We're gonna watch at least two videos. This first one, this is the first video I've seen of their channel. This is a person that is complaining. I don't know if you know this, Adam, but we're in the middle of a plague. Do you know this?
Oh yeah, a plague.
Yes.
I've heard of this from the Bible, right?
No, you might have thought that COVID was over, but no, there's a second plague upon us, and it is the plague of anti-woke YouTubers.
No, what? Anti-woke YouTubers? I'm terrified.
I know. And as probably an anti-woke YouTuber, I felt a little conflicted about being part of this plague, this blight upon humanity.
Have they dusted off the alt-right pipeline? Is that coming back? Is it swinging back around now?
Oh, it's swinging back with vengeance. So let's check out this. So this is from a YouTuber named D'Angelo.
Robin D'Angelo?
Robin D'Angelo. D'Angelo. Yes, this is Robin D'Angelo's bastard child here, talking about how anti-woke YouTubers are a plague. There you go.
A plague. Okay, right.
Yes. Okay, let's jump into this.
If I had to sum up today's entire video in a single word, it would be woke. Not sure if you've got the memo, but apparently everything is woke nowadays. Video games, movies, the existence of women, all of these things are proof that we are moving in a very woke direction. Or at least that's what many would have you believe. And if you, like me, are just interested to learn all of the ways in which the world has become woke, because that's definitely something I'm interested in, look no further than youtube.com, where they are all too happy to shove this content in everybody's recommended feed for unknown reasons. And you know,
it's funny how we lived through this 4 or 5 year time period where everyone was racist. Every person was sexist. Every white male was part of the evil white supremacist patriarchy trying to destroy society. Oh my God. And now that that's on the decline and people are calling it out more and more and more and talking about how all this stuff is horrible, the same people that were trying to force feed you that slop for the last 4 to 5 years are like, oh my God, I'm swimming in a sea of anti-woke content. Why? Why, Adam? Why did all this anti-woke content just cropped out of the ether? It just appeared before us for no reason.
Well, yeah, it wasn't a response to something that was actually going on in the environment. Oh,
No.
amazing.
No, it's all a grift. It's all a lie. It just appeared for no. It's like the Fire Nation just attacked us all.
It's just a narrative that they're trying to push.
you know what? Honestly, I'm tired of fighting it. Today, I've decided instead of hitting not interested for the 1000th time, I'm just going to dive into the rabbit hole and see what they have to offer. But first, welcome. My name is D'Angelo, and I am your professor of post-informational deconstruction theory, which is a very real degree that I definitely do have. Or maybe this is just me broadcasting myself talking in my room like YouTube used to be. And in today's lecture,
Is it bad that I don't know if that's a joke or real?
It is a joke.
Deconstructors, blah theory.
It is a joke, but it is kind of brilliant psychologically to make up some degree that you have. You know, my name is Adam. I have a PhD in interpolitical linguistic translation, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, no,
and
but
that
I mean,
is definitely a real discipline that exists, and I didn't just make up.
But even to make that joke, is that not an acknowledgement that there's this blight of useless, pointless, toxic degrees that are all about deconstructing society, that provide no, job for potential job future except for being a DEI trainer or being another, type of teacher training the youth generation to hate its own country?
I don't think D'Angelo is willing to admit anything, to be honest with you. Look,
Okay.
I've seen this video all the way through.
Oh,
So,
okay, have you?
Like the idea that he's actually going to engage with the topic doesn't really happen. So
Really, you don't think
Yeah.
this is going to be a deep analysis, a deep philosophical, intellectual journey through anti-woke content and providing very nuanced and interesting and intelligent critique.
No, this is wading in the kiddie pool. Okay.
Oh,
And with light splashing. That's all
really
it is.
interesting. Okay. Well, it's funny because like
Yes, yeah.
this YouTuber, this YouTuber, he has 500,000 subscribers, and this video has 100,000 views. So obviously, this is the way to do it, man. Splash in the kiddie pool.
Well, this YouTuber also has a channel with 1.7 million views or
Right.
1.7 million subscribers. So
Right.
like this is just like a second channel affair type deal. So
Okay. Good for them.
yes.
Breaking my own rule, because typically I give absolutely no attention to anybody who uses the word woke unironically. However, as a YouTuber, I must admit, the call of the void is there every day. Why make videos about Reddit posts and internet trends when I can just complain about literally everything being woke and basically get the exact same amount of views? This time, I'm here to learn as well. Let's see exactly what it takes to thrive in YouTube's anti-woke industrial complex. So I have actually wanted to make this video for a while, but the number one thing that was holding me back this entire time is I am terrified of messing up my recommendations. I don't know how to signal to YouTube that I am only clicking into this content ironically. I don't actually want to find out how Disney is wokeifying the mind virus or whatever. But then I realized,
So look, he basically saying he doesn't care about the topic at all.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, he's gonna do a deep dive here.
Look, he's showing off. He's showing you all the channels he's got. It's got over 1 million subs.
Yeah, look,
at
he's
that.
got one there with 2
2
million
million.
subs.
Yeah, look, good
So
for him.
look, this is all amazing humble bragging here.
Right. Well, I don't know if you know this, and I guess I don't know how you'd be a YouTuber for however long he's been a YouTuber to not know that there's a little setting in your history that says it's called pause watch history.
Oh, really? Wow.
Oh, so you didn't know that? Okay.
I did not. Yeah.
Well, there you go. There you
I'm
go
not-
for Adam and for D'Angelo here. You can go to your history and you can hit pause watch history, and it will prevent YouTube from clogging up your recommendations while
Do
you're
you
looking
really-
up all your
look,
prawns or whatever you're looking at, or
do
your
you
ASMR
really-
content.
Do you really think that he's worried about his recommends?
Of
Do you
course
really think
not.
that's what's going on here.
No,
This is
No,
all
he-
just phony
no.
baloney nonsense. A reason for him to get his big channels up on the screen, right? To let
course,
all
of
the
course.
let all the anti-woke people know. Look, I am kind of a big deal here, you guys.
well, it's interesting because he was complaining about the views that anti-woke content generates, and it's like, okay, I mean,
This
what are you
this
complaining
video,
about?
look, this video is completely laughable. Completely laughable.
Right.
Which is a lot of fun, obviously, but he never really engages with. Look, he obviously hasn't defined what woke is. It'd be interesting to know what he thinks it is, right?
It's something he doesn't take seriously, as he said.
Right. But I mean, I would like to ask him, you know, do you think hiring based on race over ability is like a good thing? Is that something people should do? And you know, if he says, "Oh, of course not. Obviously, we should hire people based on merit," then I'd say, "Congratulations, you're anti-woke." All right. Yeah.
Congratulations, you're racist.
Look, if you want to make that argument, right? Look, a lot of it is just they're just making fun of people, right? These
Right.
anti-woke people, like the narrative that they have is that all these anti-woke people are racist. They don't want to see the black people. They don't want to see the gay people. They don't want to see these people in the movies, right? That's not the case. That is not the case at all. They're making an argument that if you hire based on skin color or sexual orientation over actual ability, you're probably going to get a shitty project out of the deal, right?
Right.
So, like, do they agree with that or not? Like the better question, the deeper question, you know, the thing that people who aren't just, you know, wading in the kiddie pool might think about is like, what about movies that are like woke but successful, like Barbie, right? Doesn't that kind of break the get woke, go broke theme? I mean, I understand get woke, go broke is actually, they're making an argument that if you hire on the superficial qualities over merit, your project is probably going to suck, right?
Right.
But then every once in a while they get lucky
Yeah.
and they
Well, I
hire
mean, I
a
don't
bunch
know
of
if you
shitty
saw-
people and they actually, you know, hire Ryan Gosling and their movie
Right.
succeeds.
And I don't know if you saw there was this big article in Variety about how, you know, instead of antagonizing the fans, a lot of these studios are going to try to actually do something that you would never expect a private business in a capitalist market to do, actually create products that appeal to fans now instead of attacking their own fan base.
Listen to their customers. Oh
I
my
know, who would have
God.
ever suspect? And it's so funny, like this article came out and then Steve Shives made like there's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Steve Shives had this whole video crying about like, oh no, how dare Disney and all the other people on Amazon listen to fans instead of attacking all the evil racists that are ruining media critiques.
Yeah. Yeah. Times are changing.
I honestly have enough YouTube accounts to spare at this point. So I'm going to pick this D'Angelo Wallace account, which has 157,000 subscribers and no videos. It's funny, I had this whole big project I was working on a few years ago, but then I had to abandon it because
The humility. Oh God. I can't stand it.
I know.
The humility.
I know.
my mental health like dove off a cliff. But alas, the channel finally comes.
Oh my God. Like, look, I'm so popular and my mental health is struggling.
Look, like, oh my God, I just have like this channel that has 150 subs that has no videos because I didn't do anything with it. Oh my God.
That's my mental health. My mental health.
Comes in handy for something today. Also, wait, doesn't this mean YouTube technically owes me another silver play button? Anyway, I haven't even really been logged into this account since 2021, so I just wiped the watch history. We're going into this fresh, I want the real full experience. You know what though? I just had a stellar idea. I don't need like a 17th channel. I'm gonna give this channel to Dave. Dave, as you know, just recently joined Twitter last month, which was an absolute mistake. And I say it's high time we launch his YouTube career as well. There we go. Now, instead of ruining my recommendation,
Now we know how all these woke channels have like 2 million subscribers in like 15 days, right?
Right.
we're ruining Dave's algorithm. Man, I feel like if I'm not careful, he's gonna wind up becoming more popular than me at this point. But anyways, let's get woke. So I'm just opening the search bar. We've got everything from Parkour Civilization to Joker 2 reviews. I haven't even seen the first Joker, but everyone is saying the second one is just like one of the worst sequels they've seen. And so please keep in mind, I am a new YouTube account with no history. I haven't actually searched for anything. I just clicked into one of the top searches. This is the first video that came up. And yet something tells me I'm not too far off from the anti-woke content I'm looking for. So let's see what we can find in the recommendations. Okay, so with this being DC content, they're also recommending Marvel content, resulting in videos like this. Agatha All Along, Who Is This Even Made For? By The Critical Drinker. So even though I feel like I already know what this is gonna be, I'm going to pretend like I don't and click into it anyway. Okay, so we are now
So this really shows you why these guys despise Critical Drinker and all these other people that primarily focus on media critique, is because they're so afraid. This is, as you said, you pointed out in the beginning, this is the new alt-right pipeline. They're like, oh my God, on YouTube, you can go and you can look at a Joker 2 review and you're just one recommended away from watching the literal Nazi Critical Drinker. And that just sends you down a pathway where you get indoctrinated to watching all the anti-woke content. Oh no.
Yeah, they don't get it. They totally don't get it. They just have a superficial understanding of it because their narrative is, you know, everyone who is against this stuff just doesn't want to see black people or queer people in movies. Like
Right.
that is the extent of their narrative. It's all they can handle.
Right. And when it's like, especially, you know, a lot of subjects you could click on and you'd be one or two recommendations away from some kind of bread tuber H bomber guy, you know, slop, you know, socialist content telling you whatever message that, you know, they're going to promote. But that's okay. That's totally fine.
Oh yeah, obviously. It's so weird just being a kid who grew up in the 80s, like on Eddie Murphy movies. Like what the fuck?
Right.
It's insane.
Mm-hmm.
No one was lashing out about black people in movies back in the 80s.
2 movies in and things are looking a little closer to what I expected. Let's see, should I go the video game route where they're talking about Bethesda? Or how about Critical Drinker reacting to Am I Racist by Matt Walsh? It didn't take long for the word racist to pop up. This actually seems like a better bet.
See, look at this. It just, everything is implied. He never really comes out and says anything specific. He just kind
No.
of implies, you know, we all know what's going on here. These are all the racists making videos. That's exactly what's happening here.
Well,
It's so dishonest.
ContraPoint's strategy was to put up pretty wallpaper, set up nice lights, and sit in the bathtub while saying convolutedly long paragraphs of information that would like it's like ContraPoints would like make a statement and then she would give like a million caveats. So you're like, well, I guess I can't really criticize because there was so many like asterisks that whatever the criticism was, she said, well, maybe it applies in this situation, right? She'd do like this like massive sort of both sides, not really both sides, but this massive sort of just like caveat, caveat, caveat. And that was ContraPoint's strategy. I guess D'Angelo's strategy is to not say anything, but is to just point at it and look at the thing and then look at the camera and go, right, right,
Yeah.
right. Look at that, guys. Look at that.
It's a testament to the power of their narrative. Their narrative is that all of this is just racism.
Right.
Any kind of movie criticism that mentions this topic is racism.
So, and there we go. 3 videos in. These are the kinds of videos I was looking for. Disney
He's looking for my thoughts on tattoos by the odd one out. That's what, that's what he's looking for. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Look at
Interesting.
that. 4 million views. Wow.
Yeah, wow.
That's pretty popular.
panic after Critical Drinker exposes them in front of millions of fans. The left loses it over Matt Walsh's new movie. Why does Kamala Harris keep repeating this quote? There are absolutely no camera tricks here. I did not have to search for this. I did not have to really look for it at all. And we are now officially in anti-woke YouTube. So I want to see Disney panicking. We've got everything in this thumbnail. The actress playing the new Snow White. This is war. Disney panics and responds to Critical Drinker after failures. They want to abandon the woke agenda after Inside Out 2 and Deadpool and Wolverine success. All right, we're on video 4. I'm getting excited now. The agenda has already jumped out. Let the brainwashing.
He's going after a channel with 20,000 subscribers. Do you really think like,
I mean, they had a good video. That video had like 120 plus views. So
yeah, okay, that's fine. Is he? Oh, we're actually going to get into the video here. Let's see what kind of arguments this guy makes in the video.
I cannot wait to hear the logical argument that is going to be produced.
Okay, cool.
Commence.
Hey guys.
Wait, hold on a second. I don't even want to watch this video. Did anybody notice that she has blue hair? How has nobody pointed out that Joy from Inside Out is literally a blue-haired liberal? Like, what? You know, I think I'm starting to see the agenda here.
They are starting to officially move away from hiring activists and pushing politics into every single movie and show.
Oh man. Oh man. All right, so I would like to make one thing clear. I don't like Disney at all. I have absolutely no connection to them as like a corporation. It's funny because they keep buying up all of these massive media properties and I happen to not like any of them. Not a Star Wars man. I'm not a Marvel man. So I surely hope this doesn't come across as me defending Disney. But nevertheless, I can't help but feel like this idea that they are pushing politics in every movie and that the whole thing is just being run by activists. It feels a bit far-fetched, but you know what? Let's see.
Reasons for that are of course the collapsing profits and the ever-growing fan backlash.
Are Disney's profits collapsing? Honestly, yeah, they kind of are. I canceled Disney Plus.
Whoops. Oh no.
Oops.
Oh no. Whoopsies. Okay, we should check that out before you edited the video, I guess. But all right.
Actually, they kind of are.
But this is why it's just so. I mean, part of why it's just so stupid for Disney and these other companies to do the woke pandering is that you're pandering to a group of people that hate your guts anyway because they're anti-capitalist and they think that, you know, they're like, oh, it's all a bunch of like white men who run these companies. So they're all part of the evil capitalist system that must be destroyed and deconstructed.
Right, they're playing a completely different game. Their game is seek out racism in some sort of property and make a name for yourself on the internet by pointing it out.
Right.
So,
and in the Bob Iger book, you were talking about how he was taking a very active stance in trying to promote, I don't know if you would use the word progressive, but promote a sort of what he believed was a moral, ethical agenda at Disney.
yeah, representation. That's what he was going for. Yeah. Definitely.
but it wasn't because I was offended by gay characters existing. I just sort of realized, oh, maybe I don't want to watch like the 30th Marvel show or the 20th Star Wars show that they've added. Disney lost me because I just feel like they keep making stuff that's not good, but maybe it's more of a
Now, see, the implication here is that the reason that people don't like it is because there's gay characters in it.
Right.
That's why they don't like it. I hate
Well,
this. I
and it's
fucking hate this.
no, and it's really stupid because even from like, you know, the most anti-woke of anti-woke YouTubers, when you listen to them, they'll even say like, it's not that it's not that like, oh my God, there's a black person in this, there's a woman in this, there's a gay in this. It's by deciding to hire people based on not merit reasons, you end up with these like terrible shows and terrible movies, and the writing is just so trash again and again and again.
Yeah.
Like you
Yeah.
could have a movie or a TV show that actually has woke themes in it that could be a well-written show or movie. They could say, okay, like I don't necessarily agree with all the elements of politics in this movie, but it's still good.
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to see that.
political issue than I realized.
I do know people who work at Marvel. They have cleaned house. They quietly months ago fired all the producers that could be labeled activist.
Okay, so the basis of this video is a third-party rumor. Yeah, this is a man who doesn't seem to have any sort of connection to Disney whatsoever. But according to him, Disney just sacked all of their activists. The funny thing about these anti-woke videos is they're so divorced from reality, they have to grasp at straws to prove that everything is the fault of progressives. Why talk about evidence or facts when you can just go off of some guy on a podcast?
You've heard that.
How is that exactly not exactly what is happening here? Like, what evidence did he put forward to make a counterclaim?
Well,
Zero.
He
Zip.
just said it. So, you know.
Look, it's very easy to be skeptical of his claim. Like, dig in, find some evidence.
Mm-hmm.
No, nobody wants to do that.
Phrase male and pale is stale. That was spoken aloud across studios.
Male and pale is stale. Male and pale is stale. I don't know, guys. I don't know about that one. But can I just say the obvious, though?
Look, what was that all about? What was that all about? What is this? So he's basically zooming in on all the white people on this podcast.
Yes, yes.
And being like, look at all these whiteys here.
These male
What's-
and pale and stale whiteys.
Look at all these male and pales and stale whiteys here. What is this all about, Sitch? What's going on here? I feel like I've been microaggressioned against.
Well, it's funny. So you have the claim here is that, oh, Disney and these other places are operating under this male, pale, and stale, bigotry essentially in their hiring process. And then you have D'Angelo just play directly into that bigotry by doing the little zoom ins. But then he just says, I don't know about all that. So without any sort of evidence or argumentation, he just says, no, fuck you. I don't even care.
Last week, we watched a video where Nick Fuentes had zoomed in on a black woman, right? You remember that?
Oh, yes, that's right. On the
Zoomed
Minecraft
right in
trailer.
on her, right? Look at what's
Yes.
wrong here with this, right?
Yes.
Nick Fuentes.
Interesting.
What's going on here? Do we have like the reverse Nick Fuentes here?
When I was a
He's got
child
the-
watching movies, they
Studios.
male and pale is stale. Male and pale is stale. I don't know, guys. I don't know about that one. But can I
Oh my God. Oh my God. The irony is off the charts here.
Mm-hmm.
I was
Now, if
like,
you
oh,
remember-
look at these whiteys here on this panel.
Remember, I think it was last year. There was the Oscar requirements that to even be able to be nominated by an Oscar, you had to check off all these diversity boxes.
Right. Yeah. Yes, of course. Are they hiring based on merit? Did they say,
Mhm.
hey, in order to get an Oscar, you have to check off these merit boxes?
Right. And Chris Gore actually he posted an article about this in February about how at the WGA, the Writers Guild of America, you have to check a bunch of boxes about how you identify that can be used in the hiring process
Yeah.
in order to, land a writing job. So
Twitter started all of this with the Oscars so white hashtag. Remember
That's
when the
right.
Oscars so white hashtag trended and Hollywood was like, "Oh my God, we're all fucking racists. We need to
We have
start,
to stop this.
yeah, we need to start hiring marginalized people."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look, that's when they were bending over to they perceived these people as being the type of customers that were actually going to watch our movies, and then they realized, oh, wait, they aren't going to watch our movies.
Well, you know, this is this long conversation that sort of spawned about the our video games woke because of the Ackman debate. And we're going to be watching sort of Asmongold reacting to that and Hutch reacting to that. So we're going to have the react section. But it kind of reminded me of it's so strange. Like in the pre woke ideology time, businesses actually ran themselves like a business where they'd say, okay, who is my target audience? Is my target audience a bunch of white nerds? If it is, then I'm going to have my product, my movie, my video game, it's going to be tailored to that audience. So you're going to play like some kind of buff, badass guy, or maybe you're going to play some like hot, Laura Croft looking woman, right? It's like, oh, well, my product, my puzzle game here, like this is, marketed towards women. Women are the primary, player base here. So instead, the protagonist is going to be like, a 20-year-old woman who's, looking for her sister or her husband or boyfriend, right? And it was like, okay, so there wasn't any ideological blinding process that was happening that was preventing things from being marketed or created correctly. It was just like, what do people want? I'm going to make it. What do people want? I'm going to make it. And now it's like they say, oh, our audience is primarily a bunch of like white nerdy males. I know. Let's make all the women in it unattractive intentionally. And we're going to make them the main characters. And we're going to give them this horrible, like 1980s woke aesthetic because fuck you, because white men are horrible. And we need to indoctrinate them to believe this nonsense.
Yeah, and it's not working out, obviously. You're getting
No,
some
because obviously
old
people go, I don't want
backlash.
this.
Yeah. Like, holy cow, I could just watch something else.
Can I just say that
And obviously, D'Angelo's audience will come in and save us. Since
Right.
he's never watched any Star Wars or Marvel movies.
Right. Well, yeah, same thing with, Magic or Warhammer or Dungeons and Dragons. So it's like we have to implement a bunch of weird ideology that our player base doesn't want and is not interested in. It's so stupid. Instead of saying, let's have our product actually be what the audience wants, it's like, no, 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 no. We have to change our audience's minds politically. You're like, what the fuck? I'm trying to play Dungeons and Dragons, okay? I'm trying to play Warhammer. I'm trying to play one of the fucking tabletop game. Why are you trying to preach to me about politics? I don't need my orcs to be racially sensitive orcs that for some reason are now cast as Mexicans instead of the orcs, from Lord of the Rings or any other fantasy series from the last, 50 years.
The point is not to understand the world, Sitch. The point is to change the world. Come on.
Okay. Okay.
Read your Marx.
the obvious though? When I was a child watching movies, they so frequently featured casts that were like majority white with one black character. So regardless of verbiage, I don't think it's a surprise that there would have been a re-examination at some point of like, oh, maybe other people are watching our content. Maybe other people have talent and can be hired. But according to these guys who are definitely
So I don't know if they do this anymore, but I know in the 90s and in the 80s and in the 2000s, there's very often like a movie would come out and then there would be like a remake of the movie that would either be a black or white version of the movie. Right. So they'd be like, oh, this romantic comedy came out. Oh, well, we want to make it. We think that this would appeal to a black audience as well. So we're going to recast it and do basically the same movie, but everyone in the movie is going to be black. And then that movie will come out in theaters. Right.
Really?
Yeah. You don't know about this?
This happened?
Oh, this happened. Yeah. This is pretty consistent. This was pretty consistent. And so,
Really? Wow.
yeah. So I don't like, it's very obvious to me that when you live in a country where the majority of people, at least at some point in the past, was white, that you'd have the majority of actors in the movies would be white. And if they felt like, okay, well, we want to like have a movie that was targeted to a specific audience, and they would change the casting accordingly to what they thought that audience wanted. I don't think
Right.
it's necessarily a problem with that.
Yeah, I've seen enough to think D'Angelo might be racist against white people. So maybe he doesn't want to look at white people in his movies.
Well, and this is the thing that's like
I mean,
really
this is
annoying
the argument he's making right here. He's like, look, I hated watching all these movies, all these shows with just
with
all
all
these
these white
white
people.
people in
Right,
it.
right, yeah.
Sooner or later, they were going to have to re-examine that and start making stuff for me with all black people in it.
Right. And
How's that not racist?
there's this thing that happens, and none of these people will ever acknowledge this, I don't think, or have an appropriate conversation about it, which is, yeah, like, when I would watch, Fallen or some movie that had Denzel Washington, or Man on Fire, some movie that had like Denzel Washington in it, or, Samuel Jackson or somebody, I never like when I watched these movies in the 90s or 2000s, rarely would I be like, this is a movie starring a black man. Because
Oh
usually
yeah,
that had nothing to do with the plot. Now, obviously, Malcolm X, right? But a lot of these movies, they didn't really have anything to do with it. The skin color of the character didn't have anything to do with it. I didn't really think about it growing up, and that's the way it should have been. You
yeah,
weren't like watching Will Smith in Independence Day or like, oh, that's a black man, right?
yeah.
You're just like, oh,
Representation. Yeah.
right. It's Will Smith, all American, man punching an alien in the face and smoking a cigar, right? Saying welcome to Earth. Yeah. Like you didn't have this like weird political undertones. But the reason for that is that not only did there wasn't like a weird political undertone in the movies generally, but that there wasn't this weird political undertone in society overall. And that's kind of the real problem, is that when a lot of these movies were cast and we're out in the 90s and the aughts, there wasn't this very, very in your face agenda of we need to shove as much diversity into every movie as possible. So that when you would see a black actor in a movie, when you see Will Smith as Hancock or something in one of these movies, you didn't think, oh, they're doing this to appeal to that Politica agenda. That thought didn't even enter your mind. You thought, oh, they're like Will Smith or Denzel Washington or Samuel Jackson. These are like just the proper actor for the part. And that was it. You didn't even think about it from some sort of racial aspect. And that's the way it should be. And that's kind of even, there's that interview that they always point to where Morgan Freeman essentially says that in the interview, is that's
Oh
how you're going
yeah.
to get over kind of race stuff, is you're not going to emphasize it on, you're not going to emphasize a lot. I didn't think in Shawshank Redemption, which is like, probably one of the best movies that's ever been made, people aren't like, oh my God, they had to shove a black guy in there. They had to shove Morgan Freeman in there for some sort of political reason. No one had that thought process.
Nope. Yeah. Now it's a standard thought process.
Right, because the environment in the politics that we all swim in dictate that to be the case. And it's very unfortunate, because you could have a movie that stars, a strong black female, and it literally could have been like, oh, this was the best actress for the part. It has nothing to do with like a woke politics or anything like that. And people, because of the environment, will automatically make that assumption.
So what was a catalyst for the change? We went from seeing these movies that obviously had black actors in various roles and nobody thought anything about it. And now all of a sudden there's been a seismic shift.
Mhm.
What was the catalyst there? Was it right wingers just got fed up with black people in movies? Is that what happened?
I mean, I think it was all the attacks on white people, like very blatantly saying, you know, like ironically, we have D'Angelo here, and we had Robin D'Angelo was like this temporarily world famous figure going on all the talk shows, telling all the white people in America how they're all evil white racists, regardless of whatever they think or feel, and they need to absolve themselves of the sin of racism. And
Right.
we had like this like 3 to 4 year period where you would open up the newspaper every day and there'd be some article saying, have you checked your whiteness today?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, so people react to that and say, I don't like this. I don't like this weird race baiting that's been going on.
Yeah, I don't like the accusation that I'm a racist just because I'm white.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. And that was literally the predominant ideology for like 4 years in this country, is that based on your skin color, you are automatically racist. And then these
Yeah.
people, they pretend like that just didn't happen, that we just imagine this, we hallucinated this.
Yeah, we get these activists that are at producing movies for Disney and big movie studios, and they're thinking, we got to get all the racists out of this movie. We need
Right.
we need less white people, less racists on screen. That's what they're thinking. It's just this pervasive stereotype.
Yes. I mean, we literally had in She-Hulk, okay, the first episode of She-Hulk, we have the character of She-Hulk is able to turn to the Hulk character, has zero problems controlling herself, right? This is sort of the big character arc for the male Hulk, for Bruce Banner, is how do I control myself in this sort of feral Hulk form? This is his entire fucking like character arc and journey and the torturedness of the character, blah, 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 blah. And the She-Hulk character is able to automatically just control herself, has no problems whatsoever. All that character development goes out the window. She can just control herself. It's totally fine. And the reason, the in-canon universe reason given for why she can control herself is because she has to live in the horrible patriarchy. And women are just better at controlling their emotions than men because she has to put up with all the horrible men and all the horrible sexism in the world.
Yeah, she has to be subjected to mansplaining 24/7. So obviously that's gonna make her able to control her Hulk form, right?
Right, right.
So feminism is literally the in-canon reason She-Hulk can do what she can do, right?
Right.
That's not jamming your politics
No, not at all. Not at
into a
all.
property or anything, right?
Right. And it's funny because if it was the 90s or the early 2000s, I feel like if that line was in the show, it would have been immediately undercut with a joke. Or like Bruce Banner would have been like, actually, looking at your biological DNA, this is the actual reason why you can control. Like that would have just been like a throwaway like joke line, like, oh, okay.
Yeah, so weird.
Really not just trying to cope. Really not just trying to cope. Disney has realized this.
Look, they're just coping. These racist white males are just sitting here coping.
Right.
So coping. Look, I've got 3 channels with over 1 million subscribers. Cope harder, white guys.
This was the
Wait, that's
wrong
Mark
decision,
Miller?
actually.
What's that?
Is that Mark Miller?
That's what it says.
Oh, wow.
Who's Mark Miller?
He's a comic book author.
Oh, okay.
Is that
Is he related to Frank Miller?
No.
No.
He wrote the worst comic ever made.
Oh, really?
Wanted.
Ouch.
What?
And it's
I'm sure you've seen the movie. The movie is very different than the comic. That's the one with Angelina Jolie where they curve the bullets.
I never saw Wanted, no.
That's really bad.
Okay.
Don't bother.
Should I run out and go see it?
No.
time to go back to Male and Pale.
If you look at box office this year, I would say Male and Pale is money.
It's like this crowd wants to live in a world where simultaneously they're being oppressed because people are giving chances to other stories that don't feature people exactly like them, but also they hold all of this power and they are single-handedly dictating the box office success of any movie by supporting it as long as it's not woke. And all of this sends me because at the end of the day, is it not easier to just watch the darn movie? Do you have to scrutinize and analyze every single actor and writer involved to make sure that they've never tweeted in support of etc.? In a way, I think people like this do exactly what they accuse everyone else of doing, which is like hyperfixating on the identities of the people creating the media. But anyways, let's check out these comments.
Just consume content. Just shut up and consume content. Why do you have to analyze? Why does a film channel, Adam, have to analyze film? Just watch it and enjoy it, you sheep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they do always examine the story, the characterization, all that stuff first, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then, you know, obviously if it comes up wanting, then the go-to defense, at least for the last few years, has been, oh, well, this person doesn't like the diversity in the movie, right? They're just upset about the fact that there's a black woman starring in The Acolyte, right? It's not that it's a shitty show or anything like that. It's like they hate racial diversity. That's what they're angry about, right?
Right.
That's a go-to response. I mean, this whole video D'Angelo's making is basically that response. So I like, how do you get around that?
You don't, bigot.
Yeah. Well, they're starting to realize, okay, well, everyone's just the people getting rich off of our movies are a critical drinker, and not us, right?
Right.
So maybe something needs to change. Maybe we need to fix it.
How many? There's
Maybe,
only so many flops that these studios can get before someone somewhere is going to be like, okay, we need to fire these people and actually get, you know, competent people managing and running and creating our properties.
yeah. How's the Acolyte not completely driven by activism? Like what was going on there? I mean, they
It,
didn't make
Mhm.
a show any Star Wars fan was even interested in.
No, I mean, they literally said, I believe this was, I believe this was the intention. Is like we need a female, queer director creator to make a Star Wars show. It's like,
Yeah,
why? What? Why would you not just be like, I want to make a Star Wars show that's good. Let me try to find a good writer. It's like, no, no, no. I need a queer woman to make a show. Like, oh,
right.
okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, a lot of people attribute the passing of gay marriage or the normalization of gay marriage to the show Will and Grace. Now, I
Mhm.
was never a Will and Grace fan. I never really watched the show, but I mean,
It was all right. It
obviously,
was all right.
yeah. See, obviously, that is the power of television and movies in
Right.
culture, right? But
Mhm.
the person that said no, all movies need to be Will and Grace. I'm like, what? Really? You think? You think that's a successful strategy? Come on,
Well,
we're winning here.
there was this idea, and you're right, because I remember people talking about this when gay marriage was becoming more normalized and popular and accepted. Was, you know, and people were pointing to Will and Grace, and there were a couple other TV shows, and they also, you know, they'd say like, oh, most people know someone in their life that's gay,
Oh
et cetera, et
yeah,
cetera. And a big important part of that was like you'd watch Will and Grace or one of these other shows, and it was like, oh, look, you know, you have a person who's gay and they're just like you. You know, they go through the same things that you go through. They go through the same problems that you go through. They have the same, you know, daily struggles, and they're assimilating into society. They're not some sort of like weird, new, scary thing that's come to like change everything. And then you have like the new sort of woke leftist version of things, the critical theorist version of things. And it's the exact opposite. It's no, assimilation is evil. Existing in the current system or paradigm is evil. You know, you do have to change everything. It's the complete opposite strategy of sort of
yeah.
the 90s and 2000s, you know, gay acceptance movement.
That is a great point. Yes, it's like we're going to change everything that you know and love just because you suck. We hate
Yes.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, way to endear yourself to society. But okay, continue.
The critical drinker has more views than Disney. This is what really angers them. Oh, we've got the Murica profile picture, of course. Does the critical drinker have more views than Disney? Don't get me wrong, 12 million is a lot, but just something tells me probably more people than this watched a Disney property, maybe even yesterday, let alone in the last 30 days. But no, again, we gotta live in this world where the anti-woke people are winning. The main thing I've learned from woke ideology is that those who say they care the most are typically the ones who care the least. I really do love how this statement says absolutely nothing. They only care while it makes them money and costs them nothing. Suddenly, things like homelessness or job equity aren't important. If it's homeless people on their front lawn or someone taking their job because they're the right skin color, oh buddy, come on. I'm literally on the replies of the second comment. We're all just LARPing because money. And here's the thing, if this criticism was limited to corporations, no, I don't think a corporation like the Walt Disney Company is actually capable of caring in the traditional sense. Companies are not people. Yes, they are profit motivated. No, I don't think it hurts to point that out. But have you noticed how we're on a video about Disney, but now all of a sudden we're talking about affirmative action? Because that's literally all these videos are. They're just fronts for people to vent their frustration at literally everybody in these communities. I think there's valid issues to criticize Disney about for
See, so it's all just everyone in this community is racist. And
Right.
all they are doing is venting their frustration with the fact that black people exist. Like, that's his argument. That's the extent of his argument. There's such a just wrong assessment of the situation that completely makes everything 10 times worse.
I
Like, this
wonder.
is what
Mhm.
perpetuates the idea that we live in some sort of white supremacist place.
Yeah, completely. I wonder if a lot of this is sparking up because of Elon allowing all the racists back on Twitter. And so
Oh yeah,
now they're
interesting.
like seeing all these like racist people, and obviously like Critical Drinker and these people, like none of them are posting racist stuff. But there'll be all these, Graper accounts and all this other shit posting, anti-Semitic stuff, anti-black stuff, just being like, as racist as possible on Twitter. And like that puts it in their mind. And if you go on YouTube, you're not gonna find those people. They're not allowed on YouTube. They've all been banned off of YouTube. And so they kind of turn to like Critical Drinker and the anti-woke stuff, and they're like, aha, this must be what's creating all the races.
That could be. That definitely could be. Like his entire response is he's basically responding to comments in the comment section of a channel with 20,000 subscribers.
He doesn't even
Like,
watch the video and react to it.
yeah, look, he's talking about Critical Drinker and this and that, but he's responding to random commenters. commenters. Commenters.
We should just listen.
Anonymous commenters.
That's what we should do. We should just bring up some BreadTuber video, not watch it, and just start reading the comments and be like, look at this idiot in the comments.
Yeah, it's so crazy. It's so crazy that this is such a bad faith way to have a discussion about anything. He doesn't define his terms. He just basically assumes everyone on the right is racist. Everyone who's white is racist. Like, how is this not just a fucking stereotype? Look, I would like to believe that not all black people are fucking racist, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But this guy is just creating a terrible stereotype.
I think he's creating a terrible stereotype for leftists.
Yeah, totally.
So.
Well, look, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's not like a race thing. All the other races seem to be allowed to be as racist as they want to be. Like any white YouTuber does what he did with black people in a video, they're obviously going to tar and feather him as a racist.
Of course, yeah. I mean, we've talked about also, obviously Hassan literally got the Cracker Award from Nabisco.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Cracker Pats, right?
Yes, yeah. But anyway, whatever.
For days. But when you've got people in your comment section saying things like, even real LGBT members, unlike the ones on Twitter, are sick of this. I'm by myself and have not watched any recent Disney or Marvel movie just because of them being woke. I even dropped some of the shows that turned woke out of nowhere. Ooh.
Look, now he's down to comments that have literally 12 likes. This is insane. This is insane. Why are you responding to comments?
He was too lazy to watch the video.
This guy has film critique on one of his other channels too.
So interesting. We should check one of those out.
He could definitely dive into what exactly is going on here instead of just signal boosting a racist stereotype about white people.
I think
that's all this video is about, is a racist stereotype of white people. Yeah.
I am curious to watch some of his other videos to see are they all like this level of quality,
stupidity,
and analysis, and shallow, drowning in the shallow end of the kiddie pool.
Well, look, it could be. I mean, anyone can have a bad day, Sitch. It could just be like a one-off thing. Like maybe he just needed a video for the day, and he's like, I'm just gonna dip into this easy, turn my brain off, use every racist stereotype in my head, and make a video. That could be what he's doing.
This is his bad day. This is his the killing joke video.
I know. I think this guy in private says to his friends, like, white people, am I right? Like that's what he says. I'm guarantee you.
Well, I'm very curious what turned woke means to this person specifically. Anyway, all this to say, the criticism is never actually about Disney. It all just mysteriously seems to wind up being about the LGBT community, people with different skin color.
Like, wait, the criticism is not about Disney. It's literally people saying Disney did this thing in their movies or TV shows. That's a direct comment about Disney. What are you talking about?
This is the all white people are racist stereotype.
Right.
It's exactly what's going on here. Look, the criticism isn't really about the movie, okay? The
See, Adam,
criticism isn't really about the acolyte, okay? We all know what the criticism is about.
of course. This is why the eating the pets thing was so bad.
Uh-huh.
Okay. You're creating these negative stereotypes about groups of people.
You know, I can't stand negative stereotypes. So, look, I feel you on that. I really do.
Good.
I do. Yes. I ain't down with negative stereotypes about the Haitians, okay?
Mhm.
The illegal alien Haitians.
How dare you?
Well, look,
The
we could-
protected status
yes,
Haitians.
yes.
Okay.
The once illegal alien, now
Yes.
protected, not illegal aliens. Yes.
Right. Right.
I even said they aren't eating the pets, okay?
There you go.
It doesn't go back in their culture. Look, and there are plenty of right wingers that are signal boosting that horrible stereotype as well. But look,
Right.
I don't like any stereotypes. Okay.
Great wording
Good.
there. Etc. Woke needs to disappear entirely, but this is a good step forward. It's looking good. 2024. Maybe big companies realizing woke don't pay. What?
See, look, we don't even know what he's talking about. When he's saying woke, we don't know what he means.
Right.
Well, we do, basically. He thinks woke means there's a black person or a gay
Diversity, yes.
lesbian person in the movie. Okay. Philadelphia is a woke movie. Have you seen Philadelphia?
A million years ago.
That's like the original woke movie, isn't it?
Yeah. I never conceptualized Philadelphia as a woke.
Neither
movie.
did I. Not at all. Totally. You walked into Philadelphia knowing what you were getting into, right? It wasn't
Right.
top secret. This movie is about LGBT acceptance. Come and
Yeah.
see it.
This is a movie about
That's a game
Tom
failing this.
Hanks
That's a
getting
game's
AIDS,
failing.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Thing there. It's this month that are fully woke.
I keep screwing up here. So yeah, that movie definitely was about LGBT acceptance. And I think it won like an Academy Award for maybe even for Best Picture, but like that was a
Mhm.
good movie. I mean, that was a great movie.
I didn't walk into the Harvey Milk movie and go, why are there so many gays in this movie?
That movie I think was terrible though. That movie was kind of crap.
You bigot.
And I think that won an Academy Award too. That was kind of the beginning of it right there.
Mhm.
They were like, oh, look. People were watching Harvey Milk and they were going, wow, you really can get away with anything if you just use a kind
Well,
of
no.
character.
See, I think one of the first movies that was like you can get away with anything
Mhm.
was Brokeback Mountain.
Whoa.
That movie was so boring. Oh my God. I had to watch that for one of my film classes. I've never seen
Yeah.
it before. Saw it years later. And I'm like, okay. I literally took a film class that was on like queer movies. And I take this class and I'm watching this and I'm like, okay, we're gonna watch Brokeback, obviously. It's like, gay movie. And I'm like, this movie's so boring. It's holy shit. This is the most boring romance story I've ever watched in my life.
Yeah, I never watched Brokeback Mountain, so
It's terrible. The only
I guess.
like if it was just about a man and a woman, it would have been like trashed by Hollywood. It's so bad.
Who is this guy in D'Angelo's thumbnail? Because I don't know who that guy is, but I've not yet seen him in the video or I mean, I have no idea. Oh, I'm getting a lot of
man.
comments here.
Oh, I don't know. Who is that?
This is like just a comment response. And it's not even to his I question why he's spending so much time on the comments on this one video. Just this one video. Something suspicious is happening here.
Really? You think so? Okay.
Of course, yeah.
Britt Cormier for $50. Thank you, Britt. Says Apollo Creed is richer, more skilled, more famous, and more sophisticated than Rocky, but Creed wins the fight in the first movie. No one called the movie woke. Rocky was a hero, but he did not win. He did, however, earn some respect. That is true.
What's that all about?
Well, it is kind of interesting. I didn't think about that. If you think of, in the first Rocky movie, you have the black fighter is not the underdog. The white fighter is the underdog.
Oh yeah.
And Rocky, and it's true, yeah, Rocky, he like technically loses, but he still wins in his own way. So
Oh, I love that. That's the ironic ending right there.
Right.
The up down ending.
right.
One of my favorite movies has that. Children of Men.
I still never
He
seen that.
he saves the baby, but he ends up dying himself.
Wow.
Spoiler, everyone.
Spoiler, look at this.
Children of Men is one of the greatest movies ever made. Definitely a good movie. Anyway.
Press play.
Where's my thing?
Is always good news. And now movies, sweet. Why is it low-key always people with anime profile pictures posting this stuff? Like, I do not understand. If you have an anime profile picture and you're not like this, don't worry. It's not all anime profile picture people. But what is the correlation? I want someone to draw that Venn diagram for me. Anyway, again, we've got the fantasy world.
I think it's because you have a lot of people who like nerdy stuff, anime stuff, who are unfairly attacked or annoyed to have all this weird political crap shoved into stuff that they want to watch for no reason. And they go, okay, I'm tired of this. Let me start watching anime, because anime doesn't have all this like weird
Exactly
woke
what's going
politics
on.
stuff generally shoved into anime.
That's
like a
exactly
handful of
what's
them.
going on.
That they'll cherry pick out dishonestly, but for the most part, it's not there.
Yeah. So true. So true.
Where everything is failing because it's woke. God forbid it fail because it's just not good media. But wait, hold on. I was about to move on, but I think I just witnessed a fight in the comment section. See Agatha all along. Woke is still here being shoved down our throats. Wake up to the fact that Disney doesn't seem to care just yet. And this person says, Agatha is not woke. And if you're talking about that there might be gay stuff in it, it does not make it woke. That's like a movie having one disabled character in it and calling it woke. Oh, they never came back. Yeah, how interesting. Anyway, for the love of God, please don't.
So there's a person in the comment section of the horrible, evil racist who is still on board with saying, okay, there's a bunch of woke stuff out there, but criticizing the idea that just because there's a gay in it or a non-white in it, that it's automatically woke. Doesn't change this guy's opinion about any of this whatsoever. He's just gonna go, oh, okay, look, it's a fight, and then he just forgets it and moves on, doesn't care.
Well, he's saying the narrative that he's putting forward is that guy got chased out of the comment section, that guy was correct, but he got terrorized out of the comment section by all the people who just hate the gay people in the movie.
No, he's saying the original guy never replied back. That's what he's saying.
Right. Who was the original guy, though?
The guy who said that Agatha all along was woke. Now, which I haven't seen Agatha all along, so I don't have a comment on whether it was woke or not. But
okay.
Back. Yeah, how interesting. Anyway, for the love of God, please don't misinterpret this as me saying Disney is actually beautifully handling all of their representation. I could literally toss a stone and find someone who's actually in a marginalized community bringing up excellent points about how there is an element of cynicism to how this is being handled, etc. I know nuance and the internet are not a great mix, but my point here is that...
Look, he admits it's a lot of tokenism going on here.
mm-hmm.
A lot of people being picked for their skin color, not for their meritocratic ability. And that sucks. Obviously, that denigrates a marginalized community, something you're supposed to be in favor of, dude.
When we're calling shows woke because they literally have gay characters at all, obviously the plot has been lost at this point. Great news. It's a shame too late. They've insulted a...
Look, I don't like it when people do that, obviously, but I'm super into, what do people mean when they say woke? What is happening? What does woke actually mean? So I don't think you can just, and also you make the left's case when you do that, because their argument is that you're just angry about there being a black character or a gay character in a show.
Right.
So you have to take the analysis a bit deeper than that. Otherwise, you are the stereotype that they're claiming you are.
Of course. Of course.
Accused and destroyed their fan base. I, for one, refuse to ever give my money to people who hate me for no reason. Oh, there's a reason. Your skin and gender and who you vote for. Okay, so let's just go ahead and fill in the blanks here. Male, pale. I'm sorry, but society doesn't hate white men. Like, we're not gonna have this conversation. Oh no, Disney changed the race of this one character.
Notice how he's saying society doesn't hate
Mhm.
white men,
Right.
right?
Right.
He's not saying he doesn't. He's saying society doesn't.
Well, but it's not even true though. Half of society, I'd
You're
say like
right.
I'd say
You're
like
right.
I'd say like 25 to 30% of society
It
does
does hate
white
white
males.
men. Yeah, you're exactly
I mean,
right.
that's total bullshit. That is total bullshit. This is, Dr. Diddler sent me that video that
Oh,
we
you're
played
right. You're
last week.
right.
That was like all the headlines, especially after, the George Floyd stuff was all like white bad, white bad, white bad, white bad, white bad, white bad. If we didn't live in a society where there's like this weird allowability of white hatred, you wouldn't have all these headlines. You wouldn't have people be able to, before Elon let all the racists, back on Twitter, only anti-white racism used to be allowed on Twitter.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. D'Angelo, just admit it. You hate white men. Go ahead. It's okay. It'll make you feel a lot better. It's all right. You can say it. Society's not gonna dock you. They're not gonna delete your YouTube channel. Look, your channel will probably grow. You probably get another play button out of the deal. Go ahead.
Remember, like, so we had the Covington kid situation.
Oh yeah.
Where, I forget the kid's name, but he's wrongly defamed and slandered as this horrible racist, and his picture, slapped everywhere. And then once it turns out that story was like complete lies, everyone just forgot about it. No one focused on, well, what the fuck
Oh,
was
the
wrong with
redemption arc. Yeah.
no, well, what the fuck was wrong with the Native American guy who lied or misled people about his veteran status, who created the situation or helped create the situation in the first place wrongly through his own bigotry? Like, how come no one focused on the group of Black Hebrew Israelites who were being ultra mega hyper racist for no reason to the Covington kids in the first place, which is what started the situation? Like, just the story just gets dropped off a cliff. You're not allowed to talk about it.
Yeah. Look, these people are marginalized. Okay,
Like,
you can't create negative stereotypes about black people.
If
hating
you
all white people.
if you had a group of Black students that were at the Lincoln Memorial,
Oh my
and
God.
there was a
Please
group of like white nationalists that were on megaphones just yelling at them like racist fucking shit, oh my God, this would have been like the never ending story for a month. Was, oh, this is the horrible fucking country that we live in. These poor, innocent Black students that are just learning about, the Lincoln Memorial are accosted by these horrible, evil white nationalists. But then the racists are flip-flopped, and you have just these white students who are attacked by Black Hebrew Israelites, and no one fucking reports on it. No one reports on it whatsoever. It was insane.
Yeah, it is insane. Wouldn't you love it if the media actually policed like all racism instead of just racism that white people commit? Look, I'm in favor of the media policing that kind of racism. So, but it's just such an obvious double standard when obvious racism against white people is just, yeah, people look the other way. They don't care.
Right.
That must mean obviously they hate the original race. This guy. It's just such like a middle school conclusion to draw. And by the way,
It's a middle school conclusion to draw here.
Mhm.
His whole narrative is that all anti-woke content is just racist. That's his narrative. So
Ironic, yeah.
yeah, very middle school of you, dude.
personally, my thoughts on like race swapping and characters, I would vastly prefer
Look, he doesn't even like race swapping. God, it never stops. This video is amazing. It never stops. It's like, look, I don't even like race swapping.
There's
Look, Hollywood, this is the guy you are catering to. You fucking idiots. You fucking idiots.
So much of this right now is like, there's all these people that actually agree with like 90% of, the anti-woke criticism, but they're just terrified of being associated with that group because they associate it with like the racist. So like, I agree with
wrongly.
like, most of what they say, but I'm completely not on board with them. Like, okay.
Yeah, wrongly. Yeah,
Right.
because they wrongly associate them with racism. It's hilarious. Look, He doesn't watch Star Wars. He doesn't watch Marvel. Yet you are bending over backwards to cater to this guy right here.
Yep.
Hollywood in a nutshell. Look, they're probably going to reach out to D'Angelo and have him write the next fucking Star Wars. They look, I'm serious. Look, he's got a big YouTube channel, right?
There you go. I like it. I like it.
Why the hell is Philosophy Tube in House of the Dragon? Why?
Because of her brilliant acting ability.
That character is so tacked on, so totally meaningless.
You mean, wait, are
So
you telling me
stupid.
that very important subplot about the Lannister guy having to mud wrestle an ambiguously gendered individual to get ships fight the dragons for 10 minutes? That
It's
wasn't an
true.
important side plot?
It's true. That whole side plot is there for activism. To normalize gender ambiguous characters in society.
I guess you could have had some kind of interesting, intricate idea where the Lannister guy would have to figure out what exactly the Triarchs on the other side of the Narrow Sea wanted and figure out some way to either manipulate them or position himself and his side politically in order to align their goals together in this sort of like Machiavellian process in order to get them to let him use their ships. Or you could just mud wrestle with Philosophy Tube for 10 minutes in the mud.
Yeah, makes absolutely no sense at all. Look, and if it was actually good, if House of the Dragon was good, if they included Philosophy Tube as a character and it was actually, made sense in the story and was entertaining, I'd be all on board with it. I don't give a fuck. Like, that would be great.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, that's not the case. It's just completely shoehorned in for obvious activism reasons that don't go with the story at all. Yeah, it's nonsense.
New original stories featuring people of color, people in marginalized communities, etc. It doesn't really bring me any joy to see like this one show exists, but now the lead is totally different from how they were before. Why can't we just give people chances for original stories? But that being said, even me, who is not a fan of this practice, could obviously point out that none of this actually means white people are under attack. This is such a silly way to live, honestly. They didn't cite race swapping specifically, but that's one of the main reasons I see people using to prove that there's this big conspiracy against them. The only problem here is, why does it have to involve the entertainment industry? This includes the gaming community. They're crazily ruining local Western games because they can. Anyways, we're not even 10 top level comments down and we've got people talking about the groomers have been going after the kids. So I think maybe it's time to move on from this. But yeah, shout out that YouTuber who also has an anime profile picture, bro. Covering the
Base Kazuma from Konosuba.
Mhm.
Okay, there's a man of culture and taste.
There you
woke
go.
insanity of modern entertainment.
I love that you know that, Sitch. That's truly amazing.
I love Konosuba.
That's great.
It's great.
Obviously, look, someone loves them enough to make them their profile picture. So,
Right.
yeah, probably cool. You think D'Angelo knows who that character is?
Obviously not.
Probably
Because
not.
he doesn't, or if he does, he's hiding it. He's pretending he doesn't know because he doesn't want to. He's like, she's too cool, right, for all the anime avatars.
Right.
Talk about Konosuba. God, that's got to be like that's like one of the most. It's not even like a trying to be anti woke, but it's got to be one of the most anti woke shows ever. You have, you have the main character is kind of this perverted, shiftless guy, and he's surrounded by three women who all have like various personality disorders and to varying extents are useless
Mm-hmm.
and like horrible.
That's great. I love sexism in media.
And they're all, and two of them are very attractive and have giant tits, and one of them's a huge pervert, and it's just like, oh, it's just, God, it's got to be. No, this is why I don't like anime.
That's why you don't like anime? Or
This is
you
why
do
they don't like anime.
Oh, they don't like anime because it's because it is catering to a male fantasy, basically.
Yeah, like this. Yeah,
Yeah.
like Konosuba knows its audiences.
Right.
Okay, it knows its audience.
They call it
perfectly.
fan service for a reason.
Right.
Okay.
Well, and I
they
mean,
know who
also,
the fans are. They know what the service is.
Right, but it's funny too because I know a lot of girls who are anime fans, and they like attractive women in anime, being degenerate or being funny or doing any of this stuff. They're not opposed to any of these things. It's only this like bizarre woke idea that like, oh, you can't have attractive women, be in shows anymore or movies anymore.
Yeah,
It
because
hurts
they
my
hate.
self-confidence.
No, because they hate the audience. They're like all these white racists, all these straight white male racists.
Well, they've bought
You
into the
can't
male
make art.
gaze nonsense.
Well, yeah, the objectification argument.
Right.
I'm sure D'Angelo will bring that up. Raw. He's just gonna read comments.
Oh, okay, of course.
Man, I'm serious, y'all. If you want to launch a YouTube career and you kind of don't care about anything or anybody, this is the way to do it. In 2024, the meta is literally anybody can just signal boost this narrative and YouTube will promote you. Anyway, I'm now on my homepage.
We're winning,
Based.
Sitch.
We're winning. Winning.
That's right. It's so weird that he says it's because YouTube will promote you. I mean, YouTube is promoting what people want based on watch time. It's what the audience actually wants.
Right.
So, guess what?
Uh-oh.
People don't. Well, I mean, D'Angelo's video views are off the charts. So,
And I kid you not, there is literally a slur on screen right now. Can you see it?
what's the slur, Sitch? I don't see a slur.
Are you?
Where do you see it? Retta?
Are you Retta? What does Retta mean? I've never heard that word before.
Yeah,
Retta.
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 Is retarded a slur? Is it really a slur?
Wait a minute. Obviously, that word is not retarded because anyone in the year 2024 who's whining and crying about the word retard and saying it's a slur is a retard themselves. So obviously, that it has to be a different word. It has to be some kind of slur I'm just not familiar with.
Right. You can't call people stupid and then castigate them for using the word retarded. Okay. They are retarded. You dumbass.
Oh my God, there's a slur on screen. Do you see it right there? There's a slur. I'm covering it up for your sensitive eyes, but there's a slur there.
I love that people have drawn the line at retarded. They're like, okay.
Well, it was weird because like in the hyper like highest peak of wokeness, you couldn't say retarded. Oh, even like the non-political, YouTubers and streamers, they were just terrified to say retarded. And then like now, most people are like, fuck you. I'm gonna say retarded again. It's back on the menu, boys.
It is. We need something. Well, look, you could just say moron or idiot, but they'll try to turn those into slurs, right?
It's not the same.
Moron. Oh my God, there's a slur on screen right now.
I mean,
someone called you an idiot.
Moron is a literal slur. Moron was the term used for retarded people like back in the day.
Yeah, idiot. These are all levels. There's an IQ on all of these.
Yep.
It's funny that imbecile is like the least bad one, but in language terms, it seems like the worst, right?
It does. It does. Yeah.
Imbecile is just like light retardation.
What's the worst one? What is the
I can't remember.
moron on
idiot.
the IQ chart? Curious as to like what is.
Yeah, you can bring it up.
Yeah. Wait a minute. I think you're wrong. It says imbecile is 25 to 50. Jeez, like could you even function?
Oh, is imbecile the highest one then? The lowest one, rather?
The lowest one.
The worst of the stupids?
Let's see. It says oh wait, no, I'm sorry. Idiot is for idiot's the worst one.
Yes, right. And that's the one everyone uses all the time, but it seems mild by comparison to imbecile.
Idiot is below 25 IQ. Could you what does it even look like? Can you exist as below 25 IQ? Like what is that? Can you like feed yourself?
Yeah.
What the so it's idiot is below 25, 25 to 50 is imbecile, 50 to 70 is moron.
So just what are the ranking? Don't give me the numbers.
Idiot is the lowest.
Okay.
Followed by imbecile, followed by moron.
Okay.
So there you
retard isn't even on the scale.
Well, no, retard came later. Because this is what happens is people they go, oh, we have these terms, idiot, imbecile, moron. they start attacking people and using it, and they're like, okay, all the psychologists get together and say, okay, people are using these clinical terms to insult each other. We need to change the term. I know. We need to have something more politically correct. How about like retard? Because retardation means slow, right? And so we'll just use this new word, retard. And then people are like, retard? I like the way that sounds. Hey, fuck you, retard.
Oh my God. All the different ways people call each other stupid.
And then they changed that. Because of that, they changed, mental retardation to intellectual disability. And
Did
they
they
kind of,
really?
oh yeah, they did. I forget, that was in like the 90s, I think. And that one kind of was like it's kind of a 10D chess move because it's got the word intellectual in it. So no one's going to want to use it as an insult. But they did start using disabled. They're like, what are you, disabled? So it's kind of like that has
Wow.
fallen off favor. But I know, like in the early aughts, I remember people calling each other disabled left and right.
What are you, abnormal?
Nah, it doesn't quite have this
Yeah.
zing to it.
I love how people judge how stupid a person is by how much they disagree with them. That's the sole metric people judge intelligence on.
Well, how
It's
else am
like,
I supposed to do it?
if this person agrees with me, they're fucking genius. And an idiot will tell you this. It's
Mhm.
like, all right. I kind of think, since you're an idiot, if they agree with you, they're probably an idiot too. But anyway, let us move on.
I'm covering it. I'm covering it down here in the corner.
You're doing the Lord's work, D'Angelo. You really are
He
doing the
is.
Lord's work, keeping that out of the people's eyes. That's how you can tell they're all D'Angelo fans. They've all collectively agreed.
Well, listen.
Retard is a slur.
Obviously, he has a lot of tards in his audience who would be,
Yeah.
since they consume his content, so they'd be, especially offended by this. So he's got to cover it up.
Yeah. Is Denzel Washington saying, "Are you retarded?" I think.
I mean, it looks like he's about to say, right? I don't know what that video is, but it looks like he's about to call someone the R slur.
Denzel Washington's one of the greats. If he wants to say retarded, he can.
He can? Okay, fair enough.
Corner, but I think you can see it in the yellow. Literally on my front page, love. Like, literally. When celebrities destroy woke people. But man, honestly, I don't even know which one to click. There's so much good stuff now. The attack on male gamers continues. You know what?
This is such a low effort video.
Yeah, I know. This is like, I woke up one morning. It's like, what was the fucking laziest shit I can do? I can just log into YouTube and look at a bunch of thumbnails and go, look, anti-woke, look, anti-woke.
Right. These people are very angry.
Oh my
Very
God.
disappointed.
I think I'm going to watch both of them. Okay, so this seems to be a video about shaming men for playing video games, which does happen, by the way. But again, I think the framing is kind of key here. The attack on male gamers. The attack on this case being people making tweets and TikToks criticizing men for playing video games. But nevertheless, we've gotten another one. A woman this time. I actually love seeing a bit of inclusivity in my anti-woke community. I'm proud of you guys. So she's got enough with the woke girl boss video games. Ghost of Yote is woke. Apparently, the women destroying Star Wars. Corporate feminism is bad for business. Rage bait. Influencers making you mad on. Girl, you have to know. You have to know. You have to have some self-awareness. Surely. What is this entire?
What was
What
that
does it
all
even
about?
mean? I don't know what he's.
And so he's zooming in on the most
Star Wars.
unattractive picture of Sydney
Feminism
Watson.
is bad for business. Rage bait. Influencers
Well-
making you mad on. Girl, you have to know.
Girl, you have to know.
I mean, she made the thumbnail, so it's,
Yeah, look, obviously she knows, but what's the implication here?
What is that? Does he mean like, oh, she looks ugly in the thumbnail?
Yeah.
Or is it?
It's exactly what it is. He's like, objectification right here. We're witnessing it.
Well, or is he saying because the title is influencers are making you mad on purpose, and he's like, well, you're trying to make your audience mad on purpose.
You are completely wrong, Sitch. Of course. It's just
Okay.
like, look, it's a lizard brain here. Girl, you have to know you've got like a double chin going here.
We're in the shallow end of the kiddie pool, and we're somehow still drowning. Okay,
Yeah.
because we've tripped and face planted. So
You have to know. You have to have some self-awareness.
I mean, I guess you're right because it's the
He's
zoom
zooming in on her face, not on the title, Sitch.
Yeah, but he's not even zooming in on the double chin though. It's bad. This is a bad zoom job.
Surely.
Also,
What
why
is
is wait? And also, with AI, you can cut yourself out of these pictures pretty easily. Whoever's doing Sydney Watson's thumbnail needs to up the game. Okay.
this entire channel, if not a very specific brand of anti-woke rage bait? Anyways, shout out you. Anyway, now let's click into the slur video. I want to see celebrities just destroying the libs. Oh god, never mind. Joe Rogan is first. I can't do this. But let's see what the comments are saying. Denzel
I like so much of this is like, let's react to video. Oh, never mind. I don't watch this video.
He's like,
What
oh
is
my
this?
God, a white guy. How can I watch this video?
Jeez.
Holy cow, please get this white guy off my screen. Let me look at the comments. At least I can see anime faces down there.
Washington and Morgan Freeman will never play the victim card. They're not like these other woke celebrities. Morgan Freeman and Denzel Washington are my heroes. Heck yeah, I love black people when I agree with them as well. They're
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
What's your take on that comment, Sitch?
I mean, it comes, back to the political blackness narrative that, you're not really black unless you have the correct politics.
Right.
Of the progressive side.
Yeah.
So I opened up this video because I'm curious.
Oh yeah. I was curious. About
you
that
have you had that clip that I was talking about with Morgan Freeman on 60 Minutes saying, the guy asked him, how are we going to get rid of racism?
Talking about it. Yeah.
He said, stop talking about it. There's another, now I don't know when this happened, but someone asked Denzel Washington, who are you going to vote for in the election? And he says, it's none of your business. So. Basically.
Yeah. Well, look, the whole comment, you love black people when they agree with you. I mean, he would spin that as racism, right? But isn't it just people love people that agree with them?
Right.
Just people that agree with them?
I like people. I like celebrities who don't give in to the woke mind virus. Yes. Shocking. What a shocking idea.
Yeah. That just agree with them. But he's like, black people shouldn't agree with white people, though.
There isn't a toxic masculinity problem. There's a lack of masculinity problem. Wow.
Oh, now they just totally push D'Angelo's buttons now, huh?
I know.
Like, oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Masculinity. It's okay, D'Angelo. Come on. It's okay. Look, he's got to know, right? He's got to know.
Zoom in. He's got to know.
He's got to know.
He's got to know. Yeah.
I mean, he's got to know, right?
I know.
Look, I tell everyone I'm 20% soy, but I
That's true.
think D'Angelo might have passed the 50% mark.
Oh my God.
I think he might be, he might be dipping into the 50% territory. What do you think, Sitch?
I think you could be right.
Ate with that. They ate with that. Why did they kind of serve with that? Why? Oh, wait, sorry.
Oh my God. Look, he's got to know. He's actually playing into it, so he definitely knows. Is this just an aesthetic? Is this an aesthetic?
What do you mean by that? What's the question?
I don't know. The voice and everything, I just wonder, like maybe he logs off of YouTube and he's got like a completely different voice.
Maybe.
He's like he goes to the gym and works out. He's like the most.
Hey, everybody. It's me.
D'Angelo.
What's up, everybody?
Just grifted on YouTube.
Me, D'Angelo.
Right,
Where
that was
the
a very
bitches at?
stupid point. I'm a man. Of course, I have to be masculine. What even is masculinity? Like, who cares? Let's say these people
Look, I mean, why? Who cares?
Yeah. Well, the problem in the media is that they're deliberately trying to emasculate people. I mean, that's the issue, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a difference between saying, who cares if someone is effeminate and actively going out of your way to hate on people who are masculine. That's the difference.
Yeah, well,
difference.
It's the idea that this sort of having a traditional masculine role model or traditional masculine behaviors, these are bad qualities to have.
Yeah. Wrong. Immoral. I gotta tell you, man, I think D'Angelo needs to write the next Star Wars. I think it'd be
I believe in
YouTube
him.
gold.
I think he can do it pretty well.
All right, actually, and the world is just going to hell and nobody is a man anymore. Can I just admit that I, as a man, could not care less? Genuinely, it doesn't matter to me at all. What is with this fixation of demanding masculine people to act a certain way and getting mad at them for not doing so? Why are you so obsessed with men, honestly? All right, we've got an anime profile picture. I love how DEI, oh, DEI, it didn't take long for that to jump out. A little bit of diversity, equity, inclusion. The anti-woke crowd loves to rage about DEI. It's basically like a synonym for any marginalized community. I love how DEI is like, let's hire these people based on their gender, color, etc., instead of the merit of the work, skills, and the ability to do the job at a high level. That's
Okay, it's right here, Sitch. It's right here. He's read it. It's got 257 upvotes, right?
Mhm.
He's going to have to respond to the substance of this, right?
No, of course
I mean, it's
not. What are you
right
talking
here.
about?
It's right here. Look. Love how DEI is like, let's hire these people based on their gender, color, etc., instead of the merit of their work, right? You know, these superficial characteristics over their ability, right?
Right.
Is D'Angelo in favor of that? Does he look, would he heart this video?
He's not even gonna accept the framing of it.
What? Let's see.
That's literally the definition of racism. All right, we've got our classic anti-racism is the real racism all along. I think people need to stop blaming racism for all.
What?
Oh, he doesn't just moves on.
He
Just
doesn't
reads
even-
it.
Yeah.
Just reads
What's
it.
going
moves
on with this?
Right.
D'Angelo, come on.
This is
You're
prime,
an influencer.
he's complaining about other people's videos, other people's like low effort content. This is
Yeah.
the most low effort content I've ever seen. This is insane.
Yeah. Vapid.
Yes.
If I had to describe this video in one word, it would be vapid.
Yes.
their problems and start taking more accountability for their actions. Yeah, okay, my guy. All right, sir. Yeah, I'm sure this profile picture is accurate. But you know what? It could.
Oh, so he's accusing him of digital blackface. Look at that.
It's just,
There's no way a black person would ever, not believe in woke stuff and not actually like woke stuff. That's impossible.
everything in this video is about race. Oh
I know.
God, it's just dripping with race. It's race, 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 race.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still waiting for the guy who's actually in the thumbnail to show up. We're like halfway through the video. I'm still waiting.
I'll be waiting a
Spending a
while.
lot of time in this comment section here.
Be waiting a while.
This video with the guy with the black anime profile pic. This comment has 16 upvotes. Ugh.
Be. I've heard this from some people. I always just want to know what people like this really mean. You know what I mean? That I wish they wouldn't use these words and these phrases to talk around their argument. What actions?
See, look, he just accuses him. He's like, look, we know that you're only using the term DEI when you really want to use harsher, more negative terms about how much you hate black people.
Right.
That's
right.
really what you're talking about here.
I mean,
How
have
do you
you
even
been?
engage with these people?
You can't. You can't
Yeah.
because everything is just you have a conversation with them and they just think you're lying about everything,
Right.
and you're like, oh, okay.
Do you think that's what Hutch thinks when he's on our channel talking to us? Do you think he's like, oh my God, these people are so racist, racist and homophobic?
I don't think Hutch thinks we're racist. So he might
How
think
do you
that
know
we're,
though? Look,
well, I don't know. I
think it's like
never
50-50.
I mean,
He
have we-
definitely.
really even talked about race stuff with Hutch at all.
Yeah, but he lives in the world where anyone who is not out there talking about how conservatives are racist pieces of shit are in fact racists.
Maybe
Are,
I don't know.
are
That's not the question I get,
secretly
but-
conservative and are racist because they're secretly conservative.
right.
That's
Well, I
the
think he
belief.
might think that we're grifting about something, but I never got the racist thing. So
Grifting is so overused.
That is true.
Would you like people to take accountability for? Share it with the class quickly. It's also dangerous when you end up with a DEI doctor or pilot. I'm sorry, but how in the world would you be able to identify if your doctor... Do these people actually think you can get through med school? Or like skip pilot training because you're like in the LGBT community?
Look, this is a level of argumentation here. It's like, let me just talk real slow, seriously into the camera and be like, what?
Well, I mean, there was this
There's this counter. What?
I mean, there was this whole, now, I mean, I didn't look into it, but I know there was this whole controversy that people were talking about in terms of lowering standards for both medical school and for pilots around DEI initiatives in the beginning of the year. So
yeah, I
he's
remember
just
that.
Obviously completely unfamiliar with, these stories. So he just looks like goes, what?
Yeah. Yes. That's the crux of the conflict. It's like, which do you put first? Diversity and inclusion or merit? And look, if you asked him, he would just say, oh, of course, merit. Merit is more important. Obviously. Right?
Would he? I don't. Well, the problem is, it's like these people, they're operating with an idea on the left that the people that make the hiring decisions are all racist. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
And they point to the, the resume studies and all this other stuff. And they say, okay, well, since they're racist, if you have a DEI, like forced diversity, it's not that you're lowering standards to match, this diversity requirement. It's just that there's this entire crop of completely, up to snuff people that were just looked over because all the evil white racists that were making the hiring decisions were ignoring them.
I totally get that.
But in reality, that's not the case. I mean, for the last 20 years, you've had, all these big companies love to, get as much diversity as possible. And they haven't been doing that. They haven't been a bunch of racists, looking to not hire people because of their skin color, because of their sexual orientation or their gender. And so since that's not the case, if you do put in this requirement and you say, hey, you have a quota, you need to hire this many non-white people, this many black people, this many women, this many whatever, right? Well, the people are going to say they're going to, hire the first group of people, and they say, okay, we found, like 3 people, we need another 10 people to match this category. Oh, well, we're going to have to lower the standards a little bit, right? We're going to have to overlook maybe some better candidates to, to match this enforced quota system.
Yeah.
Or, black, or like, this is actually insane. What is a DEI doctor? What does that mean? Just say what you mean. But they identify as a pilot or a mechanic, and that's what counts. Ha ha ha. They let the men beat up women in boxing rings. Okay, nope. Well, we're checking out. The only way I'm gonna get through this video is if I just dip whenever things start getting a bit too crazy. Though, to be clear, this is all insane, and I have also not really scrolled down that many comments to get here. Oh, we've got comedians destroying woke hecklers, feminists getting called out. This is so exciting. I wanted this when I clicked into a video about the Joker. LGBT lady gets mad at comedian. Top 5 woke.
So I just typed in DI doctor. Okay, I was curious as what would come up on the Google.
Nice.
One of the first stories, this is from USA Today from January this year. DEI attacks pose threats to medical training care. Banning diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in medical schools could derail decades-long efforts to address health disparities. And I mean, unfortunately, they in the picture, they literally have what appears to be, and listen, I'm going to try to be a little kind here, but they have what appears to be very intentionally a woman who looks like a butch lesbian providing some sort of medical aid to a older trans woman who doesn't pass very well.
Oh my God, you're kidding me.
That's like, okay.
Oh my God.
Right, interesting.
So look, if we don't lower those health standards, then marginalized communities are not going to get the health care they deserve. That's the argument,
I guess. Oh, here's this is the first. Let me read the first part of it. When Adria Montanez visited her Orlando area cardiologist 2 years ago to treat her abnormally fast heart rate, the receptionist and nurse often misgendered her. For a couple of years following her transition, Her insurance information still listed her dead name and identified her as male. Despite informing the office of her new name and pronouns, clinical staff continue to call her Sir. Dun dun dun. Over the past 2 decades, medical schools and residency programs have added diversity, equity, and inclusion training, DI for short, to help counter documented and widespread biases and racism, contributing to disparate health outcomes for certain populations, including transgender patients such as Montanez.
Wow.
Terrible, terrible, terrible. However, conservative state legislatures have targeted such training over the past 3 years. Since 2021, Montanez's home state of Florida, along with Georgia, Idaho, Iowa, Mississippi, North Dakota, Oklahoma, South Dakota, and Tennessee, have passed laws to restrict DEI education and public higher education curriculum. Dun, dun, dun.
What, dude? This article makes absolutely no sense. They're like, we have to lower standards on letting people in, so we have.
Well, they're not even. Well, this article's not really talking about standards. It's talking about that they want to make the students go through some kind of DEI program to make sure that they're not racist, sexist, or transphobic
Towards their patients.
towards their patients. Yeah, right.
Oh, okay. Well,
But then I have, one of the arguments in favor of, trying to have a like a DI requirement in terms of admissions is to combat this, is to be like, well, you need to have, more trans doctors, more non-white doctors, because that's the only way to make, for your doctor to not be a racist, sexist.
because everyone is racist, basically.
Right. Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
So look, that just makes absolutely no sense. It's like, you're basically telling people, look, if your doctor is black, that means he's going to be racist against you. So you should get a white doctor, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I better change my doctor because I don't know. Maybe he's been discriminating against me this whole time. I didn't realize it.
Yeah. See, what's going on here?
Yeah.
What is the message that they're sending?
Not a good message.
Yeah, not at all.
Hollywood disasters of 2023. You know what? I think this is a video that we need because I'm not caught up.
Look, maybe it is just they're in, like, if you're in a community that's predominantly black and everyone around you is racist, wouldn't you just assume that everyone in the white community was racist too? I mean, I would.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I would
Maybe.
just think, oh yeah, look, everyone here is a big fat racist. Why wouldn't they be?
And it's funny because, like, yeah, when they do, these polls, very famously, white people are the least racist as a group.
Right. Yeah. Because in our
So-
community, everyone is like policing your racism. They're like, hey,
Right,
that
they're
wasn't
terrified.
cool. What are you
Yeah,
doing? Why are
right.
you doing this? It's actually interesting because it's just a total culture clash that people don't, in other communities, you don't police other people's racism.
Mm-hmm.
They're just like, yeah, that guy's racist. Fuck it. Look, he's going to watch a Nerdrotic video. This should be a culture clash.
Mm-hmm. This is
Up
okay.
on
Wait,
the-
hold on. So I found this other article that was this is from NPR this year from July. It says med school faces a new obstacle in the push to train more black doctors. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It says 15 years. Time off this guy, whose name is Jerian Reedy. It says Jerian Reedy completed his first year at the University of Mississippi School of Medicine, a remarkable feat not only because his career path was born of grief and trauma, but Reedy is among a small share of black medical students in a state where nearly 4 in 10 people, but only 1 in 10 are doctors, identify as black or African American. Of the 660 medical school students enrolled in the same 4-year program as Reedy, only 82 students, or about 12%, are black. I mean,
Didn't you just say 4% was black in the state?
they said 4 in 10.
Oh, 4 and 10. Gotcha.
So I guess they're saying is because even though
40%.
I thought
black.
the average population in the country is like what 12 overall is like 12-13% black. So that
Right.
would actually be proportional. Now I don't know if the University of Mississippi is some big university, but you have to also remember that universities draw from beyond their city or their state very often. So is
Mhm.
it really this like massively disparate outcome if the population of black students mirrors the population of blacks in the country as a whole?
It's just so weird that anyone even cares about any of this stuff.
I know.
Look, if a black person wants to be a doctor, let them study to be a doctor, right? Why are we keeping numbers on this stuff?
Mm-hmm. I like this. Medical schools around the country are trying to recruit Black, Hispanic, and Native American students, all of whom remain disproportionately underrepresented in the field of medicine. Research has shown that patients of color prefer seeing doctors of their own race, and some studies have shown that Black patients who see Black doctors experience better health outcomes.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, shouldn't we work on making the patients not be racist then? Isn't that the cure? Right? Like if it was like white patients prefer to have white doctors, we'd be like, well, I mean, that's not good, right? Like that's
Yeah.
racist. But if they're not white patients, well, that's fine. Listen, you have to cater to their needs.
I honestly don't care if they're trying to recruit from these other communities to become doctors. The only place I care is when they're lowering standards, when they're like,
Of course.
we have a quota to meet, we have to get this many people in, and you know, people are not interested in doing that. They want to do other things with their lives. I don't know. It's just like, why are we forcing it? Why are we lowering standards? I think that's the only thing anybody cares about.
Right. Well, the actual racists are just racist, but the 90% of people, they just care about the lowering of standards. So, oh,
Look,
and
and
let me read this.
if you're black and you want a black doctor, knock yourself out. Go for it. I don't care.
Right. This article says a recent swell of Republican opposition threatens to upend those efforts, school administrators say, and could exacerbate deep health disparities already experienced by people of color. Since 2023, the year the Supreme Court voted to outlaw affirmative action and higher education, more than 24 states have introduced or passed laws to restrict or ban DEI programs. Dun,
The
dun,
woke
dun.
lore.
I mean, look, if they're sitting around going, I'm not going to that white doctor, of course they're going to have they're going to have worse outcomes, right? They're like, I ain't going to the doctor. I'm staying home. All these doctors are white. That's not good.
That's not good at all.
Go
You're
to
right,
the
yeah.
doctor.
Right.
No, actually, look, I'm talking mad smack. I don't like to go to the doctor either. Okay. Like, stay away from the doctor as much as you can. Go only when necessary. I might
Okay.
be having those bad outcomes too. So
Okay.
what are the bad outcomes from? Does the article say?
It didn't say.
Yeah.
It didn't even cite a
It's
link
because
or
of
like a study
racism.
or source or anything.
It's because of racism, obviously.
Mhm.
It's
Obviously.
they're going to the black people are going to white doctors, and those white doctors are like, I don't give a fuck. They're like completely racist. They've got like,
Must be it.
I don't know, cancer or something. They're saying, just take a couple aspirin, you'll feel better. Walk it off. Right? That's the
Walk off the
implication.
cancer, yeah. Yeah.
That's the implication.
Mm-hmm.
Look, and you've got D'Angelo here just eating it up. He's like, oh, yeah, that's exactly what's going on. That's it. We need America to hate white people. They're all racist doctors. Of course we hate white males. Every one of them are racist doctors.
Mm-hmm. J-Mac, our surrogate father, for $20 says, I said something was retarded in front of my 6-year-old daughter, and she asked what it meant. I said, it means stupid, honey, but don't say it, at least at school. And she responded, yeah, because we get in trouble if we say stupid.
Oh, do they?
Really?
Wow, they can't really say anything.
That's crazy.
That's good.
And well, I guess she's 6, and J-Mac for another $20, thanks so much, says, if I really deem someone as mentally deficient and deserving of scorn, I call them Dilberts. Wow, look at that, Dilbert. I say that a lot driving, especially when people don't use their blinkers.
Oh my God, coming after me.
Wow, classic Dilbert
me.
behavior. Wow. Okay. I feel like Adam not using his blinkers is more of a Wally behavior than a Dilbert behavior, honestly.
Now I'm thinking back. I mean, I was driving when we went out to, when J-Mac and I went out to dinner, and now I can't.
Oh, did he glance over and be like,
I can't remember how
what's going on here?
I can't remember how my blinker game was. Thank God the dinner was good, right?
Okay.
Look, it's Los Angeles, okay? All the rules of the road are kind of guidelines here.
Okay.
What's going on? What's going on with this guy?
Her patriarchy smashing on crack team of writers clearly have contempt for.
Look at this team of writers here.
2023. You know what? I think this is a video that we need because I'm not caught up on the woke lore.
Her patriarchy.
Let's see here. Look at this writer's room. What's going on here?
Words to avoid destiny chaos. Well, what writer's room is this?
Yeah, what's going on? I need to know.
Hmm.
I need some context here.
Yeah, I don't know. It will be, obviously D'Angelo doesn't want to explain literally fucking anything in this video, so.
So we've got a bunch of people in a writer's room. They're holding up signs. We're sorry. We rushed all the short stories. What is that? Vocalon was pointless without Geralt there. Oh, yeah, the
Geralt.
dragon sucked. Oh, is this about the TV
Witcher?
show? Witcher, yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
These must
maybe.
be Witcher writers.
Well,
Which one of these
are,
people is Republican, Sitch?
none of them. Are the signs real? Are they real signs, or did Neurotic is it like a joke? Did he add them?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah. Words to avoid. You notice the words to avoid there?
What?
What are the words to avoid?
They're destiny and chaos.
There you go.
Yeah. I wonder why. That's weird.
Anyway.
Smashing on crack team of writers clearly have contempt for the lore, men in general.
Oh yeah, it's The Witcher. Look, we can tell. I see The Witcher right there.
Yeah, it's The Witcher.
And The Witcher.
Oh, once again, we hate men. You know what I just realized though? If somebody wants to debunk this video I'm making, they're probably going to stop me and pull up a bunch of examples of people literally tweeting, I hate men. So what I'm going to do.
They're going to go through a comment section and look at a bunch of comments from rando anonymous people on the internet.
I know.
Why would they do something as bad faith as that?
Mm-hmm.
Do is ask you to engage with me on this a little bit deeper. Someone on Twitter typing something really negative about men is not indicative of an actual systemic issue that is oppressing men. Do you see why this doesn't really seem like the real equivalence here? Whereas things like, racism, sexism, the patriarchy, as they mentioned in this video, these actually do reflect the hatred for minority groups. So yeah, if you go looking for it, you can find enough tweets or examples or correlations you draw to prove that anybody is hated, honestly. People say the craziest stuff on the internet, but maybe look at, history.
So look, if you go looking for it, you can prove that anyone is hated. But we are really hated.
Yeah, of course.
Everyone else that's hated, oh my God, it's so fake. It's so phony. They're not really hated. Look, they're all white doctors. They can't be hated.
Society.
So, there was this article, or there's an interview with this guy named Bo DeMayo, who worked on The Witcher. And he said, according to him, he says, I've been on the show The Witcher where some of the writers were not, or they actively disliked the books and games, even actively mocking the source material. It's a recipe for disaster and bad morale. Fandom as a litmus test checks ego and makes all the long nights worth it. You have to respect the work before you're allowed to add to its legacy. Look at that. See,
That
that's
is
a base
so
take.
true. That is
There you
so
go.
true. Like, and why would you even want to work on a show that you hated the source material to, right?
Paycheck. That's it.
Yeah. Shit on white males, right?
Yeah.
Just get in there and shit all over their fan base. Look
Plus,
at
what's
you.
weird is
You would
have
die to work on this project. I don't even care. And I'm going to destroy it for you.
well, that's what's so rough is that I think you have so many people in Hollywood and so many people in the industry who just buy hook, line, and sinker into the woke dogma. And
they do. Yeah.
They just despise large swaths of the fan base who, don't like all this woke stuff and are like, what the fuck? Why are you changing some story that's based off some source material to fit whatever your, political aesthetic taste is?
To fight racism.
Okay, doesn't work.
To change the world.
Right.
Yeah. We're going to make these people not racist by completely creating negative stereotypes about them and hating on them publicly.
Yep.
Making sure they know they're hated. Shitting all over them. That's how you do it. You beat the racism out of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Always works that way.
the economy, legislation, like any of the things that prove that some issues are a little bit more serious than others. As a man, certified through and through, I just feel like I'm not picking up on this societal man hate that these videos are trying to sell to me. But through these videos, I am picking up on disdain.
Wait, he hasn't watched any of them. He hasn't watched a single one of these videos. He just looks at the title, he watches it for 20 seconds, and then reads the comments and says, I haven't picked up on any of these arguments. Yeah, because you haven't even tried. This is so stupid.
You're not looking. Yeah. Of course
Oh,
you're not looking, because you might actually find it.
when I close my eyes and I plug my ears up, I can't hear what you're saying. So you have to be wrong, idiot.
It's so true.
For other parts of my identity, but let's not get into that. 2023 was the year woke Hollywood failed, and that's a good thing. Again, you've always got to be winning. Anyway, who cares about the rest of the top 5? I'm here for the comments. We all know the truth. Hold on.
Oh my God.
He just comes right out and says it. Don't you love it?
It's so crazy.
Who cares what the video is? I just want to
know.
read the comments, okay? Read the anonymous people. Do people who are anonymous, do they often say things that are a bit inappropriate?
No,
Look,
never.
anonymous
Never,
people.
Never. No, never. I've never
Definitely.
heard of such a thing.
Anonymous people say a lot of inappropriate shit.
Well, it's also the most total bad faith, dishonest move. To be like, I'm not even going to watch the video. I'm not even going to listen to the argument and respond to it. I'm going to literally just respond to the comments, to random comments I've picked out to make a determination about whether you're right or wrong, whether you're racist or not.
Yeah. Sad. Very sick.
And wait, these titles are getting crazier. Pierce Morgan eats steak in front of vegan activist. F your pronouns. Heck yeah, I do not support pronoun. Wait, I just used one. I is a pronoun. This guy is not a supporter of pronouns, though you have to be careful.
So you got to admit that's cute, right, Sitch?
Oh, what a funny
That
joke.
I is
What
a pronoun.
funny joke.
You didn't know that, did you?
Hilarious.
I is a pronoun.
Oh my God, I'm laughing.
Because
I'm
the word
laughing.
this is also technically a pronoun if you use it by itself. Wait, I just said you. Oh my God. Maybe pronouns are being shoved everywhere. Oops, all pronouns? Always has been. It's astonishing how these days a YouTube video about the failures of mainstream entertainment can be considerably more entertaining than mainstream entertainment. You know what? In a vacuum, I agree with this comment actually. This over woke crap any day. Okay, I don't agree with all of the comments, but you know. I haven't seen a single one of these shows. I must be living my life right. You know, the funny thing is I haven't really seen any of these things either. Like, what are things that people are constantly complaining about being woke? The Witcher, apparently. I know a lot of AAA video games get that description, but I don't really play AAA video games for the most part. As I said, I'm not super into Marvel, so I guess technically I am also living my life right. Maybe that's why I don't get it. You know, I'm just not watching enough woke content to see why it's all so bad. Anyway, these videos are seriously getting weird. I mean, obviously they've been weird this entire time, but let's find out why nobody likes woke characters. I think this is like the least
Okay,
Ooh,
so there's
ooh,
the guy.
It's
There's
a
the
guy.
There's the guy in the thumbnail. We finally got him.
It's
We finally
good.
got them. Yeah,
What's his
So
name?
is he actually-
it's cut off. You can't see the whole name.
I know. So
Indy Mo.
is he actually gonna watch this video for more than like 10 seconds?
Let's see.
inflammatory title in my recommended right now, which is sad.
The reason why nobody likes woke characters is because they are not written as people first, but as checklists for idiots who only see people for their skin color or sexual identity.
Ah, I see. But do you notice how people like this never actually draw a distinction between what counts as writing somebody as a checklist for sexual identity and just a character happening to be gay? Where are the guardrails? You can't just point your finger.
They never talk about the difference, Sitch. Never.
This retard, this fucking massive R-slur retard. He clicks on this guy's video. Okay, he goes to literally the last 10 seconds of it, where he's just he's summarizing the entire video and goes, you know, I don't think he fleshed out that argument enough. What? Watch the last 10 seconds. What the fuck?
It's so weird. Everyone, that's all they talk about.
Oh my God.
I can't imagine the anti-woke videos being as popular as they are if they didn't talk about this stuff. That's
No.
like the whole topic.
I
The
know.
whole topic is whether or not it's like a game. Is this woke or is this not woke? Oh, look, well, you've got a gay character here, but it is kind of well written, right? You've
Mhm.
got like some lesbian action going on in the House of Dragon, right? But it seems appropriate and well placed, right? It adds intrigue to the characters.
Well, I don't know if it worked in House of the Dragon.
It totally worked in House. What are you talking about? Of
Dude, that
course it
like
did.
the random lesbian characters, like, where did this fucking come from?
Oh man.
You know,
I
it's
just
funny.
thought, look, power is intoxicating, Sitch. That's what that scene is all
okay.
about.
Well, they actually said that that wasn't even in the script.
I know that
the actresses were just like, let's just be gay, and they're like, all right, I guess. And I was like, oh, is that a good idea? You probably should have, wrote that, written that into the script or something.
Look at this, just the sexual tension between the actors. They're like, look, we got to make out. But the cameras are running. Yeah, let's do it. Anyway, it worked. Okay. Sitch is wrong.
It's funny. I opened this video that he's, critiquing. And in the first section, he's talking about Ray.
Mhm.
And he's talking about like the exact fucking thing that idiot retard Angelo is criticizing here about how
They never talk about the difference.
yeah, like what exactly is the specific problem? And he's saying that it was, unfortunate because he thinks that the character of Ray had a lot of potential, okay, which obviously he wouldn't say if he just hates women. And, he feels bad for Daisy Ridley that she had to act in this slop.
Yeah.
And then he even has a section called good characters, and he goes over good characters, that are, quote, diverse characters, and explains why they work.
Fenn could have been amazing. The whole Fenn storyline they've dropped the ball on.
Well, I think they
Big
both could have been
time.
amazing. I think it's a very interesting had to have these two characters, one who's been brainwashed as a stormtrooper and the other who's lived a life alone scavenging. I mean, that's rife with conflict and intrigue, and for just retarded reasons, they Disneyfied the characters and they removed, there's no reason to give a character a traumatic backstory if it doesn't affect who they are as a person.
Yeah, totally. Yep. Worked for Star-Lord.
It seems like this whole video is just very much answering this exact question that, D'Angelo's complaining about. So either A, he literally didn't watch the video, he actually just went to the end of it, or he's
he
just
did
a
watch the
lying piece
whole
of
video.
shit. So,
And he edited all that out because obviously it completely goes against his argument.
Yeah.
He started this video. He was like, okay, we all know these anti-woke people are just racist. So this will be an easy video for today. I'll go in, I'll find a bunch of examples of them being racist. I'll just post it on my channel. It'll get 1 million views. I'll make a few grand. It'll be a day. It'll be great. Then he's like, oh shit, there's no fucking racism in these videos. What the fuck?
Right.
So he's getting angrier and angrier. He's like, damn it. I'm just gonna have to read the comments in these videos.
I know.
Maybe I could find some racism down here in the comments for my video.
Here, let me
Look,
play a
a
part.
new day has dawned.
I know.
People are over race. Sorry, D'Angelo. Nobody gives a fuck about racism anymore. It's boring.
What's up, everyone?
Let me play a part of this.
Oh, here it
video
is.
here. It's
Okay,
kind of
good.
interesting.
We finally know.
Okay. This is the video that he's complaining about.
Mion. Indy
Into the
Mion.
ideology and color of some of interest or a half-shaved haircut spider person will have as much impact as the greats they so desperately cling on to. Because in the end, the ideology and color of someone is just that, it's skin deep. No one race or group is inherently evil or lesser simply due to the pigment of their skin, and each person should be judged based on their own character instead. But when your character's defining traits are their body fat index being high or what they're attracted to, it's no wonder these ideas are dead on arrival. So reject the modern nonsense of today and embrace real, actual well-written media. Go read Punk Rock Jesus or The Legend of Luther Strode. Play games with fun characters like in Resident Evil 4 and enjoy movies where the people involved actually care about the legacy they're building on. And the reason why nobody likes woke characters is because they are not written as people first, but as checklists for idiots who only see people for their skin color or sexual identity. And in the words of Master Yoda himself,
"That is why you fail."
Okay,
That's so
listen. So
good.
he literally cuts off like the first part of what he's saying
Yeah.
to clip him in a dishonest way, and then ask the very question that the video is kind of answering. Shocking, but not
Yeah.
really.
No. This narrative has to live, Sitch, even if they have to
What's
do
up,
it
everyone? It's indeed.
dishonestly. Oh, you want me to do hit the back button?
Yeah,
I did
yeah.
it.
Today's entire video in a single word, it would be
Vapid. We already talked about this.
Rash. I would say retarded. You can go with that, but I'm gonna say retarded.
Okay.
Look at this. Look at this face pause game right here.
Oh yeah, look. D'Angelo's puckering up for you, wants to give you a nice
There
big
you go.
smooch. He's like, I've been mean to white people. Here, let me give you a kiss, Sitch.
There you go.
I'll make it up to you. Let me rub your back.
No, that's the face he makes when he's getting ready to shit out a video of this quality. Okay.
Oh, it is. This is him planning his next video.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, I there's a little bit of a glass house situation going on here when we're talking about lazy content.
I mean, because I guess
that
we reacted to it. That's true.
I want to
So.
steer clear of. Look, I'm in favor of lazy content. I am, but just not dishonest content.
Well, there's two ways of like if he was doing lazy content, he's actually just watching something and talking about it, adding something to it, right? I guess you could say maybe that's lazy content, but at least he's adding something. But this isn't that. This is literally him watching 10 seconds of video saying, this video's stupid and racist. Let me look at the comment section. Look at all these stupid and racist. This confirms my predisposed beliefs about these people. Fuck them.
Yep. This
Point your
confirms my racist beliefs.
It's just like insane. It's insane.
finger at any lesbian in a TV show and be like, hey, that woke, you were just put there to attract the lesbians, question mark. I don't understand the rules of woke. I'm trying to understand woke ideology so I can hate it with everyone else. But it just feels like you guys are complaining about the existence of people who don't look or act exactly like you. While
He keeps doing this thing where he zooms in on the white people.
Yeah,
that guy even looks Hispanic to me.
I know.
I mean, what's going on here?
I mean, it is super. This guy's super racist, retard, piece of shit too. He's like, do this like fake. Oh, I'm just trying to understand. I'm not going to watch your actual video. I'm just going to call you a racist.
He's not.
I'm literally not going to watch your video. I'm just going to bring up a picture of you and call you racist. This is like insane. This is next level. Like we've covered a lot of bread tubers, a lot of socials. This might be the bottom of the bar of just like shit YouTuber, like literally the dumbest, laziest piece of shit, trash, racist YouTuber that we've ever covered, ever.
Yeah. This video was totally insane to me.
Yeah. We've never just had someone be like, usually, you know, when the red tubers, they talk, like, at least they're saying some stupid shit. They're saying some wacky shit, but at least they're trying, right? At least they're pulling out some sort of Marxian critical theory analysis bullshit, right? At least they're trying. Like this guy's just like, look at a picture of his face. He's white, racist. Blah, 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 blah. And you're like, what the fuck is this? How is this content on YouTube? Meanwhile, he's like, oh, all these people, they're just complaining that there's non-white people on their in their media. Meanwhile, I'm just gonna complain about all these white YouTubers.
Right.
being validated by the occasional minority in the comments or even people pretending to be minorities. Let's fight racism by creating characters that we reduce to their sex and skin color. It's crazy, really. I am literally not even saying that this doesn't happen, but
he keeps doing it. He keeps
He's
like, wow, this guy's got a point.
I know. He keeps saying, I agree with what this guy said, but he's a racist. So I agree in the non-racist way for different reasons.
Yeah.
am I supposed to think that it's a coincidence that this only ever gets applied to characters who are not white, straight, the default, etc.? I don't think I've ever seen somebody say like, ugh, that character is just so straight. Like they were literally just written to be a romantic interest for the main character to validate the straightness. I've never really seen that criticism. Have you guys? I don't know. I don't know why they made that character a man.
Wait a minute. I've literally seen that criticism constantly. That is the base criticism from all the woke people. That is what created all this. They say, oh, all these characters that exist in media are intentionally white straight males in order to reinforce the patriarchy and racism in our society.
Yeah,
That's
to
the entire
cater to white
argument.
straight males. Yeah,
Right. Yeah.
exactly. To cater to that audience.
Right.
I feel like they just did that so that men would watch it, you know? No one has ever said this. So
No one.
No.
No one. I mean,
No
you
one.
said this at the beginning of the video, Sitch.
No.
I just feel like it's kind of not crazy of me to point out that this all feels very one-sided. Nobody likes woke characters, quote unquote, because y'all are just not really rocking with minorities, if we're being honest. And
We're just being honest, Sitch. Just being honest here, okay?
Listen,
You're a big fat racist.
what you don't know is that like when he's not filming, he puts on, you know, the Professor X Cerebro cap and he like reads the minds. Remember when like Professor X, you know,
Oh,
when
yeah.
Captain Picard would put on
Oh,
the little
yeah,
helmet
of
and
course.
he would like hold his head and you'd have like the map of all the humans and he could like go through all their thoughts, right?
Yeah.
He's doing that, but it's all the anti-woke YouTubers and he's just like they're racism and he's like looking into every he just looks in the mind of every person with an anime avatar and then just goes inside and all he sees is like images of people in KKK hoods and like Fuda porn. And he's like, the racist degenerate anime YouTubers.
It's sad.
I mean,
It's
it
like
is.
It's like a negative reinforcement loop too, because he goes out and he's like racist as can be, right? And he gets
Right.
a bunch of backlash from it. And he just assumes that it's all people being racist against him.
Yeah.
It's like a total negative spiral.
Well, we've got like, do you remember there's that classic feminist comic from like, I don't know, like 2014, 2016.
Oh
where
yeah. With the
it's-
shit.
Yes, the feminists throwing the shit
Yep.
bag like over the wall, and then they throw the shit bag back, and they're like, "Oh, the sexist!" Like we've gone back. This is just that, but with racism
Yes,
now.
totally. Yeah.
Yes.
All the responses to this video will be like, oh, imagine my shock. I was racist and people were racist back to me.
Who could have
Oh,
predicted
okay.
such an outcome?
Look, all those, I'm sure a bunch of those people are anonymous too, obviously, because they're going to give in kind. That's the way the internet kind of works. It's like most people who get a bunch of garbage thrown at them, you know, they're doing weird, crazy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Just be a normal human being. To stop calling everyone racist. Or stop being a big fucking racist, right?
I know.
not crazy of me to point out that this all feels very one-sided. Nobody likes
there's one of these
woke
comments I wanna
characters, quote unquote.
Congratulations, Jar Jar Binks. It's no longer the most hated character in the Star Wars universe.
Because y'all are just not really rocking with minorities.
Yeah.
If we're being honest. And sure, people like this will take examples of what they consider to be strong female characters, for example, or like gay characters who don't annoy them. And they'll be like, see, we don't really actually hate like all the people in these groups. If you write them this a very specific way, we will never complain about it. But I just want to know where we draw the distinction. See, we've got anime.
Look, this guy does media analysis. He doesn't know what makes a good character and what makes a bad character.
He doesn't know.
Very interesting.
Profile picture number 50,000 saying their problem with woke characters is their focus on their identity is not a replacement for a personality. And so I'm curious, I've mentioned being black and race and a bunch of stuff in this video multiple times. Do you guys think I'm doing that in place of a personality?
Yes.
When do I get to opt out of this?
Yeah. Anything else?
Yes.
Anything else?
You know what I mean? When does a character get to just exist, be gay, for example, say that they're gay, and then it doesn't count as making it a replacement for their personality? I don't understand. One would think people like this would be happy.
Storytelling is a completely different situation, though, because look, we both saw Beetlejuice recently, and I mean, they weren't, you know, cramming a bunch of diverse characters into that movie, but it fucking sucked. It was boring as fuck, right?
You're right.
Like they had bad characters with no motivation. Half the movie, nobody even wanted anything or was trying to accomplish anything. I'm like,
right.
Why am I watching this movie? What is going on?
That's
right?
true. Beetlejuice was not good, but also was not woke.
Yes. Yeah.
Fear of characters existed and were specific, you know, identities, and nobody in the show ever acknowledged it ever. That's really not how things work. You know what I mean? Again, I just wish people would say what they mean. Say that you get
Wait,
an
hold on. I gotta listen to this a little bit more closely here.
gay, and then it doesn't count as making it a replacement. When do I get to opt out of this? You know what I mean? When does a character get to just exist, be gay, for example, say that they're gay, and then it doesn't count as making it a replacement for their personality? I don't understand. One would think people like this would be happier if characters existed and were specific, you know, identities, and nobody in the show ever acknowledged it ever. That's really not how things work. You know what I mean? Again, I just wish people would say what they mean. Say that you get annoyed when people
Okay, I'm so confused as to, like, he's saying not like, it's like a
Contradictory
nonsensical point.
things, yeah.
Completely contradictory. Because when he's like, oh, you know, these people would complain if there was a character who was gay, but like the show didn't focus on it. But then he immediately says, but that's not the way life works. Like, so is he implying that you have to focus on it, or that the show has to focus on a character if they're gay, as opposed to just them just being gay and it's not really like brought up or talked about?
He doesn't really say. So
We doesn't say like much of anything in this fucking video.
yeah.
bring it up. But no, including characters like this are naturally divisive because obsession over identity has been a huge problem for this species to overcome, especially in
Buzz Lightyear was a movie that had the gay character in it that wasn't necessarily in it as a gay character. The story wasn't about having a gay character, but a lot of people complained that it was woke. There was like a big controversy over whether it was woke or not.
Right. That's sort of
I
the
think-
problem with this environment, is that if there is any character that's gay or race swapped or gender swapped, the assumption is, well, it's done for some sort of political agenda driven reason, even if it wasn't.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
you get annoyed when people bring it up, but
It's tough because people have different sensibilities. And obviously in storytelling, there's an economy of focus going on, and you're trying to drive focus to the important aspects of the story so that you can like hit those points, right? And so, you know, obviously sometimes there's some misdirection going on. But when you have just something that obviously is going to be an attention grabber, right? These characters are gay or flamboyant or whatever, however you want to call it. And that is not an important focus of the story, then I as a writer, I'm going to start thinking, okay, well, people are going to think this is an important aspect of the story, right? They're going to think this is the gun, the close-up of the gun on the mantle here, right?
Right.
And if that doesn't come into play, you're like, well, what the fuck? You just had that close-up of the gun on the mantle, and it's completely meaningless. It doesn't have anything to do with the story. Why'd you put that in there? So there is that conflict that's going on. And I understand that people, and look, I somewhat agree with this. It's like, you want to live in a society where you can have a gay couple in the script, and it's not like the gun on the mantle. You're not going like, what's up with the gay couple, right?
Right.
Like you're not completely taken out of the story by it. But then there are a lot of writers who they have this mentality in Hollywood that they're like, we have to really make it stand out. We have to like shock the audience into acceptance of this. And fuck storytelling. Like it's more important that they're shocked into this mentality because we're going to change society in this way. Movies have the power to change society in like a big way, like Will and Grace did. We want to be the next Will and Grace, and we're going to do it through shocking people, which I think they have a bad strategy.
Well, I think this is the difference between the liberal ideology and the woke leftist ideology, because the liberal ideology was the sort of, Will and Grace situation where you can have gay characters, but it's supposed to be like in the service of showing that gay people can assimilate into what we would consider normative society, and are not scary or threatening or here to replace society or destroy anything, right? That was sort of the liberal conception. You can have non-white people and non-heterosexual people assimilate to society, and society will continue to function and all is well. And then you have the woke idea, which is no, normal society, heteronormative society is evil and does need to be destroyed. And so you can't just have a character assimilate, because if they do, like that's a character giving into the evils of the system in the first place.
That's such a great point.
They have to make a big deal about the character. Like look at, you look at like the original Matrix trilogy. That movie had like a fucking shit ton of black people in it.
Oh, of
And the
course,
movie
yeah.
never points it out. And it's just like, and when I saw the movie like a million years ago when it came out, I didn't even fucking think about like that this was a super diverse movie. It didn't even like occur to me until like all the woke stuff happened and I rewatched the movie and I was like, oh wow, this movie is like really diverse. And it never gets brought up. And I feel like, I mean, I don't think it came up in the sequel, but if the like original Matrix was made today, like could those movies even be made without them somehow shoehorning in some comment about, diversity or racism in the Matrix or something, like even though it wouldn't even make sense in the world outside the Matrix because they're all just humans trying to not get killed by robots, right? I feel like they'd have to just shoehorn it in somehow because otherwise people would get like the woke people would get mad about it.
Yeah, that's such a great point. The intuition was normativity was good back in the Will and Grace days, and now normativity is seen as toxic, right?
Yes,
Being
right.
normal is bad. We need to abolish normativity and make a brand new normal.
Right.
That's
It
probably
was,
why so many of these movies fail.
yes. The difference is it's acceptance versus revolution. The liberal
Yes.
conception was
Oh, that's
acceptance,
good.
and the leftist woke conception is revolution.
That's so good.
And it's
Yeah.
annoying because these people like D'Angelo, and I mean, I don't know what like I don't know what his political leanings are. He could just be like a normie retard, Zoomer kid that has such a shallow awareness or understanding of any of this stuff and just likes an aesthetic vibe, which is kind of my
Yeah, that's what's
guess
going
here,
on. That's totally
right?
what's going on. With a
And
bit
so,
of anti-white racism, obviously.
right,
So,
right. But it's like I don't think he has any deep thoughts or feelings about any of this stuff. He's
no.
just kind of going along with what his peers are doing. So,
Sure. Yeah.
but then that's the problem, is that there is this complete gap or divide between sort of the liberal and the leftist woke. And it's just when you talk to people, even when we talk to liberals, because of like Trump and other stuff, they like refuse to really acknowledge that this is a thing and that it's a problem, and we need to do something about it. I mean, I guess the acknowledgement started to occur the last couple of years. So I guess we'll see. It's all been kind of tapped down now because of the election is the all, consuming focus for everyone now, but we'll see what happens after the election.
Well, I mean, obviously, if Trump wins,
Right.
it's going to be a
That will,
completely different outcome than if
if
Kamala,
Kamala, that's true. Yeah,
our
we'll
first
see.
black woman president, wins.
We'll see. Yeah.
Let's be real. Like a lot is going to happen in November.
Mm-hmm.
So it's either the rise of white supremacy, or it is, obviously the revolution has come.
Right.
Yeah.
No, including characters like this are naturally divisive because obsession over identity has been a huge problem for this species to overcome, especially in recent years. Especially in recent years, my guy. Could I direct you to, I don't know, all of human history? There's truly just nothing wrong with mentioning your identity at all. Guess what? Some people are gonna put their pronouns in their bio, Some people may mention facts about themselves when nobody asked. This is normal human behavior, raging and ranting at it whenever it happens. Isn't. Number two, they are.
And so, like, this is so fucking stupid. This is so mind-numbingly retarded. My political aesthetic that only existed in the last like 6 years of the world, that's totally normal human behavior.
Right.
But your thing, your human behavior that you're talking about, that's the weird thing, right? My new thing, that's the completely standard normal thing. God, I can't tell if he actually believes this or this is all just propaganda.
I think he believes it.
I'm banking on that he's just retarded.
Yeah. I think so too.
I gotta watch some of this other guy's content. Is all of his content this level of retardation, of just this so shallow stupidity?
Not sure. I kind of perused some of his other channels.
often self-inserts set to replace established characters. Self-inserts like you showed can be good characters, but bringing one into an established franchise usually means the attempt to steal the reins and attention of that franchise. Oh my god. I really hope that by reading enough of these comments, that specific attitude I'm trying to get at is jumping out here. They're stealing the reins. They're stealing our attention. They hate men. They hate gamers. You know, male and pale. They. Just say it. I actually think that is my #1 problem with anti-woke YouTube. I would genuinely be more comfortable if people would just say what they meant. I can't explain to
Look, it's all that secret racism, Sitch.
Yeah.
All this secret racism. They don't care because the stories are bad. They care because black people are in them. Oh my God, it's so obvious. I mean, he literally said in this video that he didn't like watching shows that had an all-white cast. Right? Why'd you say that, huh? Why did you say that? It made you feel uncomfortable? You didn't like that? You were like,
I
oh
didn't like
man, I'm
that, yeah.
surrounded by white people here.
No, scary.
Holy
It's
shit.
threatening. Yeah.
Ouch.
you why that's my biggest pet peeve when it comes to this style of content, but it really is. I don't care how many examples you can find to support your argument. Got Ghosts of Yote again, pro-woke defenders, and you
He's like, life was so much easier when everyone was just openly racist. Now no one's racist now. I gotta dig and read between the lines. So much work for me.
There's an interesting irony here. I don't know how old this person is. They seem
20,
young, right?
yeah.
They seem like they're in their early 20s. And it's kind of interesting if you have the situation where you have people who are in their mid 20s or 30s or early 40s are like, okay, I don't like the direction that politics has gone in the last 8 years. I want to go back to what it was like before that, what they grew up with. And then you have like the new Zoomers who literally grew up in the wokest time ever. Like, I don't like the direction politics are going. I want to go back to what it was like when I was a kid and everything was hyper woke.
Yeah, it's so much of it is an aesthetic. So they grew up with Barack Obama as president. It was like the first president they knew.
Right.
Ubisoft. Yes,
I don't
woke K.
Look, we've had some disagreements. Some of our audience leans right, and a lot of people on the right think Obama was the most divisive president in human history. I completely disagree. Like all the examples people show me of Obama being divisive are like, what? What are you talking about?
Right.
Especially in an age like today when you've got politicians that are, I mean, so divisive, right? Obviously, AOC is, I mean, you watch some of her videos and she's just openly racist, right? I never saw that kind of open racism from Obama. So I think their perception is a little off.
Woke backlash. Woke sweet baby activists. I'm sorry, but if literally every single day you have an example of this, you are creating this narrative. You want this to be true. They hate us, you say in this thumbnail so plainly. This is genuinely insane, unhinged content.
I mean, I wish you would respond to the headlines, the anti-white headlines. I mean, there's a pretty good argument to make. Look, he is making the same exact argument. He's saying, look, society hates black people. Society hates gays and lesbians. That's his argument, right?
Right. Yeah. He's saying your argument that there's anti-white racism or anti-male sexism, that can't be true because I know the truth is that they all hate the non-whites and the non-males.
Right.
That's his entire argument. And, it's interesting because I actually watched the They Hate Him video right there with Goku on it. And they're talking about how when Akira Toriyama died, like the day that he died, legendary, anime creator, mangaka creator of Dragon Ball Z and other, properties that were highly influential. There's someone that made a tweet. They were saying like, oh, Akira Toriyama, made some like both the greatest black characters and the most racist black characters in Dragon Ball Z. This is the day that he died. And then that guy who said that literally got a job working on one of the Dragon Ball Z video games.
Wow.
And you're like, what the fuck? What the fuck's going on here?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I won't be buying any games that push propaganda. My brother in Christ, you are on a propaganda channel right now. Oh my God. I'm sorry, but anti-woke content is literally propaganda. I hope that that's not a hot take. And it's really
That is definitely a hot take. I mean, especially since you haven't really made any argument how it's propaganda, how it's
Well, I don't.
untrue, how it's
Right.
false. Yeah.
Right. Well, I don't know. Maybe he has the weird Hassan definition of propaganda.
Oh, or propaganda is like basically advertising.
Yeah, anything is. I don't know. He probably is a big Hassan content consumer, so maybe he does.
Yeah. I think generally when people talk about propaganda, they talk about some form of media that's pushing a message that is factually untrue. I think
Yes, that
that's what
is the
people
normal.
mean. Yeah.
That's what most people think when they
By
hear the term
propaganda.
propaganda.
And when
Yeah.
he's saying it, he's saying all of these channels, they're pushing a message that the media is bad because there's bad writing or bad storytelling. But really, they just hate black people and gay people. And they don't want any black people and gay people in any of their movies. That's the real narrative. And he's here to expose that narrative for you. He's here to tell you that all these people who are making all this content, all these people who are responding in the comments, all these people who are playing these video games and feeling that weird feeling that, wow, these people really seem to hate white straight males. And I am a white straight male. They're getting the message loud and clear. So all those people are just delusional. That's what he's saying to you guys. You're delusional.
It's
You're
funny
delusional.
that when someone who is not white says that they're experiencing racism or if they're not male
Right.
sexism, and if you say, "Oh, well, you know, like, what do you mean? Can you explain that? Can you quantify that in some way?" They say, "How dare you ask someone to explain their experience? You just have to listen and believe their personal stories, right? Their personal anecdotes. You just
Oh
have to
yeah, of course.
accept it."
That's a racism right there. When
Right,
you
yeah.
ask for some sort of
Yes.
evidence. Yeah.
Right. If you don't accept it, you're racist. But then if a white person is like, "Listen, I feel like this is racist or sexist against me as a male," it's like, "Oh yeah, whatever. Can you prove that?" You know, sure, 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 sure. Like it's a complete hypocrisy.
Right. Can you prove if Kyle Rittenhouse was black, he would have never gotten charged?
Yeah.
Can you prove if the Covington kids were black that nothing would have been made of it?
Right.
Yeah. No, I can't.
really funny that these people are complaining about the existence of certain characters being divisive. This content exists only to divide people. Dear God, the anime profile pictures are even making it into the YouTube thumbnails. Insider.
Look, it's like it only exists to be divisive. They're responding to a situation where the mainstream media, who is like basically in control, you'd say that they are the ones, they're the ones making this content that they're responding to. They're responding to their divisiveness. If that media wasn't divisive, there would be no reason to respond.
No.
How can this be so backwards here?
Well, and I don't even so they bring up this example of this YouTuber. I never seen their content. Rev says Des. And they're talking about Joker 2 flopping after mocking fans' original film. Okay.
Right.
Which, first of all, I've heard lots of people, I haven't seen the movie yet. A lot of people have said similar things. I don't think that has anything to do with wokeness, to my understanding.
I think we're going to go see it tomorrow, right? You were saying.
I'm going to go see it. I'm going to try to see it tomorrow.
Sounds like
so
a
I don't know if
maybe.
you know this.
Oh,
but
I guess maybe we'll see it tomorrow.
Well, okay. So there's a giant hurricane coming for Florida.
Oh, okay. Well, oh man. So that might make it difficult.
Well,
Sitch is in a movie theater and the fucking ceiling lifts up.
Like lifts off. Yeah, no. So there's a big ass hurricane coming. It's supposed to hit on Wednesday. Unlike last time, I'm pretty sure it's gonna hit where I live.
Oh
and
my
so
God.
Probably
No.
not gonna have power for streaming on Wednesday or Thursday, I assume.
Wow.
So we'll see what happens.
Oh my God. I believe in climate change now, Sitch.
There you go.
It's affecting me personally.
Right, yeah. There you go. Finally, finally climate change is affecting you. So
I hate this.
So, but if I can prepare in time and everything, then I'll watch Joker if I can on Monday or Tuesday and stream on Tuesday if I have the time or ability to do so.
Okay. I guess you're basically just running from a hurricane, so that's what's going to be
Well,
top
I'm not
priority.
running. I'm gonna bunker
Get in
down.
your car and oh, really? You're sticking around, huh?
Sticking around, yeah.
Okay.
Anime profile pictures are even making it in.
I just this whole thing stinks of this abolitionist movement is so divisive. Well, I mean, isn't slavery the thing that was divisive? Like they're basically fighting against bullshit.
Into the YouTube thumbnails. Insider exposes Ubisoft's woke agenda. I can't believe we are making anime girl anti-woke content.
Some crazy rumors going out about this game, and honestly, they seem pretty believable.
Wow, we're talking about rumors again because, again, nothing truly supports this worldview that you have. God, this is so funny. And once again, I'm not saying that there's nothing to criticize about the new Assassin's Creed Shadows game, because unlike these people, I'm happy to admit, I don't know what I'm talking about. I've never played Assassin's Creed. Maybe there are mistakes. No, I am purposely not engaging with this content deep enough to understand what they're talking about, but I don't think I actually have to entrench myself in this woke industrial complex to say that woke moderators.
So you love how insipidly egotistical shithead retard this YouTuber is. And I guess his audience likes it. When he says, "I intentionally and purposely don't have to actually listen to your argument, and you're still wrong and racist."
Yeah.
Based on nothing, based on me not actually even listening to anything that you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah. Very dismissive, right?
Right.
People used to be dismissive like this of women.
Of course. Of course.
All kinds of marginal communities used to
That's
get this
right.
kind of dismissiveness. Oh, look, you're just a woman. You can't talk about this politics or anything like this. Are you kidding me?
And again, he even agrees that there's some problem with Assassin's Creed Shadows, which this is my reading it. Okay, so this guy is doing a whole bunch of mind reading. Okay, I'm going to do some big mind reading here.
Let's hear it.
I think he's fucking terrified of talking about Assassin's Creed Shadows because I don't know if you don't know the story here. So you have the Assassin's Creed franchise, which, you know, historically takes place in a bunch of different time periods all over the earth. And generally, whatever time period and location it takes place in, the main character is going to represent someone from that region. So
Yes.
takes
yeah.
place in Italy, they're going to be, you know, an Italian guy. Takes
Yeah.
place in the Middle East, they're going to be, you know, a Middle Eastern guy. And so there was controversy because you have Assassin's Creed game finally taking place in some time period of feudal Japan. So everyone goes, oh, okay, finally we're going to get our anime Japanese ninja assassin character. And they're like, just kidding, it's a black samurai. And people were like, the fuck? Like, what the hell? Like, what is going on here? And it was so obviously like this weird, like, diversity push in such a bizarre way. And it's funny because finally you have it. And this is why D'Angelo here is terrified. Because as long as the race swap, as long as the inserting of a character is at the expense of someone who's white, then that's totally allowed. That's totally acceptable. Everyone gives the thumbs up. But if it's a not white character, suddenly some people are going to be like, I have a problem with this. And so the Ubisoft retards didn't understand that. And so when they replace a Japanese person with a black person, which seems very fucking strange, not only do a lot of the Assassin's Creed fans go, what the fuck? But then, like, apparently a lot of Japanese people were like, whoa, this is super messed up. You know, not only are you kind of like replacing our history with this sort of like random black guy, but then also relying on shaky historical information about whether he was even really a samurai in the first place, just to kind of, you know, have like this weird diversity push in the middle of, you know, a feudal Japanese game.
Yeah, why? What was the impetus to not just give the fans what they wanted, what they were expecting?
Who the fuck knows?
No, it's obvious. Like
some producer somewhere is like,
fuck
we need
the
to
fans.
Right.
That's exactly what's going on. Fuck the fans.
Yeah. They say fuck the fans, or they say, oh, we need to push diversity in our game that's going to have like, you know, 95% or 100% Japanese people. I guess you got to put, you know, someone black in there because there's too many non-black people in one game.
Yeah. Sad. Very sad.
Could you imagine if like there was like the first Assassin's Creed game takes place in, you know, some African kingdom in like the 1500s or something.
Mm-hmm.
And they're
it's
like,
all white people.
The main character is like a white guy who, get this, a white guy who was captured and was enslaved by the Africans. And
Oh,
now
yeah.
he's like escaped his slavery. He's the main character of the Assassin's Creed, game that takes place in
Yeah.
Africa. Could you fucking imagine the reaction to that?
Oh, yeah. D'Angelo would make like 20 videos.
I know.
Be like, oh my God, finally, it's the racism I've been looking for my entire life.
Yep. Yep.
Here it is.
Destroy a company overnight. Japan is fed up with woke Westerners. Ghost of Yote Star is a woke activist. This is just very unserious content.
Oh my God, it's
They
so
say without
unserious.
watching any of it or understanding any, intentionally not watching it, intentionally refusing to even understand the argument.
Yeah. I mean, everyone's always complaining about cultural appropriation. I don't know how you can tell that story of the Assassin's Creed game and not think, is this cultural appropriation? Like, what's happening here?
100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
Especially when white people aren't even involved. It's like a
Yes.
beef between Japanese people and black people. We're just casual spectators in all this.
Right. Right.
Yeah. But I bet all those game developers were white dudes. I bet they were.
Mm-hmm.
White progressives. Oh, look, I've got some guilt I have to work off here in my game developer studio gig.
You know what I mean? Me trying to engage with it deeply would actually be a mistake on my part. But let's see what's on my homepage. Hopefully no slurs
Look, engaging with the content would actually be bad
this time. Got racist video, F your pronouns once again. Dear God, stop writing characters like this. Also, wait a second. Why is this literally my entire page? Why is YouTube not showing me anything that is not this? Even on my
Oh, and here it is. Here it is. The alt-right pipeline argument again. Oh God. They're recycling this. So tired and
We're
old.
back.
Yeah.
actual recommended, I at least get some variety. See, like this is not an anti-woke video, I'm fairly certain, but you're putting it next to the based conservative. Black professor accidentally proves anti-white double standard. Oh God. And so it's like every piece of information I'm being fed, no matter who it's coming from, can play into this worldview I've created. I have actually created my own worst reality in which people hate me because I'm a man and I like video games, and I didn't have to search for anything. I have no search history on this account. I've technically never actually looked for anything. Woke comedians aren't funny. Hollywood fears YouTubers. Bro, no, they don't. They do not care about us. Professors had enough of okay, wow. I had this video concept because I told myself, you know what? I don't want to like purposely make it seem like YouTube is like this. I don't want to influence it to be like this and then complain about it being a problem. But no, YouTube is literally like this. I'm not skipping like any videos. The vast majority of this is anti-woke content. This is the meta.
How dare YouTube actually recommend videos of a political idea that I disagree with? Disgusting. Disgusting. They should just be banned and eliminated from YouTube entirely.
That's so sad because he doesn't even understand the disagreement. He doesn't go into it at all in the video.
No.
And he's completely oblivious to it. He's like, oh my God, I stepped outside of my bubble and I didn't like what I saw.
No, I didn't actually see much. I just kind of like quickly like turned the light on and looked at a bunch of titles and then turned the light off again and ran away. Right?
Yeah.
I didn't actually watch any of these videos. God, no, of course, I'm not going to actually listen to what any of the arguments are, what anyone says in any of these videos. That would be insane. That's how
Yeah.
you catch the racism. I don't know if you know that, Adam. You catch the racism because you watch one of these videos and it just goes through the internets into your ear holes and suddenly you put on a Klan hood.
Well, that would be a bit extreme, but
That's what happens. That's how the pipeline works.
these are the same people that are calling conservatives anti-intellectual, right? Anti-science.
Right.
Okay.
This is part of the meta now. If you would like to start a new channel. Wait, this person literally has like a cancel the rainbow profile picture. Is this not kind of an alarming profile picture, or am I overreacting here? I don't know. Oh, they put a slur in their thumbnail too. Wow. Bro, this is genuinely crazy.
Wait, I was looking away. What was the slur?
Is this not
What do you think the slur was? Retard? God.
Was it
kind
just
of an
retard
alarming
again?
profile
Of
picture, or am I
course.
overreacting here? I don't know. Oh, they put a slur.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be something,
No.
spicy or.
Retard is the one that everyone's like, some people see it as a slur, most people do not. So that's the one that they're
Okay.
really trying to move the needle on. They love it when people give in to their whims. So they're really hitting it hard on the retard. People are really fighting back and winning, and they just can't stand that. They're like, damn it, we've lost all our social power.
Mhm.
People can't be shamed into stop saying retard anymore. We've overstepped.
Slur in their thumbnail too. Wow. Bro, this is genuinely crazy. This is genuinely crazy.
Bro, this is so crazy. Oh, genuinely.
Bro.
Oh, I'm so freaked
Bro.
out. Oh my God,
Bro,
look at
so
this. Oh,
crazy.
look. I saw a video. Oh, scary. Oh, crazy.
I mean,
These videos. Oh my God.
the only thing that's crazy is like this person's account that he brought up. They have one video that's got 1.6 million views, and then all the other videos
Have nothing?
have very low views. Yeah.
Oh, okay. They got one.
Well, I'm looking at
one
the screen
banger.
here. They brought it up. Yeah.
D'Angelo gets close to 1 million views on every single video, and he uploads daily videos. So,
Yeah, and that's why they're all this like quality slop.
of course,
He doesn't have
look,
time to actually have thoughts.
if I was
Basically.
raking it in like that, I'd be like doing it too. So, no hate here.
Consume more content.
Roll it in. Bring it in.
Anyway, can't wait to see all of the videos disagreeing with this one by the end of the week. I'm
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're not going to watch them. You're not going to
No.
respond to
He'll
them.
look at the title and go, racist. Look at this. This Sitch character, he's got a black avatar. Do you think he's actually black? No, racist. Look at that Adam guy. Look at him. He's white. Racist.
But look, Sitch is Jewish, you fucking anti-Semite piece of shit.
Oh, there he's we got him. We got him.
Okay.
sure I've said many things that you could take out of context in this video and make me sound crazy. Nobody hates men, says YouTuber. Gamers aren't depressed, claims woke, pandering, grifter. But truly, I hope that anybody who does react to this video and actually consumes this content understands my point. Regardless.
Yeah, we do. We totally understand your point.
Your stupid point of I'm gonna attack a bunch of people as racist and not watch a fucking minute of their content. You literal piece of shit.
Your point is, look, I can get rich on YouTube by just being a vapid piece of garbage.
Right. He's just mad. You know, it's so funny. All the people he's criticizing do way more work than this guy does.
Way more thinking, way more thought power. Yeah.
There's lots of like lazy anti-woke, you know, churn them out daily content.
Is
and
there?
Even
I don't
there
see
is.
that
There
content.
is. And even that content has got more going on in it than this of just let me look at thumbnails and just call people racist.
Well, the narrative I think is truer. I really do think it's truer, and they zero in on that whole diversity over merit.
Right.
And that's just an unsustainable arc, right? Obviously, I think the Acolyte is an interesting situation because it really does seem like everyone involved with that project was just hired because they had the right kind of politics, right? And they could do no wrong. This is Star Wars. Star Wars is unbreakable. Oh my God, you can do anything. You can shove any kind of activist political propaganda into Star Wars and people will just eat it up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wrong. Maybe not.
Maybe
Sorry.
Not.
A bridge too far, guys.
Of my individual statements or reactions. This is an unhinged way to consume content. It just really is. And then when these are the same people complaining about...
Look, I like to think about my content, Sitch. I watch videos because I find them intellectually stimulating.
Well, just focus on his argument here for a second. He's saying it's an unhinged way to consume content, which is that there's this like mill of content designed to say you as a white male are, you know, facing racism and sexism.
I
right?
know.
That's an unhinged content. Meanwhile, this entire video is saying just the opposite. You as a white male are the racist, sexist, and I, as a non-white male, non-straight white male, are the victim of your prejudice. So he's literally just mad that the anti-woke people are stealing his thunder.
His grift, yeah.
Right, yeah, stealing his grift, stealing his victim status from him. That's all he's mad about. He's like, how Dare you steal my greatest weapon of victimization away from me? You're unhinged.
I don't think they're playing into the victim status though, because obviously their ultimate goal is to change Hollywood, and they're like,
No, but
we're
he
winning.
perceives it through as if they are. That's how he perceives
Oh, of
it.
course he does. Of course he does, because that's the effective lens for him.
Right.
And look, so much of life is projection, and we all can fall into this trap that we just think other people are like exactly like us, thinking the exact same thoughts, just in different bodies, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he sees it as a victimization narrative, but I don't think they see it that way. I really don't. I think they see it as there is obviously some victimization going on if they're attached to these franchises and emotionally invested in them, and rich Hollywood elites come along and crap all over these characters that they've invested huge portions of their lives to. That does feel like a victimization situation. They're thinking, fuck, we're going to fight back. We're going to storm the castle. We're going to take these characters back and turn them back into something, we can be proud of as a society. I think that's the goal. They're not just wallowing in their victim narrative. Do you think that's what D'Angelo wants to do? Do you think D'Angelo's like, look, black people can achieve something. We can stand out. We can get past these negative stereotypes. Do you think that's what he's going for?
No.
No, of course not. Of course not. That's not the strategy here. The strategy here is, oh my God, the victimhood is running out and it's very lucrative.
About how like, oh, people are calling everything racist nowadays. You're triggered. You can't watch media without like, this is genuinely the behavior that people are saying everyone else does. Anti-woke content is a scourge. I already know people are going to say, you didn't actually watch any of the videos.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yes.
Look, he knows he's doing.
knows.
Look, you're doing wrong here.
Yep.
Look, you're totally admitting it.
He knows he's a grifter.
Why?
Yeah.
Why, D'Angelo? You could just watch a video. Try and engage on the actually. Never mind. You can't engage on the topic because actually they're making solid points. You said in your video you agree with most of them, so your audience will just get unhinged.
Yep.
Thank God for that. This is all just a lot more transparent than I feel like these people realize. It is so very obvious to anybody with eyes outside of this community that it is sustained not by the desire for good media, no, but by a hatred, honestly, for things that are outside of boxes that they try to put people in. Sure. And
The irony. The fucking irony. Oh my God.
Yeah. Look at this. Just the haters.
Yep.
include LGBT characters, but only if they're exactly like this. Yeah, I like these two black celebrities because they've never annoyed me when they talk about race. I can agree with them easily. And then throw in the victim complex.
They're like, look, you've got a black friend who's an actor. Look at this face, Sitch. My pause game is great.
That's pretty good. I'm impressed.
Of like, everyone hates us, but at the same time, we have all of this power and we have Hollywood shook. I don't know, but the way I
The irony. We just have to have a moment of silence for the
I
irony.
know.
The irony.
see it, if YouTube can promote like 50,000 videos a day of this in their algorithm, I think you guys are going to be fine from one man's rant about how I think this is all pretty silly. But yeah, that's what I'm competing with every single day I upload to this platform.
Wouldn't it be nice if those people were kicked off? It'd be so much easier for you.
Competing with, what does that even mean? I mean,
You're
the
not
same-
competing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's not
exactly.
competing with any of those people. Unless he's like, well, if they were all brainwashed to believe my nonsense, then, then I'd have more viewers.
Oh, I guess you're right. Wow.
Anyway, that's my take on the situation. Dave's take is that he sees a hole in the market for anti-woke content.
Oh, look, Dave is
Thanks, Dave.
Dave is literally the sculpture behind him.
Isn't that even the sculpture of David? The face does not look like the sculpture from the David sculpture.
Like Michelangelo's David.
I'm assuming that's why he's calling him Dave.
Yeah, I agree.
Explain that I think
He likes Michelangelo.
I mean, does he think all white sculptures look the same? The
Right.
bigot. The racist.
that's getting a little too into the weeds, but who knows? He has a channel now. Maybe he'll experiment. And I'm, of course, excited to hear your take on the situation. I mean, this is the part of the video where a layman would ask you to subscribe, like the video, and leave a comment, but I will ask you to enroll, evaluate the video, and submit your feedback. Because I am, of course, running a 100% completely, totally, all the way, okay, maybe not really, somewhat unaccredited university. Probably. Just ask anybody in the student body and they'll confirm it for you. We're totally legit. And as for me, whether you'll see me in 24 hours or 24 months is honestly anyone's guess, but until then, thanks for watching. Your homework for today is to not be woke. Try not to be a woman. Try really hard not to be a person of color. Don't even tell me that you woke up this morning. In fact, if you've already done that, you failed the assignment.
Infuriating.
Terrible.
Infuriating.
Yep.
I do hate the term woke. I think woke is way overused now, and everybody means different things. Now that people are using the woke right, it's like, oh man, okay, I'm done. Go ahead, I cut you off.
Well, I was gonna say the problem is it's a completely accurate term, and so just because it's overused, it's like, okay, well, I can't use the word anymore. Like racist is completely overused. Doesn't mean there's not like racist people out there.
It's true, yeah. But if you're saying woke people are out there, I mean, obviously there's conflict over what racist means as far, well, like what's a racist person.
Of course.
The woke people would say a racist person is someone who doesn't accept that unequal outcomes are systemic racism. But then a non-woke person would just think, well, racial supremacy is what racism is. There's a similar situation going on with woke, where people have a different definition. So,
yes,
I guess it's like radical progressive, stupid person, right? Dishonest.
Okay, so let's
we
watch.
Look at Hutch or
yeah. Okay, so this is peak YouTube. Okay, we're doing a react. Wait, we're doing a react to a react to a react. We're like 4 layers of react deep here.
Right.
Okay.
We're reacting to someone. So Asmongold, I would say Asmongold is pretty good on discerning what wokeness is. Like, he doesn't just come out and say, there's a gay character in this movie, this thing is fucking woke. Like, he's a little more discerning than that from what I've seen, but I haven't watched a lot of his content. What's your take?
Yeah, well, in this clip, I don't know if it's worth watching the Asmongold clip first and then watching this. Probably just worth watching it all as the combined reaction. I don't remember if Hutch plays the entire clip, but I agree with like 95% of what Asmongold is saying, and I think he says it, pretty well. And he talks about how, yes, there is an overuse of the term woke, but that doesn't mean that there isn't things that are actually what we would describe as woke, and those things are bad.
Right.
Okay. So I think he basically nailed it. And it's interesting to see. Hutch has a problem with this very centrist take on the whole situation.
Oh yeah, Hutch hates centrists.
Right. So this starts with, there's a debate between the Ackman and Andy Pants. Now, I haven't seen any of their, well, that's not true. I saw one Ackman video randomly that was about that video game Concord that failed. It had nothing to do with politics, to my understanding. And I was like, oh, okay. He just talks about how like the character designs are shitty and the game looks like shit. And I'm like, okay, seems about fair. And apparently he gets into this debate with this guy named Andy Pants. I haven't seen any of his content that's supposed to be about like wokeness in video games. And there's this big drama because apparently the debate did not go well for Andy Pants, and supposedly he deleted it from his channel or was silencing comments, or I don't know, doing something like that people were complaining about. So Ackman like re-uploaded it, and then Andy Pants wanted to try to get it removed from his channel. It's all this drama, whatever.
Wow,
so I go, okay,
look at this.
Right, there's like all this drama here. So I'm like, okay, I got to go watch this like debate. This is supposed to be a debate about like woke video games. I watched this debate.
It's so boring.
It's horrible. It's horrendous. I made it like halfway through. They like barely even talk about like 90% of the debate is just Andy Pants going like, "You're a liar. You've changed your views," and then Ackman going, "No, you're a liar. You've changed your views." And then them both just bringing up like past examples of them having different opinions about things. And I'm like, what?
Oh, wow.
Like it's not actually a debate about any sort of concept about wokeness or video games or anything like that. It's all just like these personal attacks. It's ridiculous. It's like the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
It's a debate over the character of each individual involved in the debate.
Right. I was like, what is this? Is total trash.
Wow.
Right. And so, but there's like one like minute, like it's like an hour-long debate, and there's like 1 minute of this debate that I think Asmongold is like reacting to. That's actually something of substance that he can, react to. But
Interesting. Okay.
The
Look,
thought
I
of people who use
have
the
a
word
question
woke
on the woke
and
thing.
you
what?
So if you look, I don't believe woke people actually believe this. It's like contested. So if you think putting diversity and inclusion above merit, I think a lot of anti-woke people would say that's woke. Like that's what they're pointing out is wokeness, right? When people are like, we can let the meritocratic standards slide because having a set number of black people in these positions is what's important, right?
Mhm.
That's what they're objecting to. But I think if you ask the woke people, do you think meritocratic standards can suffer because of diversity and inclusion? They would say, hell no. The reality of the situation is there's plenty of black people, lesbian people, whatever role you want to fill. Those people are just not being given the opportunity. And there's plenty of people who have the merit to be involved.
Right.
So like nobody's really addressing the real conflict between the two camps.
Well,
They
it's one
both
of these.
agree.
Yeah. Well, sort of, because it's one of these things that when you get into it, um, the argument will shift, because at first it's like, oh, well, the people are not hiring women, or they're not hiring non-white people because they're racist or they're sexist. And then when you sort of like dig into the numbers, or you try to, pull out specific examples, and they can't really bring it out, they say, well, I don't have to prove intention there because it's unintentional, systemic racism, right? The
Right.
system is somehow producing some unequal outcome. And then you get into this sort of argument about like, well, I'm not necessarily saying that the person who's not hiring them is racist. Maybe it's that society, because of historic racism, has, made it so that, disproportionately black people are growing up in underprivileged environments, and that's going to make it harder to achieve, levels of education in order to, be in certain jobs. And I
Right.
go, okay, well, first of all, if you acknowledge that, then you acknowledge that the issue isn't that the people doing the hiring decisions are just racist, which if that's the
Right.
case, then having these sort of quota systems, you have to acknowledge that having a quota system by definition means that you're lowering the standard, number one.
Right.
Okay. And number two, that means that the solution to the problem is not, oh, lower the standards for college, lower the standards to get these jobs. That's not the solution. The solution
Yeah.
is, okay, well, you need to figure out a way to raise up the communities in the first place, raise up
Fix
the
education system.
right,
Yeah.
attainment in these areas of the country in the first place that you want to raise up. That's the way to fix the problem, not to lower the standards at the end goal. That doesn't fix anything. That just brings everything down.
Right.
So
This is the thing though. If you dig in on any of these topics, I think you get both sides in complete agreement. It's like this weird situation where the woke side just wants to basically say, oh, racism everywhere. Right. And
Well,
the
what do you
anti-woke
mean by
side keeps
agreement?
pointing to this problem of the diversity over merit. And it's just completely, the debate never is really about that.
Well, it's I feel like it's like a version of hide the ball, because at first the woke side is like, again, they bring forward, there are a plethora of, diverse candidates that have the exact same level of skill, and they're just not being chosen for racist reasons. And then when that turns out not to be the case, the argument shifts
Right.
into
To
the
the
systemic,
education system is the problem.
right, to
And
the
we need to
systemic
fix
argument,
that. Right.
right? So
But even shifting to that, they're acknowledging, okay, well, the meritocratic problem needs to be dealt with. They're basically on the same page as the anti-woke people. They're saying we can't let merit standards suffer.
Well, it
That's where
depends
they're in
on who you're
agreement.
talking to, because on one hand, they are saying let the merit suffer because they're saying, oh, the way in their mind, the way to like fix there's two ways to think about this. There's number one, the people who think the way to fix the merit is to just allow people who to lower the standards and then they'll just like figure it out once they're in those jobs, which does
Right.
not seem to, or they're in
Yeah,
that
so the
school.
doctor gets like a bunch of malpractice cases
Right.
against him, and
Right. Which doesn't
that's the
seem
way to fix the community, right?
right. Which doesn't seem to be the case. And I understand there's some thought process there that I understand, which is that, and we've talked about this, which is, you know, human beings are creatures who emulate success. And so I agree with and
Oh
understand
yeah,
that,
that
like,
I
okay,
get. Yeah.
if you want to have more black doctors, you want to have, if you want to have more black kids, you know,
Aspire to be black
aspire to be
doctors.
black
Yeah.
doctors, right? You
They have
want
to
to
see
have
a
them
lot of black doctors and they're like,
see
"Oh, I
more
could
black
be a
doctors,
doctor."
right?
Yeah.
Which I agree with and I understand that, but you can't lower, I guess, the standards in order to make that a reality,
Right.
obviously. But then that's one argument. The second argument, though, from the more radical woke people is that they say, no, 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 I'm not lowering the standards because the standards themselves are racist. Something intrinsic into the standards is
Yeah,
racist.
that's
And
a
this is
good
how you
one.
get like that, you know, the white chart that's like, these are white
Being
traits,
on
like,
time.
yeah,
Yeah.
being on time, being objective, you know, caring about the scientific method, all that stuff. So
Yes. Yeah.
the white chart that was promoted by, I believe, the National African American History Museum, even though dishonestly, I remember Vosh made this insipid or this stupid remark about how like, oh, this was just some like random intern just put this up. You know, he just made up this whole story to excuse that. So
That is kind of an argument that merit doesn't matter, though, isn't it? They're
it's
saying
a
like the
mhm.
merit is just arbitrarily chosen, so we just arbitrarily choose other merits, and then everything changes.
Well, those people, the more radical people that are generally anti-capitalist, anti-liberal, anti-American, anti-Western, they are in favor of merit. It's just that they define merit as being a revolutionary radical.
Right.
So that's the merit that they want to select for.
Right. Yeah, and if
never
you're a
use the
revolutionary, you don't care if the doctors are getting tons of medical malpractice cases, because that's obviously going to result in revolution.
word, even though it completely describes what's going on right now in gay games.
So the thing about
as soon as it's revealed that the protagonist is a woman, DEI, 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 DEI. And if I search for Brie Larson, how many videos are going to pop up? Oh my God, there's a pinwheel. It just keeps going.
The reason Brie Larson was such a target was she literally came out and said, "Fuck you, white males," right? I mean, I think it was a little. I mean, obviously, she was talking about, I think, A Wrinkle in Time, and saying A Wrinkle in Time was not made for guys is not really a very controversial take, is it?
No, I mean, but she
I mean,
said,
was A Wrinkle in Look, Twilight wasn't made for me either, okay?
right.
I'm not
Well,
complaining.
that's true. So Brie Larson was, you know, hyper targeted, and I agree. Like, I think he was over targeted, but she was hyper targeted because, you know, she was in Captain Marvel, and Captain Marvel, a lot of people saw sort of like the beginning of the decline of the Marvel movies. Like, you're
Yes.
like, oh my God, this is like, and you know, she had that comment, which you're correct, was from The Wrinkle in Time. A lot of people were sort of intentionally or unintentionally thinking that she was talking about Captain Marvel or something else. But
Right.
her
Yeah.
comment was like completely fucking retarded. She said, I don't want to hear what a white man has to say about A Wrinkle in Time. I want to hear about what a woman of color, a biracial woman, has to say about the movie. So it's like,
Okay.
you
Well,
know,
yeah.
like and this was in like, I think it was like 2018. So we're kind of in like peak woke. And she's like, you know, really playing real deep into that whole thing. And people are like, oh my God. So she ends up becoming like the avatar of sort of this, you know, ideology.
Hmm. Maybe A Wrinkle in Time. Well, actually, A Wrinkle in Time is for young people, so maybe it's not as gendered as I thought it was.
Well, I'm assuming it is because she just I've never seen A Wrinkle in Time, so
Yeah,
I
me
can't
neither.
comment.
I know
But
nothing about this story. Yeah.
right, but she describes it. Brie Larson describes it as, if you make a movie that is a love letter to women of color, there is a chance that a woman of color does not have access to review and critique your film.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what the context is of the review thing, but she describes the movie as a love letter to women of color. So
Right. I think they allow women of color to be movie reviewers. I think that's actually a thing.
oh really? Who's
Yeah.
they? Who's the they that
The
allows
white
that?
straight male
Oh,
patriarchy.
okay, really?
Yeah.
Is this the ones that control the weather machines that makes the hurricanes worse?
It's not that they, okay.
Oh, okay.
Let's not be
different
anti-Semitic here, okay?
Okay. Oh, yeah. There's two different days. There's the days that are intentionally flooding red state communities, and then there's the days that let the black women be the movie reviewers.
Don't forget the catnappers. Those,
Right.
Don't forget about those days.
Then there's the days that are kidnapping the cats and blaming it on the immigrants. Yeah.
Oh, is that what's going on, right?
I'm actually, it's too bad that South Park wasn't on right now, because I bet you they would have done an episode
they'd be doing it. Yes,
yeah.
they would.
It turns out there's like a group of people stealing pets for their own nefarious reasons and blaming the Haitian immigrants. So
right.
Where the hell is South Park? Why isn't it on?
I know this is a perfect time.
I know. Tell them to stop being fucking lazy. Trey Parker, Matt Stone. Wake up.
Look at this fancy intro.
I know. It's a good intro. Good
We've had Hutch on, and I mean, Hutch seems like a nice enough guy. I don't think he's really knowledgeable about the things that are going on in the culture war. He's come in with just a preconceived notion that everyone on the right is lying and everyone on the left is telling the truth. So I just have to listen to the people on the left, and I've got the knowledge.
Star Wars Acolyte, Star Wars Acolyte, Star Wars Acolyte, Star Wars Acolyte, Star Wars.
Did I cut you off?
No, it's okay.
Acolytes. And the second he sees a black character, he goes, diversity.
There's very clearly.
I always go after Jeremy Griggs.
I know.
I do think Jeremy Griggs kind of. Well, I don't know. He's doing like a trailer review, so you don't necessarily know.
Mm-hmm.
Like a logical reason for why people think this way.
Friends, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, hit like, comment, subscribe. It really helps us out, and I appreciate everybody who does that. Asmongold made a video about woke. Let's hear about Asmongold's take on wokeness.
Watch the whole Act Man Andy Pants. Most is inconsequential,
but this part is very relevant.
I never have watched this. I have no idea what even happened here.
Told you, I think it's incredibly strange to talk about Concord and not. Told you, I think it's.
This guy, Andy Pants, is just one of the most silly channels that I've ever seen. Concord is DEI propaganda. Concord is gay DEI propaganda. He made a video about other content creators called woke YouTubers, and it's just like, I don't know if you guys have seen some of these videos, but
it's the billionaires. It's the billionaires.
Why aren't these content creators talking about DEI and wokeness and blah, 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 blah? To my understanding, this guy was just doing kind of regular videos down here. So he started doing.
Okay, I'm going to show you something here.
The pussification.
All right. Let me send you a picture here.
No, I hate pictures. I will not look at it.
No, you gotta bring it up.
No. This picture made for me?
This was not made for you, no.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
I'll
no,
bring
this is
it up
about
anyway.
This is about the Concord drama. Okay, I don't know if you've been following any of this Concord drama, Adam.
Oh yeah.
So there's this video game that Sony's putting out called Concord, and they dumped, I don't know, some astronomical amount of money into this game.
It looks good. I mean, I love this.
Something like
cast of
$400 million or more, and it totally just crashed and burned and flopped. And so it's like a big feather in the cap for the go woke, go broke crowd.
Right.
Right. So now you look at the character design, and this is kind of where it gets annoying to have the conversation. Because you say, like, okay, you look at the character design and it screams woke, right?
Yes. Yeah, it does.
It screams, and you can say, okay, well, like, is it woke? Like, what exactly is the politics of it? Blah blah blah. Does this game even have any politics? You're just running around shooting each other. I don't know what the story is, right? Maybe there are no politics in the game. But a lot of the conversation about like the woke stuff, and this included, it's about an aesthetic. And that's sort of the issue. And this is where there's some sort of like, I don't know, I feel like hide the ball. There's a performative stupidity going on here. Because very obviously, like there's a reason when you look at a lot of YouTubers who are like on the left, or just people who are on the left or in the woke sphere of things that are socialist, that there's like a certain aesthetic, a certain look to them that they want to go for. You got the blue hair, you got the hobo look. Like there's a very specific aesthetic. And it's the same thing on the right, with the gamers as an aesthetic, with the more like clean cut conservatives there's an aesthetic. People try to create a visual aesthetic that fits in with some sort of group that they want to belong to.
Yeah, I agree.
And so it should be very clear that when you look at like Concord, the visual aesthetic of these character designs, which is, I think even people that are woke acknowledge that they're horrific and ugly, but it's definitely trying to appeal to the aesthetic tastes of the young Zoomer, Gen Alpha woke crowd. Like that's obviously what the aesthetic is trying to go for. No one's sitting there going like, "Oh, this is really going to get the centrist and the non-political and the conservatives excited."
Right. Yeah.
So
why
I do
don't
think
they ever try to combine aesthetics? Why don't they have like one guy in like a suit and tie?
Well, see, because that would actually, if you actually cared about making like a quality product, right? With a
Right.
quality story, with quality characters, and in your story, you had different characters that had different political ideologies, and those political ideologies were represented by their appearance, which is something that very often happens in the real world. Then you would have what you're talking about. You would have some characters that may be dressed in one way, some characters that may be dressed another way. But no, they don't do that. They all have to adhere to like the woke aesthetic.
Crazy.
So I do think it is fair to call out Concord and say, okay, well, they were definitely trying to appeal to some sort of political aesthetic here with their character designs, at least.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway.
Lou Silver for $2 says this is clearly a JoJo ripoff. It is kind of a JoJo ripoff, isn't it?
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
Oh, really?
No, I don't agree.
But JoJo done badly. I like JoJo.
I think
JoJo
the
is
reason that
insane.
you see JoJo, the only element of this that I see that stands out to me as JoJo is the big shoulders.
Yeah, I was going to say,
pads.
like this lady here. I mean, that's a little JoJo.
Like
that's
the
a
jacket,
JoJo-ish.
The jacket she's wearing, that red jacket, you could say, okay, that's something I could see maybe in JoJo, but none of the other things, none of the other elements of these characters to me scream
It's JoJo.
No.
Okay. Sitch,
but
you
JoJo,
like JoJo, right?
So season 2 of JoJo is good. All of other JoJo is shitty. At least that I've seen people say that JoJo season 6 is good, but I stopped watching at 5. I stopped. No, they say 7 is good. I stopped watching at 6. But but JoJo, the mangaka and the anime, they intentionally create the characters based on like weird high fashion designs.
Yeah, no.
So they're like going for like this very strange aesthetic. But it's interesting because they are going for that very strange aesthetic, for decades before woke shit even existed. So no one sees it through like it's not being done for a political purpose or anything to that extent. So
the woke people just ripped off JoJo. They're like, this is good. This is cool. And we don't know how to be cool, so we'll just copy these people.
There you go. Recovery mode for $20 says Professor Dave Explains dropped a new video about Brett and Eric where he claims that Brett completely fabricated and lied about the Evergreen story. Can you fact check it? It's the first 5 minutes of the video. Yeah, so it's interesting. I saw this video come up in my recommended. Talk about YouTube pushing the anti-woke. This video came up that was attacking Eric and Brett Weinstein.
Yeah, I watched it. I saw it too.
And, okay, do you watch the whole thing?
Well, I think I watched about half of it.
Okay, I could only make it to the first 5 minutes because I thought like he was going to be talking about, I don't know, some claims that maybe they made about COVID or science or something. So I was like, oh, okay, I'm curious what they're going to talk about. And I click it, and the first 5 minutes is him attacking the Evergreen story, and everything the guy's saying is like a lie. And I've never, I don't know if I've seen any of these other Professor Dave Explains videos, but I'm just watching this. I'm like, this is just lies. Like, we chronicled the Evergreen story in 2016 as it fucking happened.
Yes.
On YouTube. Okay. And, there were other YouTubers that did this. Benjamin Boyce was very, because obviously he went there into it. And I'm just listening to like this Professor Dave character, who, I mean, I'm unfamiliar with this content, doing like this weird historical lying whitewashing of the Evergreen situation in like this hyper dishonest fashion. And I was like, okay, I couldn't watch the rest of the video. I just had to just turn it off right there. So.
Right. Yeah. He made it seem like it was a big nothing burger. There weren't people roaming around getting mad at Brett and yelling at him. But there's like video evidence of it.
I did several videos on this. There was literally a time where the students were collecting all these chairs and sofas and barricading the dean and teachers in the room and refused to let them go in, or the police come in, and they were barring all the doors closed and locking all the doors so that the police couldn't come in order to like, you need to listen to whatever our fucking woke demands are.
Yeah.
Right. They were literally holding the administration of the college hostage. And this fucking, all because of the controversy of Brett being like, the whole day of absence thing seems a little uncomfortable. And they couldn't handle, like, the Evergreen story is just the perfect example, of the Streisand effect, where if Brett just said, oh, I think like this is kind of weird or whatever, and they just said, oh, okay, well, don't participate, or they just ignored him, like no one would have cared, nothing would have happened. But they threw a fucking shit fit about it, and they blew up the story, and people like paid attention. They said, oh my God, this is like insane. What's going on in this fucking school here? These kids are hyper privileged pieces of shit, and they're all massively racist.
He challenged their narrative. I think they printed out his email and were like circulating it. This guy's enemy number one.
Yeah.
How dare he? How dare he show up on his campus?
Yep. And this was, obviously
man.
It's 2016, so this is early in the woke games, and you have Brett, who, lifelong, left-wing liberal, who's kind of caught, surprised by the sort of Marxian race politics that has suddenly exploded on his college campus, and these people are attacking him. And so it's just disgusting to me that this Professor Dave character just spends the first 5 minutes of it lying about the entire situation because he's mad because Brett went on like Tucker Carlson or some other right winger to talk about the Evergreen story, because when the Evergreen story came out, no one on the left would dare talk about it, essentially. Or
yeah, because they didn't want to believe it was true.
Right, because it made them look bad. So, I was just like, okay, well, I'm not going to watch the rest of this video because I'm assuming it's going to be trash if this first 5 minutes are just all filled with lies. And it's funny because I'm looking at his channel now, and it's like that video has almost 500,000 views, and all his other videos are like very, very low views comparatively. So obviously that was
doesn't he have like 5 million subscribers or something? The guy is like huge.
He does. He has 3.3 million subscribers.
Right.
But a lot of his other videos don't have views, so it looks like it was, the Brett Weinstein one is, got the big thing.
Super sad. I like Brett. Brett's cool. So, and he always seems to be really reasonable, even though people paint him as some sort of crazy wingnut. So,
right.
I do like the fact that he is willing to talk to crazy wingnuts and kind of moderate their position a bit. I didn't see, well, no, when he was on Tucker Carlson, this was kind of before Tucker Carlson was like posing up to Nazi apologists and shit, right?
Right. Well, this was, that is true. So
yeah. So, I mean, it's kind of a different situation. Look, I don't know if I think Brett himself is Jewish. I don't know if he'd be hanging out with Tucker Carlson today. So
right.
Yeah.
Well, no, he did.
Anyway.
Well, he did do an interview. I think like almost a year ago about like the what is it, the Darien Gap or something.
Yeah, that was great.
Right, and that was pretty interesting. But
yeah, that was super interesting.
Ronaldo A. Ramirez for $20 says he's only searched for these type of videos. What did he expect? Yeah, exactly.
On
no,
the
listen,
woke stuff?
He just went to Joker 2 reviews and then he clicked on a critical drinker video and it sent him down the pipeline. Oh my God. If I just keep selecting the video, it's like the stupid all right pipeline thing. It's like if I go to a topic that can tangentially, put me on a pathway and I just keep clicking videos, like, yeah, if you keep selecting intentionally the video that you think is of a political origin, you're going to go down that pathway. You could do the literal same thing with BreadTube videos or leftist or socialist videos. If you start clicking on Hassan videos, you're going to go down that pathway too.
Sure, yeah. Search naked yoga, see what happens.
Don't do that. Sean Sullivan for $20 says, Sitch, I sent you a short video on Twitter of Jordan B. Peterson replying to all the hate comments of someone else's podcast he went on to. It's very funny. I miss the old JBP A-team.
Sweet. Look, they got an A-team. That's awesome.
There you go. Okay, let's continue.
Doing an analysis of Ghost Recon, 10,000 views. Did a video on Mafia 3. What went wrong with Mafia 3? 75,000, not bad. Where did Gears of War go wrong? 136,000. And then he kind of starts dabbling in anti-woke stuff. When did games become so soft? Does a video on the genius of Fallout. Why open world games are broken. What's so good about immersive sims? And more just kind of general gaming stuff. And then he does this one video here. What makes something woke? And he gets 222,000 views. Just immediately just gets way more views on average than what he was getting here. And then what does he do? It's just nothing but anti-woke stuff after this. Like he figures out, okay, the algorithm really liked it when I did a video on it.
We're really missing the bar here with these streams, Adam. We just need to produce these like 20-minute woke bad videos. Okay, we're doing not great at grifting here. We gotta up our grift game.
I just think it's funny because obviously there's a market for this, but they never really consider, oh, wow, people really respond to this. Like, why do you think people really respond to it, Hutch?
Mm-hmm.
What's the response from? What moral intuitions are they peaking? I guess he would just say, oh, it's racism, obviously. It's fucking the racist patriarchy, Adam. Duh.
Well, I mean, I don't know if the Andy Pants guy has deleted videos or anything, but I mean, he only has 33 videos on his entire channel.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. And he started 8 months ago. And so to say oh, suddenly he, turned to this content and it's different. I mean, I don't know, maybe he deleted videos or something, but if he didn't, then his channel hasn't been really around that long.
I mean, Hutch should A/B test this. What he should do is he should make a video, woke movies suck, right? See what the views are, and then make a video, the KKK is awesome, and I, Hutch, am part of it. I am part of the movement, right?
How is that the A/B testing? What do you mean?
Well, look, because his argument is that all of these the people like the woke content because they're racist, right?
Oh, okay.
So if the video, if Hutch comes out as a member of the Ku Klux Klan, then obviously that will get like 10 times the views of the woke video, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if it's the opposite, like if that video, look, maybe it is wildly popular, right? Maybe the Groypers come in and are like, this video's based.
Maybe.
And Hutch completely changes his whole, channel orientation.
Right.
Now he's like doing live streams with Nick Fuentes and he's like a gazillionaire.
Mm-hmm.
I would hope that that's not the situation, right?
Right.
But look, Hutch needs to A/B test this. We need to figure it out. This is important.
True.
I did a video on anti-woke stuff, and then he changed his whole channel into anti-woke stuff. The pussification of video games. Are gamers homophobic?
I love this. The pussification.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. I love that. Sitch, what do you think of that word, pussification?
It's a good word.
Have you ever seen that word before? I just never seen it put that way before.
I've seen that word before. Yeah.
Okay.
The pussification.
I'm changing our title now. The we got to work pussification in there somehow.
Okay.
The pussification of YouTube.
No, see, here's the trick. You got to put the words gay shit in giant text, like on the thumbnail somewhere.
Oh yeah. That's that's good.
Or no,
We
how about
need
if
to
you
do
put
more of
gay
that.
retard? Is that, you think that's
Oh
probably
yeah.
gonna get flagged in a good way?
Could blow our channel up. Who knows?
There you go.
Phobic. This thumbnail literally says
Look, everyone in the he's about to respond. I know you're all backing up a little. But I'm remembering Hutch came on and made this argument that Smear the Queer was homophobic, and the people in the comments just completely rebelled against this idea. I guess Smear the Queer is a game of football where you
There's
throw
monkey in the. He said, well, the people in our comments were describing it as monkey in the middle, essentially.
Is that what I don't know this game.
You don't what?
I don't know the monkey in the middle game.
Really?
I haven't heard of this game. Yeah.
Is that chat? Am I weird for knowing what I thought that was just like a thing?
Look, I've heard of the game Smear the Queer, but I didn't know the logistics of it. But I guess you throw the football up in the air, and whoever's brave enough to grab the football, everybody just tries to tackle them like in a normal game of football. Like football is about tackling one another, right?
Right.
So it's not, but Hutch makes it out like, no, this is a homophobic game where you label somebody a homo and everyone tries to beat the shit out of you.
Right.
It's like, what? He completely left the whole football thing out of it.
Right. Well, it depends, because now listen, I'm not. Maybe whatever school he went to was different, because when other people in the chat, they're basically saying it was just a game of keep away where one person gets the ball and they just have to run away, other people try to tackle them. He was describing that the game was essentially one person gets the ball and then they intentionally like beat the shit out of you. So I don't know, maybe he just went to some sort of like weirdly psychotic school or something.
No, this is nonsense. The comment section, our comment section has convinced me that this is just complete fabrication.
I don't know, but it's funny. I literally never thought about it till the second, because I haven't even thought about monkey in the middle at all. Monkey in the middle is just it's sort of like, I guess it's sort of like reverse keep away, where there's like two or more people that play catch, and then there's one person in the middle.
Oh yeah. His
job is to try to take the ball away.
To get the ball, yeah.
Right.
That's a completely different game.
It is. It's like reverse keep away.
Yeah.
But it's funny because I never thought of the second. I'm assuming that terminology was not like of a racist origin or something.
The monkey in the middle terminology.
I never thought it. I obviously like it. When I was like 5, I didn't think of this having some kind of like weird racist thing. I'm hoping that wasn't the origin of the term.
Yeah.
So.
Anyway.
When I did a video on anti-woke stuff, and then he changed his whole channel into anti-woke stuff. The pussification of video games. Are gamers homophobic? This thumbnail literally says gay. Like what is the purpose of this video, I wonder here?
No, yep, there it is. Evil white people. Finally, you see a white person, and surprise, they're evil. This is what a 40-year-old millennial, as I've said, thinks that a 20-year-old is into. What's going on, boys? We are living in the woke apocalypse now. This is the darkest timeline. Some people sent me this game and told me that they wanted to see my reaction to it, so that's what I'm doing. I'm also going to cover some.
This has 500,000 views. This is just a perfect example of audience capture. Just a perfect example. Maybe rather it's just a perfect example of like opportunism. Like this guy tested the water with.
That's way closer. Opportunism.
Right. Well, first of all, it's funny. Like this is that picture. We were just talking about like the the race wasp, but I looked up the keep away Wikipedia section. Okay. Keep away, also called monkey in the middle, piggy in the middle, pickle in a dish.
Pickle in a dish. Okay.
Yes. Pickle in the middle, or just simply monkey. And they're all sort of the same games. And I looked up the naming section. The name of the game varies with the region. In the United States, the descriptive name keep away seems to prevail, while the Canadian children commonly call the game either pig in the middle or monkey in the middle. In the UK, Australia, and New Zealand, the name piggy in the middle is used almost exclusively. The game is also common in German, called Doomer Hans, which translates to Silly John. In Turkey, the name translates to rat in the middle.
Wow.
That's funny. In Denmark, it is called Butterblob. Butterblob. Okay. In the Neanderthals, they call it Lumelin, or less commonly Appenhet Midden, which translates also into monkey in the middle. In Poland, it's called Silly Johnny. In Egypt, the name of the game translates to the indecisive dog. I like that one.
The dog? That's the guy in the middle?
The indecisive dog. Yeah, because I guess because he keeps like, changing directions. Let's see. In Greek, the game is called Korodo, which translates into sucker. In Israel, the name of the game translates into donkey in the middle. So we have this consistent theme of animal in the middle in the naming of this one game. It's kind of interesting. While the name Keep Away is self-explanatory, the origin of some of the other titles are less clear. Monkey in the Middle is likely to have arisen because the middle player jumps and waves their arms around like a monkey. Well, there you go. See, not racist.
Oh, yeah.
Now, see, Piggy in the Middle. Now that one's kind of confusing. I get like the indecisive dog, maybe rat because you're like scurrying around, but pig, that doesn't make any sense. Pigs don't act like that. Pigs don't give a shit if you're throwing a ball over their head. Okay.
And they go for your feet.
Right. Yeah. Pig
They're
doesn't
like,
care.
fuck this guy.
Right. Or pickle in the middle. Now that's even, what the fuck is that even a reference? Pickle in the middle?
Pickle in the middle.
Yeah, come on. So so when you guys played it as a child, Adam, was it just Keep Away?
Oh, yeah.
You didn't talk about Monkey in the Middle or anything?
I don't remember the name.
Okay.
But I do remember the game.
Right.
Where you throw the ball over people's heads and you're like, no, fuck you. You don't get it.
Pig in the Middle sometimes uses slang for being under pressure from both sides of a dispute. Oh, really? Like, but why? Is it like, if you're like a pig on like a spit or something? Okay. I mean, I guess it makes sense. I don't think I've ever heard that term.
All this was spawned from Hutch lying about his situation with Smear the Queer. Can't believe it.
I'm not going to say,
dishonest.
listen, I'm not going to say he's lying. I don't know. I don't know his personal story. Okay.
I'm willing to come out and just say it.
Okay.
I don't believe this story. Look,
So-
okay, I'll be a little good faith here. I think he's just delusional. He's remembering. He's misremembering the situation.
I mean, listen, it's not so out of bounds that, some assholes at the school were using Keep Away or they were calling it Smear the Queer, which I didn't experience that, but as an intentional way to attack people. But, I don't know if that it wasn't.
People
I don't
were
think they
saying
were attacking
queer
them 'cause
just
they
meant
were-
odd man out. It didn't mean like a gay person.
No, right. Smear the Queer was just another way of saying monkey in the middle. I get that, but
These are completely different games. You realize that, right?
they're similar.
Not really.
They're Keep Away.
No, the Smear the Queer is a tackle game. It's like if you grab the ball, everyone is going to try to tackle
No, I
you.
understand that. It's a
The
very
point is to tackle you and take the ball away from you.
I understand that. That's why I said monkey in the middle is like reverse Keep Away. Yeah.
That's a very aristocratic game by comparison, right?
Well, I
Spear
wouldn't
the
say-
Queer, you're
Listen,
gonna be
on the
brawling.
Wikipedia page, hold on. On the Wikipedia page, it literally says monkey in the middle is listed as a variation of Keep Away. That's the first one. I mean, I understand they're not exactly the same, but it counts as a variation.
Yeah, but
all
look,
right?
Smear the Queer is where you're literally trying to tackle people who grab the ball.
I understand.
Monkey in the middle, you are throwing the ball over their head. You're like,
right.
Sometimes you throw it high where it's just impossible. And the person is like, oh, come on, give me a little, throw it a little lower.
Right. Well, that's why I said it's like reverse Keep Away.
Right.
Like
Smear the Queer, you're like, I'm going to tackle this motherfucker. Right. You're like, no, I'm going to grab that ball because no one can tackle me. I'm invincible.
Right.
And
or actually, I guess I should
Hutch
say
is casting that as like only gay people grab the ball.
I should say that's not what this is saying, but no. Okay,
Yes,
I'm saying it wrong. Monkey in the Middle and Keep Away are the same. Smear the Queer is like reverse Keep Away. Because it's like instead of someone like a player trying to keep the ball away from the player, a player's trying to keep the ball away from everyone else. So there you go.
Okay.
Anyway.
You and
let's
your
continue.
reverses.
Yes.
Yes.
And views.
Reverse
This
your
is just
face.
a perfect example of audience capture. Just a perfect example. Maybe
A perfect. And then he's like, maybe it's not audience capture. I'm actually guilty of doing this a lot because I'm sort of thinking aloud on stream. So
maybe rather it's just a perfect example of like opportunism, you know? Like this guy tested the water with anti-woke stuff and then it did well, and then they just fully commit to like anti-woke stuff. And it's just the most
why did Hutch switch from game content to political content? I guess
It wasn't for the views, I'll tell you that.
Okay. I mean, maybe he just screw up and he's like, oh, I gotta stop doing this. Just gaming all day stuff.
boring content.
He's like, what do adults do? I know. They talk about politics.
Now, when Donald Trump got elected, it just changed everything, Adam. Okay.
Where have I heard this story before?
It's a very common story.
Bring up the writers, the Witcher's writers room. What do we not talk about?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just the most boring content. He's just not saying anything new.
Look at Hutch is like, this woke content that I don't understand. So fucking boring.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, maybe if you believed it, maybe if you understood it, it wouldn't be boring.
I have not seen a single Andy Pants video outside of that debate, so I don't know if his content is good or not.
Well, all of this stuff and a lot of stuff on YouTube is really engaging in the culture war, right? It's a movement type material. It's like you watch this content because you want to be part of the social change. And the social change for the anti-woke movement is like, we want content that doesn't crap all over white straight males. That's what they want. And the woke content is, we want content that craps all over white straight males.
Right.
Right.
I'm not sure.
We want content that shits all over the patriarchy.
Right. Well, I'm not even. I don't know if Hutch is woke or if he's just like lib. He's just like really anti-Trump, so he's just on the lib train, the Kamala lib train, and so it's just like a lot of the anti-woke stuff obviously bleeds into Trump stuff.
He is chasing microaggression, so you can't come out with that story about smear the queer and you're not like after some clicks for microaggression policing, right?
I don't remember why he brought that up.
To show us how terrible the culture was.
Oh, was it supposed to be that people were like really
yes, exactly
homophobic?
Yeah.
Right.
People
well,
were
but it didn't even really
homophobic.
comment that, because as I said, like when I was growing up, you know, gay was a go-to insult. Everyone called each other gay, but no one that I knew, when people would call each other gay, they didn't actually have a problem with gay people. Now, it doesn't mean it was right that was an insult, but gay just became sort of the synonym for, you know, stupid. They even did a whole South Park episode about that.
Yeah.
There's nothing original. There's nothing new. There's nothing unique about these videos. There are thousands of these exact kind of videos that go up every day.
There is something unique. You doofus. Like, new movies come out all the time. We gotta evaluate whether or not Barbie 2 is woke.
Right.
That's
Well, I mean,
completely new content.
I feel like you could do this about for any content genre. This, you know, how many videos are there saying Donald Trump is lost his mind? Donald Trump said this crazy thing at a rally. Donald Trump is evil. Like, you know, how many videos are there of Kamala Harris is, you know, fucking stupid. She's a communist. Like, there's a million videos in every genre of YouTube genre.
Right.
Like, of the category, there's going to be a million videos. So I don't know. I don't think this critique is valid.
Well, it's all react video, though. It's like the mainstream media or some mainstream politician does something and everybody reacts. Here's my reaction. This is how I understand the situation that's taking place in our society.
Right. And if someone has an interesting way of looking at information or reacting to information and explain it to an audience, then people will listen to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
An interesting way to conceptualize certain events to give you a more clear picture of what's actually happening in the world. That's the problem with the woke stuff. The woke stuff is like, oh my God, they have no idea what's going on in the world.
Right.
They're completely oblivious.
Funny memes from the Discord, from the Andy Pants Discord channel, where I have to interact with these creatures. Like, of course, you have gay guy, lesbian chick. he, she, it, ugly person that nobody on earth, male or female, would want to have sex with, and then
I mean,
Andy
fair.
Pants. Look, you can never say
Fair.
nobody, okay? There's somebody
Well,
that's
most
like,
people.
yeah. There's somebody that's like, oh yeah, that's my type right there.
Oh, but this is the aesthetic thing I talk about, where they're like, there's a very clear political aesthetic that whoever designed these characters is going for when they drew these characters.
Right.
Which is, I mean, to me, that's terrible character design to do that.
Yeah. They're like, we have to normalize all body types. Why are we idolizing this one body type on the top of the pyramid?
Well, I feel like back in the day, they were much smarter, where they would create a bunch of characters with different aesthetics who try to appeal to as many different audiences as possible.
Right.
Like, they're like, okay, like we're gonna get all the, all the girls are gonna like this pretty boy, all, the guys are gonna like this hot woman or the super buff guy, right? Like they're
Right.
all like, they would throw in a bunch of different types of characters to try to appeal to as many different audiences as possible. And that's kind of,
Mhm.
I feel like there's a big difference now.
Yeah. This is not about appealing to an audience. So this is like, we're going to normalize this body type. This is a body type that the jocks will make fun of.
Right.
So we need to make that body type popular. And the way to make it popular is to put it in a very popular video game or TV franchise, right? Oh, everyone remembers that fat girl from that video game. Oh my God. She's
Well,
so popular.
And people always say like, how is that an example of wokeness? What is an example of wokeness? Blah, 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 blah. And I think that like fat acceptance or ugly acceptance is definitely a good example of, woke ideology permeating movies or video games, because it plays directly into this idea of you shouldn't try to change yourself to adhere to what what society says is a normal standard of beauty, because that's oppressive and evil and wrong. You're just beautiful however the fuck you are. You don't have to
Mhm.
change yourself. You're perfect the way you are, which I think is one of the most destructive and toxic things that you can tell a person, is that you're perfect the way you are, because you're not. You're a horrible person. You're a selfish little animal monster, and you have to be civilized by society and your parents.
You can always improve. You can always have a little more eyeliner, right?
There you go. Exactly.
and a robot. Like these people are depraved.
This guy's a Christian, by the way. Self-described Christian, by the way. Anyways, that's who he's talking.
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't know.
Whatever.
Talking about with Andy Pants.
It's incredibly strange to talk about Concord and not mention the clear woke slop. And you make fun of people who use the word woke, and you never use the word, even though it completely describes what's going on right now in gay games.
So the thing about
in gay games,
the word woke is it harkens back to that old story.
and of course, like this taps into like the conversation that I was having with Sitch and Adam a couple days ago, where it just feels like the term for 99% of people online, woke literally equals black, woman, disabled, queer.
That's exactly what Sitch said. That's what he thinks.
That is what I said. Yeah, I
And
said
he's-
whenever I see a non-white person, I go, the wokes are coming. They're coming for the whites. They're gonna take everything away from us. Hide the children. Hide the women. They're coming for them. The wokes are coming.
Yeah,
That's what I said.
that's not what he said.
Right. I said they're also the wokes are eating the pets. I did say that.
Oh my God, don't. Stop it, Sitch. Stop bringing that up. You're creating negative stereotypes. How dare
Of
you?
woke, yeah, but I want to create negative stereotypes of woke people. The wokes are eating your pets. Okay.
Oh yeah, that
They're
is
all
true.
like, we need to stop eating cows because cows are creating, too much methane and global warming. So we need to eat the pets because they're little, so they have little farts.
Did you know that woke people engage in voodoo? Did you know this, Sitch?
I did know that. Yes,
They're
I
the
did know
big
that
voodoo
actually.
people.
Yeah. No, I'm aware. I'm aware
It's
of the voodoo of
horrible.
the woke. Yeah.
Let's hear that one more time from Hutch.
With Sitch and Adam a couple days ago, where it just feels like the term for 99% of people online, woke literally equals black, woman, disabled, queer. And it really doesn't go much further than that. Like,
yeah, that's exactly the argument we made. Look, we talked to him about woke and he couldn't even define it. He didn't even know what was going on.
I know. Doesn't matter.
Anyway, whatever. Who cares? This is the narrative that they want to push. They want to push. Anyone that says woke just means you're a fucking racist.
Yeah.
Yeah. You shouldn't use the word woke because you are playing into this game.
Woke. No, I'm not gonna let them have it, you fuck.
You're standing by it,
Standing by my man. I'm standing by.
If it had a clear definition like racism does,
right.
That's the thing about racism. Racism had a very clear definition. Everyone knew what they were talking about. Everyone was on the same page, right? Racism means some sort of ethnic superiority. Woke doesn't have that advantage. Like everybody that says woke means something completely different. So,
right.
Yeah, a lot of people mean authoritarian by it. So, yeah, just whatever.
Like in Asmongold's own video where he's reacting to the Ghost of Tsushima trailer, as soon as it's revealed that the protagonist is a woman, you can see in his chat just DEI, 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 just spamming DEI. Like, you know nothing about the story, you know nothing about this protagonist, and at that.
So he admits that it could be DEI.
No, he's saying no, because he has a very simplistic analysis of this because it serves him politically.
Right.
He says, okay, if people are watching a trailer, they don't know anything about the game except that it has this, a female protagonist, and they immediately start saying DI, then that means that they're just sexist, right?
Yeah, but it also implies that if they did know about the game, that it could be DEI.
Sure, but that's not, but what he's missing, which is I don't know, either ignorant or intentional, is that is what I said in the beginning of the stream. Things exist in the context of their environment. So, for example,
oh, of course. Look, I completely agree with you. Yeah,
right. But like Final Fantasy VII comes out, and this is a game that everyone loves, and it's a game that you could say seems like it is left-wing politics. The game is about you are part of a environmental terrorist organization that is trying to stop an energy company from destroying the planet. And the energy company is so large that it is essentially the government of most of the world. Okay. So you have evil energy company and you're a good guy, environmental terrorist. And yet it's not really perceived as necessarily political because when it comes like in 1996 or whenever the fuck that game came out, it's there's like kind of this general theme of like environmentalism or whatever, but it's so like it seems like it's so detached from the real world in terms of the way the story is told. Like it's not like they had, like imagine if the story took place in 2000 and they made the head of the energy company look like George W. Bush or something, right? Then you'd be like, okay, it's obviously very overtly political, right? And a lot of the political messaging in like things that people call woke today, there is a very there's an overtness to the political messaging very directly. People talk about this with like The Boys, where they're very overtly trying to like make allusions to Homelander being Trump and things of this nature. Like it didn't feel like it was disconnected from everything. Or in Star Trek, when they're very clearly, talking about how the immigration, the way immigration is handled in America is racist and evil. And so when you have this environment where there's all this very overt political messaging in movies and television and games that are designed to tell half the country that they are wrong, that they are bad, and that part of that political messaging is to say, we need to intentionally, for the sake of diversity, not because of merit, but for the sake of diversity and diversity itself alone, we need to insert characters into stories that are women, that are non-white. Then it shouldn't surprise you when that is the overt messaging that other people turn around and when they see that, they say, oh, they're put a woman to be the protagonist of this game, they're trying to appeal to that political aesthetic. That is the intention.
Right. Two
And
things.
so it's
Oh, go ahead.
So it's
Thought you were
not
done.
it's not really fair, and it's kind of nonsensical for Hutch or D'Angelo or these other people to say, "Well, you just hate women, you just hate black people if you say that something is DEI," when that is the explicit, overt messaging of what the political philosophy is trying to do.
Correct. Yes. And in a totally ham-fisted way, which is
Right.
uncomfortable to watch. Two things. Like, do you remember when in Rings of Power, the Numenorians were like, the elves, they're gonna steal all our jobs.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That was another perfect example. Right. You're like, are you
It's
fucking
like,
for real? Like,
it's
you
so
kidding me?
fucking
Yes.
misplaced.
Right.
It's
right.
so misplaced.
like,
You're just
what?
like, yeah. Oh yeah, immigration is the political topic today. Du
Yeah.
jour, right? Obviously.
We're putting immigration messaging in our fucking high fantasy Lord of the Rings
Please
TV
make it
show. Like,
stop.
come
Yeah,
on, what's
exactly.
going on here?
So, and I do think when people spam the DEI thing, I think they're pushing this idea that, you know, since we're living in the environment that you describe, you're leaning towards the idea that there's going to be a bad story with some surface level diversity shield involved, right? To cover
Mhm.
for the horribleness of it.
Right.
So, but I just think the way that Hutch phrases it, like it kind of seems like he gets that because he's saying, look, you don't know that that's the situation because you haven't seen it yet. Like it may be a great story.
Oh, I see. So you're
But he,
saying that like he by saying that he's acknowledging that there's something in
yes,
his
he
mind that he's
totally is.
defining as wokeness that he's
Yes.
thinking about. Right.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
And he's saying, look, once it comes out, you can tell, oh yeah, this is completely, you know, surface level diversity crammed in there just to preach at you some message that you could care less about when you're just there to see a good story.
Right.
He gets that. But he's like, shut up. It's the message of my church.
Mm-hmm.
Notice how he pointed out the guy's a Christian. He's like,
Mm.
I'm a wokestrin. What do you call it? Wokeshrianity.
At that point, it essentially proves the point where it's just, in that moment, it was literally just woke equals woman. That's all it was. And then there was that one guy that...
No, look, you're wrong, Hutch. You're completely wrong. You're completely wrong.
Right.
They're leaning in that direction. They haven't seen it yet. They're saying, look, we've seen this play out time and time and time again. Maybe it'll come out. Maybe it'll be different, right? Maybe it actually will have a good story. This happens.
Well, even if it has a good story, because you could theoretically have a story that has woke messaging or woke themes that is well written. I mean, it doesn't seem like it happens very often, but it's at least theoretically possible. But they're denying the fact that if you have a game that is either seems like it's pointed at a specific audience or is a sequel of a game that's pointed at a specific audience, and you put a character in it and you say, okay, we're going to put like a strong independent woman, protagonist in the game. It's definitely like there's a decision there. There's a thought process there of what you're trying to appeal, what audience you're trying to appeal to, what you're trying to say about, the world when you include a main character. And I don't think it's out of bounds for people. Now, they shouldn't completely jump to conclusions here, but it's not out of bounds to look at some of those choices and make assumptions based on character design. Be like, okay, well, it looks like they're trying to appeal to, the woke audience, the woke aesthetic, the woke philosophy with this character choice.
Yeah, look, this really depends upon how you define woke. Like if you define woke as just representation of movies, even movies that are great, that are representation done right. I mean, I wouldn't call that woke. I think woke is when the story is horrible because they've made sacrifices for the message, right? For representation or for inclusion, right? They're like, we're gonna make tangibles cuts in the entertainment value of this property,
right?
For that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And look, attractive people are part of the entertainment value, right?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, you agree with that framing, right? When you say woke done right, that's the thing that I'm thinking. Well, is it woke if it's done right? I don't know that that really makes sense.
So I think a lot of people do just okay. You what you're describing is the reality of how most properties that are woke end up being, because the people that are writing it end up sacrificing a lot to shoehorn in some kind of message
Right. Yes.
into it.
Yeah.
Right. But you agree that at least theoretically, I can't really call to mind any examples, but at least
Well,
theoretically,
Barbie would be the perfect example because
Barbie's is a bad example because Barbie's super shoehorned in all this like massively woke messaging in ways that I thought didn't even make sense or detract from the story.
No, I agree. Look, and both of
Right.
us didn't like the movie for those reasons. But the movie was generally far more popular than a lot of these movies.
No, right.
that-
But when I say
yeah.
right, but when I say something that's woke successful, what I mean is you can have a story, you can have a Barbie movie, you can have a movie that has some sort of woke theme about that's pro identity politics, that is pro leftist critical theory, political lens of
Yeah.
the world, but have it be woven into the story in such a way that like it has compelling characters and a compelling narrative and good conflict and all this stuff, but just like the theme, the message of the story is something that would be identified as woke. Now, I haven't seen that, but I'm just saying it's at least in theory possible.
Right.
So
Yeah, it's interesting whether or not you focus on the failure or not. Because if you focus on the failure, if that's part of the woke definition, then get woke, go broke is just true definitionally. I mean,
right,
woke is being a failure, right?
right.
Came out with a video where they were reacting to the Fallout show on Amazon, the trailer, and every time that video, who's got a link to that video? That video is crazy. Every time a minority showed up in the trailer, the guy who was reacting to the trailer just shouted diversity. I mean, at that point, it's just blatant, just like really blatant.
Oh no, here comes Jeremy.
Yep.
We did a live stream on Fallout.
Right.
Yeah. I liked it. I think Sitch never likes anything.
I didn't
so.
like it. You liked it.
Well,
you
look,
liked it till the end, didn't you? You didn't like the
Yeah,
end.
look, the ending I think completely shit the bed, obviously. And there was a bunch of super woke messaging. There's that whole communism storyline. Like, what? Why? Right? There's so many logical inconsistencies in it. But overall, I thought the characters were well developed and interesting. So
Well, that was kind of weird about it was like I felt like for people were assuming it was going to be woke again because they saw like, okay, the protagonist is like a young woman, so there was this sort of assumption.
she was great and a great actress. She did a good performance.
Yeah,
what
no,
she
she
had to
did
work
good.
with.
She
yeah.
did. She definitely did good. But I'm just saying, people they looked at that, they said, okay, the protagonist is a woman and a black guy, and so they jumped to the conclusion, the assumption that, okay, well, this is
they didn't even fuck.
Casting
Oh wait,
choices.
actually, I think maybe they did.
These casting choices are woke for diversity reasons, right? That was the assumption made. And then when you watch it, it does. It's actually, and this is where I think those people were wrong, was that for like 90% of the show, does it? Even though I didn't like it before that, it didn't seem really woke at all. It didn't really seem woke until the very end, where they inserted that weird communist shit, and they and then they made it like the evil corporation was the bad guy all along. They started
all that was
nuclear
terrible.
war just to sell bunkers, which is like
all
the most
that was
retarded concept ever. Yeah, you're
totally
like,
stupid. Yeah, totally
Right.
stupid.
and then you're like, oh, okay, so I guess there was wokeness hidden within the story. Like at first, you're like, oh, it doesn't seem woke, and then you get to the end, you're like, what the fuck? So
She made him give the power core back to the Vaulties because they were all going to die.
I wouldn't say that that's woke. That's just like
No, that's not woke at all. But I mean, it's good characterization, obviously.
Sure.
That's a compelling conflict right there.
And you even
He's
had
got a
that
mech suit. Who wants to leave their power core to their mech suit back? Come on.
Right, and they even had the black guy seemed to be morally questionable in his actions for a lot of this story too.
Oh yeah, which is a big no-no.
Right.
Don't want to work on those racist stereotypes, right?
Yep.
Anyway.
Bro, I don't know. Does this guy not have friends to tell him, like, look, the way you're lighting your shot makes it look like you don't have eyebrows? No one is having the conversation with this guy. I feel like I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Every video I see of this guy, it's like, where are your eyebrows? And then, of course, the Fallout show ended up
Somebody
being...
tell poor Ryan to light his shot a little better, okay?
Just a little eyeliner around the eyebrows, please.
Yeah.
Way better than probably any of us thought. The Fallout show was actually straight up like 9 out of 10, maybe 10 out of 10.
I'm glad we had. Aren't you glad we had our little conversation beforehand? We should invite Hutch on just to talk about Fallout.
10 out of 10. Oh my god, that's crazy.
This is just look. If you can't talk intelligently about story, I don't know. I don't know how you have this conversation about the culture war and wokeness and stuff like that. So
Well, I mean, you could talk about that without time out. Well, I guess you couldn't talk about
you
it in
can't
media,
really,
right?
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah. Anyway,
Well,
it was, dude.
I mean,
it was so.
A lot of me not liking Fallout even before the end was because I played Fallout New Vegas, so I kind of have like all these ideas in my mind about what the story is or should be, and could be, and all these things.
that stream that we did was really, really good because a lot of times we go into how it could have been better, like how it could have been vastly improved. And I mean, they really had the makings of something that could have been just phenomenal, like Fight Club, Matrix level phenomenon.
Yes.
But they didn't do it.
I don't remember what we said, but I remember it was genius. So
Of course, look, everything we say is genius. Hutch will testify to that. He knows the truth. Yeah. Otherwise, we'll smear him.
So good.
You should not be alone.
Holy the diversity.
Why did you join the Brotherhood?
Bro, the second he sees a black guy, we are a...
This is so bad faith, Hutch. This is so bad faith.
Mm-hmm.
This is literally a trailer response, okay? Like I said, once you see the story, it could be done differently. People are just defaulting to, this is probably a diversity hire because it happens all the fucking time.
Well, this is why the DI concept is bad in the first place, because then when you see someone who's non-white, a lot of people jump to the assumption that, okay, they were not chosen for meritocratic reasons. They were intentionally chosen for DEI reasons. So
their acting is going to be garbage. They're going to be posting their diss track on Twitter. They're going to be hiding. They're going to be hiding behind wokeness while there's legitimate criticism being leveled at their property.
Now the acting was good, was very good in Fallout.
Yeah, look,
the acting.
The Vaulties were great, man. A lot of it was great.
Yeah, no, everyone was good. The girl was good. The
I do remember the
Brotherhood of Steel guy was good. The Ghoul was good. I forgot all the actors' names, but
the big problem with the Brotherhood of Steel storyline, I do remember we talked about, was he's not a decisive character who's making decisions. He's kind of being pushed into directions that the story is taking him, and it would just be a so much better character if he was like, I'm gonna fuck this guy over, I'm gonna fucking steal the suit, I'm gonna do this stuff. And he goes from being kind of like a questionable character, right, American Psycho type style, to kind of growing a conscience. Like, that's an interesting storyline. And you have enough other characters, like the main woman is like so likable and just, morally unambiguous that it would cover it. You could have a character that had some moral ambiguity to them and it wouldn't destroy the whole show.
Oh, that's right. We were saying that that the Brotherhood of Steel guy should have started off much more like just straight up bad.
Yeah, cutthroat.
And then and cutthroat. And which would make sense because everyone in the Fallout world is like that, because it's like this post-apocalyptic, like killer be killed kind of shitty world. And yet through like interacting with, the girl character from the Vault, who has kind of like this, very naive, idealistic upbringing, like he becomes better by like being around her.
Yeah, so when she tells him, look, you have to give the core back to the Vaulties or they're all going to die, it's really a turning point in his character. It's like the first time that he's actually done something for other people.
Right.
He's
right,
like,
yeah.
It's a real character arc instead of this. Like everything he's done, he's just been pushed into doing by other people's actions. That's weak characters. Fucking take a stand, dude. Write a character that does something.
It would be now. It would be very anti Fallout because this is not at all like the way that Fallout works. So I don't know. A lot of Fallout fans might be mad about this, but it would have been interesting. You could have done it where you made like this is a very common theme in Japanese anime. It's not very common in American stuff, but there's very common anime. You have the Goku from Dragon Ball character. You have the Gon from Hunter x Hunter character. The character who's kind of like a very positive, naive, almost idealistic character. And they're so positive that like when people interact with them, it's like they become better people. They become a positive person just by being around them. And it would be kind of interesting maybe to have like that, have a Fallout show like that, where the Vault Dwellers' positivity is like infectious to like the people who are just used to living in this horrible world where everyone's like fucking asshole.
Yeah. I wonder if they're going to do a Fallout season 2. I haven't looked into it.
I think it did well, so I'm assuming they would.
Yeah.
Even though,
That would be great.
the end of it was so bad that I'm skeptical.
Yeah, but we still haven't learned a lot about the cowboy. So.
No. And they showed that, and people got mad because I think at the end they teased New Vegas and it looked like it was destroyed, and people were mad about that. They killed the New Republic, California New Republic in the show, and then now looks like they destroyed New Vegas. So fans are like really mad about this. But
looks like it is in the works though.
Right.
Couple years off. Cool. We'll cover it. Maybe
anyway,
Hutch will come on.
Diversity.
Look, I hope this is making some sense to Hutch because, I mean, you can talk intelligently about these topics and still deal with the topic of wokeness.
Right.
Like, not everyone that uses the word woke is a complete moron.
Right.
Except for Hutch, of course.
Full minute into the trailer, everybody else is white, and the second he sees a black character, he goes, diversity, and then he just keeps saying it. Watch.
Oh my God, the diversity.
People are going to come after you.
Even his co-host is like, geez.
Look out at this wasteland.
Diversity.
But there's always somebody.
Dude, he just yells diversity every time he sees a minority character. God, it must be exhausting to be this way in real life.
He didn't yell diversity at the red guy. Come on.
Ghoul diversity.
That's
Smoothie
it, right?
diversity, yeah.
Yeah, look. Challenging those beauty standards, right? You don't need a nose. Who needs a fucking nose? Okay.
There you go. I mean, listen.
To disagree.
It is woke, okay? Every person, all the main characters in the show, with the exception of the main female character's brother, all the main characters are either not white, not male, and the only white male gets turned into a ghoul and loses his nose. Okay, Obviously this is some kind of statement about the evils of being a white man, Adam.
Yeah, look, the father, the straight white male, turns out to be the bad guy too.
That's true.
Fucking loser show.
Though he is the most interesting character.
Yeah. And it's not the Cosby, the lesbian communist girls.
It was not the lesbian communist super scientist. Yeah.
Right. Look, they always have to have that character, right? That's an important. Look, if you don't have a super scientist woman in your movie.
Yeah, how are the girls going to be scientists? And they need to have the role models, right?
Yeah, you're not meeting your diversity quota.
Right.
On how?
This is no thanks,
bro. This is insane. I mean, it's just really just like undeniable, just blatant racism. That's all it is. There's no other way.
God, why is that so bad?
I know.
Why is that so bad?
Yep.
This is just blatant racism here. God, I thought this grift was dying, but maybe it's coming back again. If Trump is elected, this grift is going to be, this is like the 2025 grift we're looking at right here, Sitch. Oh
okay.
my God, this is just
Interesting.
explicit racism here.
Right.
Is this racism, Sitch? Do you think this is racism?
No,
Do you feel a lot of racism?
I don't
is
feel
going on?
racist. It doesn't feel racist to me.
Okay, good.
To explain reactions like that, just unhinged reactions like that, laughing and smirking and joking and shouting diversity every time you see a character that isn't white. I don't know what else I'm supposed to like. What else am I supposed to infer from that?
I'm done. I'm out.
There you are.
No thanks. No thanks. No.
Yeah, it's like
And then it ended up being amazing. And then the show ended up being amazing.
These days, it's the boy who cried woke. There is so much disingenuous criticism using the word woke. The word is so liberally applied to every.
This is why we banned it on the subreddit.
Look, I agree. Look, I agree with Osmongold. Look right here. I think Sid should stop saying woke, but he won't listen. He won't listen to me. No.
Never. I'm never stopping. You can't stop me.
Well, at least you're using it correctly. Okay. I'll give you that much. A lot of these people aren't. So.
Right.
Reddit, by the way, for a while, is because people use the word woke the same as they use the word like racist or like a few other things, where it's like, this is like basically it's like a filler word because I don't know how to define what the problem is. So I'm just going to use like this bucket word that somehow is going to apply.
When I was having the conversation with Sitch and Adam, like I kept.
Well, before we get into that,
I know. I was gonna say.
Well,
Let him finish his sentence, Hutch. Jeez.
Well, I mean, we do the same thing, but I do agree with Asmongold that yes, I mean, it's the case with anything. These words become vastly overused. They kind of lose a lot of their meaning, and it can be unclear as to like what conceptually is being described when someone describes something as woke or racist or any of this stuff, because they get so overused all the time. But it is interesting too, and I think it's part of why Andy Pants was so bad. At least part of the debate that I saw is that when Ackman says, this is the boy who cried wolf situation, then what that means, the boy who cried wolf, and he even says this, that means that he believes that there is something that is woke out there. It's just that it's being overused. So then you say, okay, well, let's hone in on what is the wolf then? Let's hone in on what is actually the real thing, right?
Yeah, what is the wolf? That's a
Right.
great conceptualization.
Let's hone in on what the wolf is, and let's hone in on what the nonsense wolf is. But then obviously the conversation doesn't go in that direction at all. So
I think the wolf is the death of the meritocracy.
yeah,
That's the
death of
wolf for me.
meritocracy, identity politics, anything that's anti
Liberal?
Western liberal
Look at you.
normativity.
It's just like
I know any of these things.
We
I mean,
gotta-
there's a lot of different things that fit under that. They all come from the same place. Like intuitively, they all come from the same place.
I love liberalism because liberalism is ironic, and irony is like caviar for the mind. It really is.
How is it
There's something
ironic?
beautiful about forcing your beliefs on people when those beliefs are that people should be free to do whatever the fuck they want.
Oh, okay. I see.
That's beautiful. That is beautiful.
I do like that. Yeah.
It's like, we're going to force freedom on you, you fuckers. You're going to be free whether you like it or not, okay?
That's funny. I like that.
Fuck you. Freedom! God, I love it. It's just, it's just so beautiful. So beautiful. You feel it, don't you? It's right there, that irony.
Yeah,
irony.
I like it. It's a nice bit of beautiful irony.
You're going to have fun, or I'm going to fucking make you have fun. Don't try. Don't try to resist.
You're going to respect my fucking freedoms, or I'm going to take away your freedom to live, bitch.
Look at that. That's it. That's the irony.
There it is.
You can see it.
Base
Yes.
liberalism. Delicious.
Beautiful.
On pressing them to like give me examples of it, I found that conversation with them a little bit frustrating because it was like they both acknowledge that there's nothing wrong with setting diversity as a goal for whatever art you're putting out there in whatever medium, video games, TV, movies.
You're so close, Hutch. Keep going. You're not straw manning yet. Where's the straw man?
if the creatives in charge of whatever these properties are intentionally set diversity as a goal, not just having a homogenized sort of artistic experience, having like a diversity of backgrounds and whatnot. They both said that there was nothing inherently wrong with that, but then they were cautioning against what they called tokenism. And then I asked them to sort of like explain, well, what can you give me an example of like a token character or whatever? It just feels like for a lot of characters that are like, especially if you're gay or doubly, especially if you're trans, the inclusion of these characters need to be justified in some way. So what you'll oftentimes hear when it comes to trans characters in video games is, well,
look, they're justified in the same way anybody filling a position is justified. They're right for the job.
Right.
Merit. Yes.
Well, I think, and I don't know if we said this in the conversation because probably didn't think about it. Because I bet you that, like, to us, we conceptualize, like, when we say, oh, yeah, of course, having like diversity in casting isn't a problem. But when we say that, we mean like, okay, but you're not lowering like the merits.
Yeah, the meritocratic standards, exactly.
Of like any of the actors or writers, anyone involved with the project. And I guess we kind of assume that implicitly, which I don't think when Hutch says it, he doesn't have that assumption built into it about meritocracy.
Yeah, that's why you kind of got to dig. That's a real conflict here. That is the conflict.
Right.
So, and I do think a lot of people on the left are willing to sacrifice. Look, it's funny because the term tokenism came from the left. Like the left is the one that's worried about creating negative stereotypes of different marginalized groups, right? That's their whole thing. And they realized early on, because obviously they wanted representation in media forever ago. What are you talking about? We had all kinds of representation in like the 60s, 70s, and 80s, right? So, but they were thinking, look, we can't do tokenism. We can't just pick some black guy who's going to suck in the role and he's going to create a negative stereotype of black people.
Right.
They were like, they have to be good. They have to be cool. They have to really show a positive face on the black community or the gay community or whatever, right?
Right.
They were conscious of this. They were like, oh, we can't use this. Look, and they even say, this is like the trans thing, right? They hate Buffalo Bill in Silence of the Lambs.
That's not, Buffalo Bill's not a token, obviously.
Well, no, it's, I'm just, look, I'm saying it in the context of they understand the negative stereotypes, right? They're like, look, if you make a trans person in every movie, the bad guy, the terrible guy, then that's going to create negative stereotypes of trans people. You can't do that, right? They understand. So it's the same exact thing with putting somebody in a role that they just suck at and are shitty at, right? It's going to create the same kind of effect.
True.
Yeah. So they get it. They just, that's what I'm talking about. And Hutch obviously didn't get it. Well, like I think the argument that Hutch would jump to just to be argumentative is that, look, you can't point out any example of these characters that are, bad characters that are diverse characters in movies. I mean, you can, but then the argument would shift to, well, is that really a bad character? And he would argue, oh no, that's an amazing character, right? Rey is a great character, a fully fleshed out character. She's not a Mary Sue. This is like a good character. You're wrong on the substance of this. That's where the debate would go.
Right.
Shouldn't put the character in there unless there's a good reason. And it's like, what?
I could look at this.
Well, yeah. Well, it's because he doesn't. When we're talking about like a good reason in terms of like they're good for the role.
Right. Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Like it needs to service the story in some tangible way. And you're like, wait, but why? Like
I don't remember.
Look, it's just silly. Obviously, when people are writing, most of their attention goes to creating characters that are going to make a compelling story. So those, obviously characters that don't fit the pattern that they're trying to tell in the story aren't right for the story. A lot of this is they are jamming characters in that aren't right for the story. Like I would cite House of the Dragon with the whole Philosophy Tube storyline. It's so out of character for for House of the Dragon, for what House of the Dragon is. It kind of goes to that whole, like, every TV show has to be, is it Dharma and Greg? I've only said it like a million times now, but
Will
like
and Grace.
Will and Grace.
Dharma and Greg, wasn't Dharma and Greg like the straight version of Will and Grace?
Was it? I don't know.
I
Yeah.
thought
Will and
people I
Grace,
never
yeah.
watched Fire.
But yeah, I mean, look, and people can disagree on that. That's probably a gray area of the philosophy tube example. I think obviously if we were going to come up with examples, we want super clear examples, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people go ahead.
I mean, I would say also, I mean, you disagree or you liked it, but I would say making the women like randomly lesbian, that just is obviously token like and pointless. Like it's nothing to do with the story. Doesn't even really make sense in my opinion. Like has no connection there. I would say that having the
Here's how it makes sense to me, though. Obviously, those two characters, like she is trying her hardest to ingratiate herself to the queen.
Mm-hmm.
And if she can build like a sexual connection with the person, that it's like that's that much more close knit that they are. So
Right.
that's why I think it works.
But if it was portrayed like one character is doing this for nefarious reasons, like kind of the way you're describing, like they're just doing it for their own selfish purposes, then yeah, that completely changes the context because then there's something there and you're like, oh, that's kind of interesting, right?
Yeah, it might
They're
be.
trying to like trick a person, but that's not really how it was portrayed at all in the show.
Mhm.
And then I'd also say making the Valerians like black, I know, that was kind of weird to me. That seemed to be like, I don't really care, but it definitely is an example of just sort of trying to shoehorn diversity into the show for diversity's sake.
Yeah.
Would you apply the same standard to like straight people? And so if there's a throwaway character and that throwaway character is not essential to the story, it's just a side character, it's just kind of there for aesthetics or whatever, and then that character has like a heterosexual relationship, like a man and his wife, like two throwaway characters that show up and they don't add anything to the story, but they're just there in the backdrop. And you would never question if a straight couple in the background of like a cyberpunk vista, you're at a basketball court in Cyberpunk 2077 and you see, a straight couple. You never like question that. But if you see a gay couple, I don't know about Asmongold, but what a lot of people say online typically is like, well, it needs to add to the story somewhere.
This is so interesting because he's literally talking about them being background. And the background is supposed to go away. It's supposed to be something that you don't focus on at all.
Mm-hmm.
So, but they want to create a world where you can have gay people and it's background, like nobody really notices it. Like that's
Right.
the world that they're shooting for, and the concept is if we put this in movies enough, that's going to be the reality of the situation. But I don't know that that's the case because I don't know that gay people in public is ever going to reach that kind of norm. I mean, obviously in Los Angeles it's like, yeah, it's totally normal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that it's going to be that way everywhere, right?
Well,
like it's always going to be attention grabbing, right?
There's two things. Number one, you're correct in terms of it will always be somewhat, not necessarily attention grabbing. It'll always be something that sticks out somewhat just because it's not, the majority of people are not gay, right? So, if 90% of the population is straight, 10% is not straight, 90 or even more, 95, whatever the fuck the number is, then it's going to just stand out a little bit to the viewer just because it's outside of the norm, right? Outside of the majority. So it stands out. So yeah, from that perspective, it will. But from another perspective, it won't. Like we can have a society, and I think we were going towards that direction before wokeness essentially destroyed it, where okay, even if you like notice it, like your brain notices and says, okay, like here's a gay couple, you wouldn't perceive it existing for a political purpose. You just be like, okay, well, that's just a gay couple. That's the problem now, is because the political philosophy that the DEI stuff draws upon is very specifically based around this idea that normativity is bad. Normativity is wrong. White people is wrong, or white people are bad and inherently racist. American society is inherently bad and inherently racist. Like just having the gay couple, it immediately puts in people's minds like, okay, are they doing this because they also believe this woke ideology and all the baggage that comes with it? That's the problem, is that it's because it becomes incredibly unclear to the viewer what if is there a message behind this inclusion and what exactly is the message.
Right. They're like, oh look, communism.
Right. That's it, but I mean that's literally the problem is you don't
Yeah.
you just don't know nowadays when something like that's included, because a lot of it, I'm sure is well-meaning people who are, moderate or on the left who just say, okay, I want to have more diversity in things because I feel bad for non-straight people, non-black white people because, the historical prejudice. And so by having them be in movies more, I'm going to normalize essentially the existence of non-white people and non-straight people and thus, help reduce bigotry. Right. And they're just kind of well-meaning and completely ignorant of sort of the gross underpinnings of what a lot of the woke ideology is that's kind of come in and completely poison the entire conversation.
Yeah. They're having a
So,
completely different conversation.
right. Like when, as I was talking about Brokeback Mountain being super boring, like when Brokeback Mountain came out, it was just trying to be like titillating. It was like, oh, it's a movie about gay men. It's titillating, right? It's taboo. Like I don't think there wasn't really like a deeper political message to Brokeback Mountain or something to that effect. So
Wasn't that movie done by the same guy that did the Hulk? Who did Brokeback Mountain?
I don't think so. You think it
I'll
was?
look it up.
Was it done by what's his name? Ang Lee?
Yeah.
Oh wow, you're right. I didn't even know that. That's hilarious. Ang Lee did Brokeback Mountain.
How do you take a film class and are forced to watch that and you don't know it's the same guy that did the
I don't
Hulk?
remember. Jesus. I don't remember that the same guy that did Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon did Brokeback Mountain.
Yeah, look, it's
Right.
fucking yeah.
That's weird. Well,
Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was amazing. Yeah.
it's funny. I've only seen, let's see. Let me look at his movies here. Because I've only seen, he did Gemini Man, which supposedly was awful. I think that was written by the Game of Thrones people. So out of all his movies, I've only seen Crouching Tiger, The Hulk, and Brokeback Mountain. I've never seen Life of Pi. Some people say it's good. I haven't seen it, but The Hulk was kind of shitty and weird. Brokeback Mountain was super boring. But yeah, Crouching Tiger was fantastic. So I don't know. Guess can't win them all, right?
Yeah.
How does Crouching Tiger only have a 7.9 on IMDb?
People like you, Sitch. That's how.
I've never heard anyone really criticize, like when that movie came out, it like everyone loved it. It created an entire genre of movie. It's like, when The Matrix came out, everything was doing bullet time. Like when Crouching Tiger came out, everything was like doing the wire jump, live action.
Float in the air.
Thing. Right. Yeah. Like, I don't remember anyone. I mean, I guess I was kind of young because it came out in 2000, but I don't remember anyone criticizing Crouching Tiger when it came out. I thought it was like pretty widely beloved. So.
Yeah. They took the ignoring gravity up to the next level. The Matrix took it up to one level and then they're like, oh, we're going to blow the top off this gravity thing.
Yep. And then they had, and then Michelle Yeoh was in Everything Everywhere at Once.
I remember, yeah.
And that was nice to see
I
her
kept
again,
thinking,
so.
wow, I wish I was watching Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Well, fuck you. Everything Everywhere at Once is a great movie. Get
I mean, it's a bit woke. I mean, they forced that gay shit way in there.
No, that's not true. There's
way in your face.
That movie is not woke at all.
Totally non-essential to the story.
Well, kind of is.
Look, I'm kidding.
I know you're kidding, but it kind of
Hutch,
is. Yeah.
I'm kidding. Okay, obviously, it's essential to the movie. It actually is the central conflict of the movie. So,
well,
good job.
No. That the gay relationship with the daughter is not the central conflict. It's just one aspect of creating conflict between the daughter and the mother in terms of the mother doesn't think her father. The mother, who's the main character, has never had her father's acceptance and is now worried that her father will not like her more and not like her granddaughter if she finds out that she's gay.
Right.
Right. That's
Yeah.
not the central conflict.
But the gayness creates the conflict. I mean, the central conflict is obviously the time travel.
Well,
shit,
the multiverse hopping.
multiverse shit,
Well, the
yeah.
main conflict is trying to find meaning in life, and does life really have meaning if we all just die and everything's pointless, right? I mean, I think that'd be the central conflict.
Look, you know how I feel about conflict. It's got to be something tangible.
Well, it's funny. I guess that's
It's
why
like a theme.
I
Yeah,
guess
that's why I
why
hate
you
that movie.
you didn't
Yeah.
like the movie because, well, that's not true. There is the central conflict is there's a person who's trying to destroy reality. That is like the tangible concept.
Yeah,
of
and
the
we have
movie.
to stop him, but it's
Right.
super unclear how that takes place.
Well, you're right in terms of like it's unclear the Joju Pataki, I forget whatever the fuck the character's name is. The antagonist character, it is unclear exactly what they're trying to accomplish for like half the movie.
Yeah, and
So
how
I guess
you
that's why
stop
don't
them.
like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, okay, in the Matrix, it's unclear. Like, when does how quickly in the movie do they explain what the Matrix is? I don't remember. Is it like
It's
pretty
like the
early in the movie?
first third
the
of
first
the
act?
movie.
Okay, it's in the first
The
third.
first third of the movie, the central conflict is what is the Matrix? Yeah.
Okay, just to discover what the Matrix is.
Yeah.
And then once you discover
they
it,
literally pay it off like
In the movie.
amazingly. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So it's worth it. And
Well, but
everyone
but
obviously walked out of the movie theater talking about oh my God, the reveal. The
Yeah, but
reveal.
Can you say that's the conflict of everything everywhere all at once is why is this person trying to destroy reality? And then you find out, and then it's like, okay, now we have to stop this person. So it's like, what is the Matrix? Oh, okay, now we have to stop the Matrix. Like, I feel like it's pretty similar.
I mean, I was super bored watching that movie, so I'd have to go back and
I think it's a generational thing. Every person I know who's like not of a millennial or younger doesn't like Everything Everywhere at Once. And everyone I know that's a millennial or younger likes that movie. So maybe it's just like some weird generational thing.
yeah.
I don't know.
Look at the ageism here.
Yeah, listen.
Going
I'm sorry
on.
I can't appreciate like good movies. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
like
listen,
good
you'll be
movies.
happy to know that Crouching Tiger has a 7.9 on IMDb and Everything Everywhere All at Once has a 7.8. Okay.
Really?
So it's got Crouching Tiger is slightly
Fascinating.
better. All right.
Fascinating. Look at that.
There you go.
Were we watching Hutch?
We were,
Hutch
but then we
is-
started talking about something more interesting.
The only thing really entertaining about Hutch is like how in the dark he is. God, it's so sad. Hutch. Wait. Hutch was going to read, I think, The Righteous Mind. Or no, I think it was Dictator's Handbook.
Right.
He should
Oh, that's
read
right. Yeah,
Dictator's
that's
Handbook
right.
and come on
That's
and
right.
talk to us about it. You can't.
Mhm.
You can't not read the Dictator's Handbook and not be completely rah-rah democracy. So
No. Well, I guess you can if you're one of these elite theorists or something, but
oh yeah, you're right. Interesting. I don't think we're gonna have that problem with Hutch though.
no. Kung Fu Hustle is awesome.
Kung Fu
Another-
Hustle is amazing.
Another Kung Fu movie.
10 times better than that Everything Everywhere.
I
at
don't. I
Once.
mean, they're not really comparable, except that there's
How are
Asian
they
people
not?
in the movies. I mean,
How are they not?
there's like, what's the comparison? Like Kung Fu Hustle is like a parody movie.
What is there is a tangible goal in Kung Fu
Wait,
Hustle,
what? Yeah,
though.
what even is like? See, I'm surprised because the conflict in like the main story in Kung Fu Hustle doesn't even become clear till like halfway through the movie.
I
like-
can't
like, isn't-
remember what it is.
I
What
don't
is
need.
it?
Well, because it's the remember the main guy who becomes Buddha enlightened or something.
Oh yeah.
But like before that guy, like isn't the first? It's been a long time since I've seen the movie. Isn't like the first quarter or third or even the first half of that movie? It's just about like other. He's like part of the gang and he's like the bad guy.
Isn't he trying to move up through the ranks? I'm not sure. I need
I
to
don't
rewatch that
remember.
movie.
I don't even remember what was going on. Because like at first you don't even think I thought at first it's been a long time, so I could be wrong. I thought at first you don't even see him as like the protagonist.
Talk about female empowerment, right?
Mm.
That the curler lady is super
Oh,
badass.
yeah, she was very badass.
She's a very fan favorite. So
Right. But see, but that's what the reason you like her is because, you know, you look at her and she's like this schlubby, middle-aged looking
Yeah, it's
woman.
irony.
Right. It's
again
because
irony.
it's funny, right?
Yeah.
The fact that she's so powerful is
Yeah.
funny. And like this massive kung fu fighter.
Yeah. They should have made it a lesbian couple though, and you'd use some
There you go.
inclusion there, right? Why did they
Right.
have to make it a heterosexual couple?
That's
So
right. She had a
lame.
husband, right? Yeah. I
Yeah,
forgot
they
about
fought
that.
together.
They
Yeah.
fight the guy with
It's
the weird
great.
face, the frog guy. Yeah. That's a good movie. Anyways,
Yeah.
let's get back to this.
Way. And like the gayness needs to be justified in some way. And I'm saying it doesn't need to be. They can just exist in the world. They don't need to justify anything. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
DEI is the new woke. Yeah, DEI is exactly.
Thing because there are
There's
so many
two races in video games. There's white and woke.
True.
Online grifters who
He's not
produce
lying about
daily
this.
outrage content that are saying this thing is woke, this thing is woke. You should be angry, you should be upset. Tune in tomorrow for episode 4169 on why Star Wars is woke now and why you should hate it and be mad and angry and upset.
Yeah.
There's so much of that going on that the ending of the story of The Boy Who Cried Wolf is that
It's like a whole industry now. You know, you have like Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker. They have just like, if I look up Nerdrotic and if I
Shouldn't Hutch be criticizing the Ackman? Because it sounds like the Ackman is saying is that wokeness does exist, and if you oversaturate critique of it, then it's going to come destroy you the way the wolf does. I mean that's what the story of the Boy Who Cried Wolf is about. Is that
Right.
there is a real threat out there, and if you keep wrongly calling it out, when it actually comes out, you die. And so he's saying, I would imagine, the Ackman is saying, that means that wokeness is real, it's out there, and it is a threat, but no one's going to believe you when it finally comes. So shouldn't Hutch be criticizing that concept?
Because he doesn't think wokeness is a threat. He thinks it's a good thing.
I don't know. I mean, he obviously doesn't think it's a threat.
Hutch doesn't believe wokeness is a thing. He just thinks
Right.
there's only diversity in movies, and that's a good thing.
Well, if that's the case, why is he not criticizing Ackman here for using this analogy? He should be, right?
Because Ackman is saying that everything that woke is basically a grift, and Hutch likes that. He's like,
Yeah, but
oh,
he's
yeah,
not
it is
saying
a
that.
grift.
Well, he's saying people are overusing the term.
Yeah.
Right.
And grifting off it because they're
Okay,
doing
so Hutch is only
4,000 episodes, and really there's nothing to see here.
So Hutch is focusing on the first half of the story, the first half of the analogy, and he's missing the latter half.
Yeah, the wolf part. He doesn't.
Gotcha.
He's like, it's not a wolf. Come on,
Right.
be real.
No, it's a cute little puppy.
You're
It's
just
cute,
you're just
cute little
racist.
chihuahua, you know, little chow chow.
Yeah.
search for Brie Larson. How many videos are going to pop up?
Boy, this Brie Larson stuff.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Brie Larson was like a cash cow. Remember when she started her own YouTube channel? She's like, look, I'm on YouTube now. And you're like, wow, this is weird. Look, it's the real Brie Larson.
Mhm.
Just chatting with her friends, being a normal
Right.
person.
Right. Or
I
so
do.
they
I
say.
mean, I love Brie Larson in Scott Pilgrim. I can't help myself. She's like great in that movie.
I mean, she's good in. I mean, it's just a very minor role. She's good in it. I wouldn't say that. I don't know if I'd say.
Yeah, but she
great.
plays like the perfect bitch.
She does.
It's just
Well, I mean, she's playing to type, I guess, right?
I know. Maybe it was typecast, right?
Yeah.
God, it's so perfect. I feel like I'm seeing the real Brie Larson.
Her song
It
was,
just
was, I think, one of the better songs in.
Oh, hell yeah.
The best song
Yeah.
in Scott Pilgrim. So
Yeah.
I don't know if it was actually her
Anyway.
singing or not, but
People loved hating on Brie Larson. There's that one clip of her being like, do people even want me as Captain America? She's so dejected. They're talking like
right.
about or Captain Marvel.
Captain Marvel, yeah.
They're talking about another Captain Marvel movie. And she's like, people hate me.
Right. No, and I do think people were unfair in terms of like, you know, she had that interview. And I said this at the time. She had that interview with like Chris Hemsworth, I think,
Man.
where she was like being real cringy.
Oh,
and he was
totally.
like, and he would, but he was like, to me, it seemed very clear he was like pretending to to like hate her as like part of
Yeah,
the
they were
bit.
hamming it up like we
Right,
do.
they're hamming it up, and like a lot of people looked at that and they were like, "Oh my god,
Chris
everyone hates."
Hemsworth is serious. Yeah.
Right, he's serious. If everyone hates Brie Larson, I'm like, I don't think that's really what's going on there. But
Look, I honestly think if they did a Captain Marvel movie that was
Mhm.
well written, that understood the audience, like even the audience would be able to forgive Brie Larson. Like I think the American people are a very forgiving
people.
Yeah. And look, a great movie. It's just it's impossible not to love a great movie. So
well, you know, it's not, again, I don't know, Brie Larson, she had that comment that we read, which was a bad comment, obviously, about A Wrinkle in Time.
oh yeah.
But
She's
you know,
an actor though. Look,
I know she's an
just shut
actor.
your mouth and
Actors are
do the
stupid,
role.
right?
Look,
But
someone else is going to write your words.
right. But you can't blame her, obviously, personally, for Captain Marvel sucking and being terrible.
No,
She doesn't
not
really
at
have
all.
control over that.
Blame the writers.
Right.
Yeah.
It was not her acting that made the movie bad. It was the writing was just trash.
Yeah, super morally ambiguous, that whole, yeah, look, make her a cool character and all will be forgiven, right? But Hollywood won't do that. They're
No.
like, no,
It's too late.
we need
Just-
more Mary Sues.
It's
We-
over.
we
It's too late. I don't know if you could save the Captain Marvel character. I think it's got to put it to bed. Start
we need
over.
more crying Saurons. That's what we need.
Oh God, more Sauron's getting like shivved in like a prison stabbing by orcs. Like what the
That's
fuck?
right. Yeah.
That was so lame.
Someone posted a still of Sauron like crying like a little bitch. Did you see that?
Really? Oh Jesus.
Yes.
God,
Like bawling his eyes out.
that's terrible.
It's like Brendan Fraser levels of crying.
Oh my God.
And
What
I
are they
was like-
thinking?
I know. I'm
What
like,
the fuck
holy
is
shit.
happening?
Can you imagine just like the Star Wars trilogy, right? Like halfway
The
through.
prequel of Emperor Palpatine's rise to power. He's crying because he sucks at his job being a senator.
Look,
or whatever.
I'm talking about the original Star Wars trilogy when like when everyone was like Darth Vader is the ultimate badass.
Right.
Can you imagine like a scene of Darth Vader like sobbing about some tragedy that happened to him?
In the second, in Empire
Like
Strikes
what
Back,
the fuck?
in Empire Strikes Back, right before Darth Vader fights Luke Skywalker and he puts Han Solo in the frozen carbonite, like right before that scene, he like pulls out, like he's getting into his Darth Vader outfit, and you see he's wearing a locket, and it opens up and it has like Natalie Portman's picture in it.
Yes.
And he starts going,
starts bawling.
Padme, and he starts just bawling his eyes out. And then some stormtroopers like, Lord Vader, we need. Oh,
I know,
And
he
he-
backs up uncomfortable.
he slowly backs out of the room. He's like, And then the
These
Emperor's
people- they
like,
have no sense.
Where's Lord Vader? I told you to get him. He's like, oh, he's indisposed at the moment.
How is this not just a leftist brain rot that men need to show their sensitive side? How's that not what's going on here with Sauron and his crying binges?
I mean, I don't know. Like that's even weirder because Sauron's obviously the bad guy. So I mean,
It's just so weird.
Sauron is not a character who should be humanized in really any capacity.
Of course
So,
not. Yeah.
There's when it comes to high fantasy, and I think this is just a part, obviously. Rings of Power is really bad because for many reasons, but I think when it comes to high fantasy like Lord of the Rings, like the high fantasy means to me is that the characters are supposed to be more symbolic representations of like concepts.
Yes. Archetypes.
Right, they're archetypical characters. So like that's why like in Lord of the Rings, there's no scene of like Frodo and Sam having to dig a latrine and take a shit in it. Right? You don't
Oh my
you don't want to know
God.
like the mundanities of these archetypical characters. They're supposed to be like these sort of mythical heroic representations in the villains, or like mythical, villain representations. You don't want a scene where like the Nazgul are, talking about how uncomfortable it is to sit on their little dragon flyers because they chafe their balls. Right? That kind of like ruins it. Like, but in Game of Thrones, which is not like a high fantasy, it is more like grounded, and you could have all those scenes because it is more sort of like a gritty, realistic take on the things. And I think that's kind of one of the many problems with Rings of Power is that they didn't understand that. Is that Lord of the Rings needs to, all the characters need to be these kind of like high fantasy archetypical characters, archetype characters. You don't want to have them sort of, running around and doing these like mundane character struggle things, with Galadriel and all this nonsense that they're kind of running around doing. And you don't want Sauron getting shivved by a bunch of orcs and all this stuff.
Yeah, it just ruins the branding.
Yeah, it ruins the
Ruins it.
entire concept of the characters in the world.
Yeah. Darth Vader would not be a big deal. Create as much interest as he did if you did that kind of shit.
He started crying about Padme, right?
Yeah.
And you'd be like, what is
Look,
happening?
and people understood that with Sauron. Like, this is why
Right.
they're doing a series about Sauron, because Sauron was this mythical, interesting character, right? And now they're completely destroying it. It's like,
Well, yeah.
go ahead.
I don't know. It's weird because apparently, because I had made this comment where I said, it'd been interesting if Rings of Power was like Sauron Breaking Bad, like how Sauron,
Oh, yeah, that would be
successfully
good.
became evil, the big guy, and tricked other people. And then apparently that was supposedly the concept, and I'm like, oh, well, they completely dropped the ball on that. If that was what they were trying to go for, which that obviously was not what they're trying to go for in the first season, because the first season Sauron was like not even the main character; it was Galadriel. So,
Oh, yeah.
and then maybe like since the first season was so poorly, everyone hated it essentially, that they're like, okay, let's fix this and try to do something different for the second season. But you had the same idiot writers, and they can't manage that. So,
Yeah. I haven't watched it. I only watched one episode. I don't know about you.
right. I watched 3 episodes.
Oh, really?
I gave up. It
Wow.
was pretty hard to get past that.
Oh, man. You're doing the work. You're doing the
Humanizing
work.
Sauron, humanizing the orcs. I'm like, okay, they just completely don't understand like the concept of high fantasy, really, if that's what you're doing.
Right, yeah.
I don't want orcs crying about their families. Okay, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you're watching those old movies where they're just slaughtering them right and left, and you're thinking, that guy had a child.
That orc had an orc baby. Yeah, exactly.
You're like, oh my God, what's going to happen to the orc baby now?
Right. These poor
You're ruining
orcs
it. You're totally ruining the movie.
just grew up in an underprivileged society, controlled by an
Terrible.
evil sorcerer. So sad.
The worst kind of retcon.
Like when you do that in Bright, which I like. I don't know why people were so hard on Bright. Like that's part of what makes Bright funny and like interesting, is it's deconstructing these high fantasy characters to be more realistic, and that's fine. But just leave that out. It shouldn't exist in Lord of the Rings. Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's hear what Hutch has to say now.
Right.
We've held off as long as we can.
I know.
Going. It's a lot. Oh my God! There's a pinwheel. It just keeps going.
What does this mean?
Well, I guess he's just saying like it's a grift or something because they complain about Brie Larson so much.
A lot of people hated Brie Larson. Okay.
Right.
Search Trump. Do this with Trump and see what happens.
Okay, right.
Are you going to say, oh, what's going on here? Look, all these unfair videos about Trump.
When I go on David Pakman's page and I type in Trump, oh my God, there's so many.
I know. All of this will be on one page.
Right. Well, the
Oh, wait,
response
all
would
this
be-
is neurotic.
Right. Yeah, it is. The response would be, I guess, well, that's fine because Trump's running for president and that's important, and Brie Larson's some fucking retard actor. So I'm assuming that's what would be the retort. But in terms of
Who
producing
cares?
content for YouTube, it doesn't actually matter. It's the same thing.
No,
So
I guess you're right. Trump is a big figure.
Jesus, I thought I was memeing a little bit, but oh my God. Bro,
Well, a lot of these aren't.
seriously, how many videos? It keeps going. Anyways, there's
Okay,
a
wait.
whole industry.
He's got to actually wait a minute. He's got to actually like look, because it looked like once he got past a certain point, most of those videos, Brie Larson was not in the title or the thumbnail, so I don't even know why it was coming up.
Right.
So I
Started
calm
going
down.
to Star Wars.
Calm
I don't
down there,
remember
buddy.
Brie Larson in Star Wars. Do you?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't.
History of this stuff, of this content. Star Wars Acolyte, Star Wars.
Look at Nerdrotic. Gary's up to 1.12 million subscribers.
Good for him. Look at that.
Yeah.
Acolyte, Star Wars, 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 Acolyte.
That yes. Yeah.
It's a good thumbnail. Yeah.
A thumbnail. Yeah. look
What's
at
what's
that.
wait a minute. For first of all, if you're doing a review for every episode, so you're gonna have at least 7, and then there's a lot of stories to talk about with the Star Wars Acolyte. Why is that? You're not allowed to talk about shows when they're on? I don't understand.
Look, and we easily did way more content than this on the Acolyte because we did streams for like 2 or 3 hours talking about the Acolyte.
Right. Yeah. Like this doesn't even make any sense to me. What is the complaint here? It's like if you go to a Game of Thrones channel and you're like, look at all these Game of Thrones videos.
Yeah,
what's the problem?
We got interesting stuff to say, Hutch.
Right.
Come on. Gotta say it.
Furiosa, Rings of Power, MCU is woke, Hollywood is woke, Disney is woke, Rebel Moon sucks. I mean, I agree with him there. Like the industry of anti-woke content on YouTube, it is so pervasive now.
At the end, there was a...
Why are people pushing this narrative?
Because they're
Anti-woke
losing.
problem. Oh, okay. Good.
That's why. That's all it is. It's because why do they care? Why do they care? Because they're losing. They're losing a battle.
Well, they are kind of grifting off of anti-woke content, though, because they're like, oh, we got to make anti-woke content.
Roll that. Yeah, the anti-woke is the new, that's the new grift, right?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
a wolf out there, but because there were so many false claims of there being a wolf, the people didn't help him. So that's what's happened with the word woke. When I hear somebody,
I think that Actman's bringing up a really good point here, and I think the best example of that point is that a lot of people have labeled games like Space Marine 2 as woke because it has I guess like a female commander in it, and
so he's talking about the term woke.
There's me right there, and then
being too ubiquitous. But if I go to Asmongold's channel and if I search woke, what am I going to find? Google gave up on being woke. Woke VTuber brains explode over Trump surviving. YouTube movie critics versus woke Disney. Woke Disney is failing. My full response to the woke translator attacking me. Why woke characters suck. The woke consulting firm that ruined all these games. Wokeness in video games. Blizzard exec reveals the real reason bad games go woke. Woke translators are out of control. Woke localizers ruin. Jesus Christ.
I feel like that's not really what's.
It's like.
So wait a minute. You can't. So this is like a stupid, ridiculous critique here. Because Asmongold is saying that, yes, the term is overused, and Hutch's response is, well, how dare you say that when you've complained about things that are woke? It's like, he didn't say woke doesn't exist. He said it was overused.
Right. And
there's very different concepts.
Isn't he reacting? So the subject could be talking about wokeness, and he's just reacting to that subject.
Well, theoretically, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to look at all the videos. But
I mean, obviously, Hutch has woke in his title here.
Right. That's true. That's true.
Like that meme, everyone's trying to figure out who did this, and it's the one guy wearing like the hot dog outfit
happening. And a lot of people, well, sorry, that's actually not true. A lot of people is inaccurate. You're correct in correcting me on that. There is like a list of like what games are woke and what games are not woke, and I think Elden Ring.
Where is that list again? Hold on. Games woke or not woke.
I guess that's why this has all come out, is because everyone's reacting to that list. Now I looked at that. That list is retarded. So, I guess that's why everyone's reacting to this, is because this stupid woke games list thing.
There's a whole website about it. Is it a Steam curated list? But I'm
Is Carmageddon 2 on the list? I'd like to see where that falls. Is that woke or non-woke?
I don't remember. So
Carpocalypse Now is the sub headline.
I'm pretty sure 2 is like.
Because I agree, it's a stupid.
Woke. Left.
What's going on?
Left 4 Dead 2.
Stop it.
Portal is not.
Stop it. What are you doing?
Woke. There's got to be some woke stuff in Portal, right?
Ring and Space Marine 2 were put on that list. So when you paint with such.
We played Portal, and I do remember that jizz cannon.
So you think that was woke?
That
when I covered you with jizz? You think that's woke?
When Sitch covered me with his jizz cannon.
Yeah, that's not woke.
I was thinking, wow. This is the most gayest gay representation I've ever seen.
Yeah, and that's a good thing, okay? So suck it up.
No, my mouth was closed.
such a broad brush.
Well, that's because you're a
that
bigot.
almost anything could be, if you interpret it in this way, could be perceived as woke. You end up devaluing the word. No, I'm being serious, right? Baldur's Gate 3 too. Well, I could see Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 makes a lot more sense that it's woke because you can engage in homosexual relationships. You can, I think they have pronouns in the game. You can change a character's genitalia.
It's an RPG. It's like a super detailed, fleshed out RPG. There was a developer that opined on this issue, I believe over the weekend, and what they discovered was that a lot of players, like a lot of RPG players, spend like an hour in character creation. I think it was a Critical Drinker post where he was like, isn't the character creation thing a bit narcissistic? Like, why are we taking it to that extreme in video games? And a developer was like, dude, a lot of people spend like an hour creating their character. It makes perfect sense for an RPG to have really detailed options for how far you can customize. There's no good argument against it.
With like not having them have a different body. I feel like Baldur's Gate 3, like you could make an.
Oh, wait a minute. The woke, hold on. The woke element of it isn't saying, okay, you can spend, 2 hours on the Dragon Age characterization thing, changing the angle of the chin like 1 inch to the left, right? There's some of these insane characterization things, which I mean, I'm kind of the same way. Like, I don't really care to spend 20 fucking hours doing that, like these ridiculous, like shoulder width, shoulder height, back height. Like, there's all these like tiny little fucking things that are like, I don't even understand.
Navel height.
Right. Yeah. Like, all these things, I feel like they only exist is for streamers to like create the most fucked up, stupid, ugly looking character they can. And that's the only reason these things exist. But this is obviously like way too many, slider options and all this other stuff. But that's not woke. What is woke? And he even said what's woke is like, okay, you're including literal gender fucking pronouns in Dragon Age, right? Their characters are gonna be like, oh, my pronouns are he, him, when he walks around. It's like, give me a break.
Right.
Argument.
And also, can't you like fuck a bear in Baldur's Gate or something?
Look, if people are ignoring your pronouns in real life and you can just have people in the video game obviously obey your pronouns because they're all just robots.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's probably, people like that, right?
Yeah.
There's a certain class of people that are going to like that.
What I know, because I remember, I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3, but I remember the critique was about there's like this weird scene where you like fuck a bear or something weird, and
you're
all
obligated to fuck the bear.
I guess so. I don't know what the context is or why you're fucking a literal bear. When I say bear, I don't mean like a big gay man. I mean a literal bear. And there was this massive hypocrisy. Yes, there's this massive hypocrisy because all the fucking like woke people were talking about how amazing it was that you fuck a bear. And then there's the same people that are so sex negative to any sort of like attractive woman existing in games or, like being in a relationship with a man to any degree in any of these games. So I remember that was the controversy with the bear fucking.
Well, I mean, that's technically rape, right? I'm assuming the bear is, I mean,
I think it was like
really
a magical, intelligent bear. I think listen, I don't know. But
so the bear seduced you as a character?
Maybe the bear seduces you, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Otherwise it's rape of you.
I mean, look at that. The bear is asking for it, okay?
Mm-hmm. If you are coerced by the game into having sex with a bear, that is rape. That is totally
the game is raping you.
Well, look, if it's like a challenge, like you must go fuck this bear before you can.
That's different, right? You're like, oh, I have to fuck the bear, right? I mean, that's impressive.
That is coercive.
Mm-hmm. Well, aren't all games coercive by nature because of some goal you have to accomplish?
Yeah, but the thing is, in most games, you don't have to actually rape some animal. The coercive nature is just like indiscriminate killing of people.
Well, that's much better, okay? Indiscriminate killing is much better than rape, Adam.
Usually they like to structure the game so that people have it coming, so.
Right.
But that's why I asked about
they have it coming, you say?
Carmageddon 2, Carpocalypse Now, because a lot of the carnage in there is completely undeserved.
Right.
Anyway.
That like, yeah, sure, this is a woke type thing, right? It's just that people don't care because it seems
So even by Asmongold's own definition, it's literally just like trans equals woke, woman equals woke, black equals woke.
He's really trying to sell this thing.
I know.
Hutch is on this. Look,
He is.
woke just means that they hate black people and gay people and women.
Right.
That's what woke means. He needs to get the watch out and do the little hypnotism thing, right? Audience, watch the watch.
Well, here's the way I'd frame it for Hutch here is like, okay, if there was like a big movement, publicly, a big public movement for like white nationalism.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And they were saying we need to have more white characters in video games. And you had all these games that had white characters, and it seemed like you're like, like, are they doing this for these white nationalist reasons? Are they doing it for this political purpose? Right. And Hutch would suddenly be in the reverse situation, all these woke people. He'd be saying, look, all these white people in games, like that's evidence of racism.
Yeah. Great analogy. Yeah. Everything would point to that.
Right.
Which it will as soon as Trump is elected. He's going to be like,
That's
all
true.
these white people in the games.
When Trump wins, he's like, there's too many non-whites, too many transes in this game. We need to get them out. We need to build a wall around the non-white, non-straight characters in video games.
Right.
And we got to make the woke pay for it.
Whatever. It seems like that's what his understanding of woke is.
Seems like it's an authentic product. And so I think that what happened is that people are trying to like identify every instance of something being woke. But I think that if you retroactively apply this to a lot of other games, you would see other games in the past that have also had this issue as well, right? So like, for example, with like Space Marine 2, you could also say like Gears of War, right? Would also be woke because of Coltrane and Dom, right? That seems like kind of a bad argument, a bad way to look at it. So the problem is that I think that people have started using the term woke for too many different things, or Halo, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, wow, you know, Master Chief has a woman that knows everything, that tells him what to do. And, you know, Sergeant Johnson's like this black guy and like, you know, he tells everybody else what to do, right? If you want to look at everything through that lens, it's like if you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And I do think Actman's bringing up a good point that if everything is woke, then nothing is. And I think that the problem is that Concord, which is like, in my opinion, definitely a woke game, like 100%, is that if you don't figure out a way to like grade this or to have any sort.
Do you know what Concord is? I don't know any of these games. I keep wondering.
Concord was the picture you brought up of those characters.
Oh, okay.
That's
so what is there like a storyline, or it's just
I don't know what the storyline. And there is a storyline. I don't know what it is.
Okay.
But
sort of like measured criticism.
Why was Concord woke again? Why was it woke? If it's literally just because there are diverse characters, then he is playing into the same.
So it's, well, I mean, we already talked about that. I'm not going to repeat myself. Hutch, if you're watching, go back and listen to that part of the segment. But it's funny because like Asmongold goes on this whole thing about how like people are using the term woke and they're not applying it consistently, because if they did, there were games in the past that should be characterized as woke, because it's not just about having diverse casting and all this stuff. And he gives examples of it. And you think Hutch should agree with all this stuff. He should say, well, look at this. Here's Asmongold saying something I totally agree with. But he doesn't give him any credit or charitability or anything for agreeing with what should be Hutch's position.
No,
at least
because
to some extent.
it goes against his argument that there really is no such thing as
there
woke.
is no woke, right?
Yeah.
I guess you're right that he doesn't believe woke is even a thing. So
when he says that game is definitely woke, he's making an argument. No, it can't be woke. Woke is just diversity.
We need to make sure if we ever talk to Hutch again, that we ask, say, okay, do you not think wokeness even exists? Number one. And then number two, you know, we have to ask him the Jordan Peterson question. When does the left go too far?
I wanted that whole stream to just be talking about woke, but it moved on to like other shit.
Right.
He couldn't concentrate long enough.
Right.
Got to concentrate, right?
Got to concentrate.
Dig deep on this topic. We're like, look, what is wokeness?
What does it mean? He seems to be railing again.
It just means DEI. Let's not think about it too much. Let's move on. What do you think of Trump?
Right.
If it's literally just there's like a super diverse cast of characters and there's not a lot of white people, then his own definition of woke seems to be quite broad.
Look, he does this thing where he's like, look, you could articulate the definition of woke pretty easily, Hutch. I'm certain of it. I'm totally certain of it.
Well, but his definition is you just don't like that there's non-white people and
Yeah,
not
but
straight people.
okay,
That's all.
let me rephrase.
He's not going to look at it any other way.
Let me rephrase. He
Okay.
could articulate our definition of woke.
Right.
He could be like, this, when you say woke, this is what you mean. Just like I'm saying when Hutch says woke, this is what he means.
Right.
But I think he
Well,
obfuscates.
Right. Well, he doesn't, as you correctly said, he doesn't believe it. So
Right.
doesn't really
You
matter.
can't say Concord is as woke as Space Marine 2, right? So that's a huge issue. And I think it's making it hard for people that are like against this kind of stuff to be taken seriously because they're doing things that are unserious. If you accept everything, you stand for nothing. Well, yeah, but like this is like the opposite. Like if you don't stand for anything, then all you're doing is laying down, you're doing nothing. So it's like you have to be measured in your criticism and your feedback.
It's what happened to the words racist and sexist a few years ago.
He's right.
People
That's
were
exactly
saying
what I
like
said.
air conditioning sexist and
Yes.
Right.
All this stupid
Which, by
shit
the way, that was a real title. That was a legitimate thing. Women were saying that air conditioning was sexist.
is racist and sexist, and it destroyed the meaning that those words are supposed to have.
He's right.
The boy who cried racist.
Nazi is the worst one. I think Nazi and slavery are two of the worst ones that are used now.
Slavery? Wait, what?
Because people use, like, for example, I'm working at a job that doesn't treat me well as slavery. And, like, they don't, like, it's just, I think it downplays, like, we have.
Or like calling people wage slaves, I suppose.
Real slavery, right? Like, now we
See,
have
there
real
you go.
slavery.
We agree.
It's not in the US. Like, and by the way, if you are trying, like, if there's like 3 smart Redditors in chat that are like, oh, what about prisons? Nothing like slavery. Nothing like actual slavery. If you think that, read a book. Anyway, just look it up.
I kind of agree with him here. It's the 13th, the movie about the 13th Amendment. It fucked up the discourse about this stuff because people are comparing like prison labor to chattel slavery as if they're even remotely close. Like you can have an issue with prison labor without making insane equivocations between that and chattel slavery. Like I agree with him on that.
On Wikipedia, it'll take you 5 seconds to learn that you're stupid. So if you compare that to like what's happening in like, you know, Africa, etc., that is actual slavery in some cases, right? It is really bad. And so people that compare those two things, I think, are being like very, very disingenuous, and they're like hijacking the emotional baggage of a word to make their own argument or their own feelings more important. And I think Nazi is the same thing. Like the amount of times that I hear people being called Nazis because they don't want open borders or they're like Donald Trump fans is way too much.
The boy who cried sexist, the boy who cried woke. These are 3 books.
13th Amendment says neither slavery nor.
I'm surprised. I'm waiting for Hutch to push back on that, but I guess there was no pushback.
Well, look, he's been doing it, I'm sure. So he's like, oh,
Right.
wow, I don't want to. I loved calling Donald Trump fans Nazis. What are you talking about? It's like one of my favorite things to do.
Right. That's why I was waiting for the pushback.
Nor involuntary servitude except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted shall exist within the United States or any.
Maybe he was reading the slavery stuff and he missed
Oh,
it.
you're right. He missed it. Oh,
Yeah.
uh-oh.
He did.
Shame.
Place subject to their jurisdiction. I don't know. Conceptually, do I have a problem with like prison labor? As long as it's not a full-on labor camp. But I feel like compelling a prisoner to do some form of labor, I feel like is probably an appropriate form of punishment, right?
Books in a volume. Okay.
Did he say appropriate or inappropriate?
Yeah,
He said
appropriate. Yeah.
Yeah,
Look,
see,
he's kind
but-
of reaching out to his chat for the answer. He's like, am I allowed to say this?
Well,
Look,
it's funny
I think
because
they should be working.
since Hutch is kind of just like a random like libcuck, he doesn't really understand like the reason this whole prison slavery argument kind of gained traction was because the woke people were trying to say, well, there's a disproportionate number of black people in prison, and therefore like it's some kind of way of like the white man trying to recreate slavery through, you know, black prisoners. That's why they were making that argument.
Of course. Yeah. Look.
But he's
I get
unaware of
it.
this whole concept. So
He's right.
That all have the same
All those people are in prison too for jaywalking, Sitch.
That's true.
That's why they're in there.
That's
Yep.
true.
Ending.
Dude, so it's I mean, you're a video game critic and you do video game analysis, so I find it shocking that you don't.
Well, yeah, when we get into like for-profit prisons, and as long and now you're introducing this financial incentive, then I totally agree that we're getting a little. Now I agree with that.
See, look, chat corrected him. He's like, oh shit.
Yeah, they had the for-profit prisons. That was it.
I mean, you can see from this live stream that Sitch and I always have our eyes on chat to make sure we know exactly what to say, how to respond to our audience.
There's a chat?
I know. It's so
Yeah.
funny. All the people accusing us of audience capture when we barely even look at the chat. But look,
know.
he's like, oh my God, did I say something wrong on private prisons?
Chat,
Holy
explain to
shit."
me the correct position.
Yeah, so I can look. I need to go out here. Look, I'm trying to do this woke YouTube thing,
Right,
and I need
right.
to know what I'm supposed to say here.
That is
Did
pretty
someone
funny.
text me the script?
Mhm.
What is the argument here against the private prisons for me?
Right.
Send me a link. I'll have a video on that on Monday. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
See the pattern in a game like Concord having.
But like, you know, giving people that are in prison, you know, chores, I think is like reasonable, right? I don't know. Maybe I need to shut the up about this issue.
3 black.
See,
females
because
in
oh
it
my
and not a
God, wait, I should go back and I didn't think of it. Like, we should go see
Oh my
what
God.
the little chat was in this. Because I wonder if it was, you know, he has like this intuition where he's like, yeah, I mean, why does it matter if prisoners, you know, have to perform labor? Is that really so bad? And then his chat's like, nah, I don't understand.
Look, he literally in this video accuses them of being audience captured. He says, look, how is this not textbooks audience capture?
Right, when he's literally doing the thing.
Yes.
Like in real time. Yeah, I know. It's pretty funny. So
How long have we been doing this show? So it's like 2-3 years. You can't find a clip
Too
of
long.
us doing what you just did, Hutch. You
No.
just did.
yeah. No.
That's insane. That's insane.
That's pretty funny.
Look, Hutch, maybe you're supposed to be the influencer here, not your chat influencing you, okay?
Right.
Maybe you should look into, as you know, the smart individual who's making the content, you should look into the topic yourself, form your own conclusion, and then come to your chat and say, look, this is a proper way to think about this topic.
But what if you
Right?
come to a conclusion that they don't like?
Well, look, sometimes you got to go against the chat, Sitch. You know that.
I've never gone against the chat. What are you
You're the
talking about?
king. You're the king of coming to a
What are you
conclusion
talking
that the
about?
chat disagrees with.
I've never ever gone against the chat.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Okay. Okay.
Impossible. I dare you to find a single example
Mm.
of me going against the chat.
Well, I mean,
That didn't happen in the last week. Okay.
I think it happens about once a week. So
The last month. The last year. We'll just keep going back. Okay.
this is a regular occurrence around here.
Right.
Kind of funny.
That's true.
This is so good.
Single white man.
Oh, it did have a white guy in it, but I think the problem is that a lot of the people that have discussions about this topic, like they've already made up their mind about it, and they're looking at it from a one-dimensional perspective. And I think that's what happens with people that are like super anti and super pro this type of like inclusion, because they're not really looking at it. Both of these extremes trend to the perspective of I am basing my opinion on things off of something that is not happening, basically, right? Exactly what happened to just make a good game. People are too emotional. Yeah, well, it's also that people are not really willing to like concede any ground. And I think if you're not really willing to see like the sense of like what other people are saying, then I think that you can't be reasoned with, right? You can't have people understand what your perspective is. So
Very
yeah, what if
true.
everything really is woke?
What a reasonable thing.
I feel like then at that point, then the term doesn't mean anything. Because like it's kind of like, remember what I was saying before about how I don't like how people call things scams? Like for example, like Lunchly or like the Pokemon cookies. They're not really a scam, they're just overpriced. And I think that if you use the word scam, a scam is when you buy something and you don't get what you paid for.
I feel like the Pokimane thing about those cookies was way out of proportion. Like I thought that was unhinged, insane. I thought the reaction to that was crazy, in my opinion.
Well, look at that. Look at that, Adam. You and Hutch finally agree on something.
I know. Look, he should come on and debate you. You're the commie here.
You were
You're
the one that
is
you
like,
were simping for those cookies. You're like, Pokimane can do no wrong with her little cookies.
Well, look, Sitch and I have a fundamental disagreement about how pricing should work in the economy. So,
Well, no,
it's
that has nothing to do with the Pokimane conversation. It has to do with how pricing works in the economy. Oh,
yeah, it
I guess
does. It totally does. Look,
Well-
I was like based. You can buy a cookie for like 10 cents and sell it for $30.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're just saying, listen, if that's what people are willing to pay, and I'm over here like, I don't think you should take advantage of your fans by overcharging, the simps in your audience because they'll pay for it, and you're like, no, based.
I'm like, no comment.
Yeah, exactly.
Just, look,
What?
Hutch agrees.
Yeah,
Way
Hutch is on your
overblown.
side. Though
Look,
I don't know why. He
just to
agrees,
address
but-
Osmongold's analogy, this is great, and even pulling out the scam thing,
Mhm.
people do. This is the danger of hyperbole because
Right.
if everyone's a fascist, if everyone's a Nazi, if everyone's a racist, pretty soon, like those words have no meaning.
Well, that's why I found this video so weird. Is like Asmongold has such a reasonable,
Totally, yeah.
centrist take here, and Hutch is looking for anything to attack him over.
Only because he used the word woke, the forbidden word.
The forbidden no word.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fundamentally, right? Like you buy something, they don't give the thing to you, or you buy something and you get something else. Or you buy something under the pretense of one thing, and then what's advertised and what's given are two separate things, right? So
These are just regular cookies. I thought they would taste better.
That Pokemon's sweat and tears were baked into every bite.
These are just regular cookies.
So that's what an actual scam is. And so having overpriced products.
I think what I saw from like Dr. Mike, he had a little bit of a nuanced take, I think, on the Lunchly situation, which is that he wishes that lunches for like kids in school should be healthier, and that the Lunchly packs were packed with sodium. There was way too much sodium for the package. But I think he was saying that this is an issue kind of broadly, and that it didn't make sense to single out Lunchly as like an outlier when prepackaged lunches for kids sort of broadly have just way too much salt in them.
Or having products that are stupid are not scams, they're just overpriced garbage. And so if you take the word, and again, I think that's what happens, people like to take the word and then expand it so they can have that emotional control over the conversation. Pokemon cookies were a scam because
as an American, it's your right to buy overpriced garbage. Don't let Sitch change your mind on that, okay? Be real.
Wow. Look at
if you want
this
to make the
guy.
health argument, the health benefit argument, I think that's a fair argument to make, and I think that's totally fine. But that's not the argument that most people were making, and so I'm really talking about the price of the cookies being a scam. I don't think something being overpriced makes it a scam. That's not how things work.
Hear that, Sitch? Eat it.
I never said it was a scam. I said that she was
Osmongold
taking
is
advantage
totally
of her audience.
against you.
I said she was taking advantage of her audience. I never said it was a scam. Okay.
Oh,
Okay, Adam. Get it right.
Is taking advantage of someone a scam?
I mean, I guess you could classify
There's a
it, but...
long silence there.
Well, no, you could say that, but from Asmongold's definition, he said a scam is when you pay for something and you don't get it. He was being very specific.
It's Asmongold, okay?
It's
Please.
Asmongold? Okay.
Pronounce it correctly.
I think it's
Sitch.
Asmongold, but
Knock it off.
You could say it like a
So
retard
yeah,
if you
it's
want.
turning it into a buzzword. Exactly. Speaking of scams, the
I don't think I disagree with him here.
day before offers are offering dinners for them for $12K. I'm sure they are. I mean, those guys are trying whatever they can to make money. McDonald's is a scam compared to receiving compared to real received staff versus ad. Oh, Taco Bell is getting sued for that. So you're right about that. Woke has always been as a derogatory term for inauthentic representation.
What is that music?
representation, but randoms co-opted it for anything they don't like. Yeah, I think that's true.
Oh my God, what is that music?
It's like World of Warcraft tavern music or something.
Oh, great.
That sounds like.
But yeah, that's my
Is that music playing?
perspective. The entire subreddit when Ghost of Yotai was announced. I think that the problem is that, so the Ghost of
playing
Yotai,
WoW?
like we talked about this like for like an hour yesterday, so I don't want to waste a lot of time on it. But like, the problem is that we've seen a lot of franchises replace male lead characters with female lead characters, and oftentimes it feels like it's a disingenuous reason. So when you see it happening now, it's like, okay, well, if this has happened 10 other times, humans are programmed to recognize patterns. People.
No, come on. Give me a.
That's so funny. I'm like listening to this. I'm like, wow, Asmongold just totally perfectly nails it, articulates the exact point like perfectly.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just like,
the point
"No,
we made.
no.
You see this pattern over and over again.
I know.
And
It's
Hutch
so
is like,
funny.
but I like the you're racist pattern better.
Right, that's the
That's
better
the one I
pattern.
want to see over and over again.
Right, exactly.
Break. Like, again, it's a totally different time frame. It's like 200 years after the events of Ghost of Tsushima, and my understanding is that the new Ghost of Yote game, is that what it's called? It takes place on a totally different island. It's more than 300 years, and it's a totally new character. And more so, I don't know what he means when he says like having a female protagonist for disingenuous reasons. I don't know what that means. I don't think there's anything wrong with just saying consciously like, okay, maybe in our last game we had a male protagonist, and so we feel like it's important to do a female protagonist in our sequel game or a new story or whatever. That's not disingenuous. There's nothing wrong with consciously making that decision. Like every character in every movie that you've ever watched, the character was cast with an actor through a conscious decision. Somebody consciously chose to cast Sigourney Weaver as Ripley. You know what I mean? Like, there's no quote unquote organic or natural way to cast things. Like everyone decides, everyone that's in charge of these projects decides we want this character and that character and this character.
It's so interesting because, like, first of all, he goes on this random tangent about how the game takes place hundreds of years later, like that has anything to do with the critique whatsoever. So I don't even know why I brought it up. But then it's interesting because he's sort of undermining his entire argument, because he's like, well, every actor, every character is created in the case of a video game, or cast in the case of a movie, with intention behind it. And it's like, yeah, that's the point. Yeah, there's no such thing as like quote natural casting, but in our liberal society, under the concept of liberalism, the natural casting is supposed to be one based on merit.
Yeah.
Right. That is the natural casting. And so I would wager that when Asmongold says disingenuous, what he's referring to is that something is done for an explicit political reason, an explicitly woke political reason to push a political narrative. And so because so many people have seen this time and time again, as he laid out, the people create the pattern in their mind. They say, okay, well, if I see another one that fits the pattern, I'm going to jump to the assumption that it is another example of woke.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so weird. They just want to get a lesbian screenwriter of a successful Star Wars franchise. Why? Why is that their goal?
Because somehow that's going to like make things better for society, I guess.
Okay.
Like if you can just get that one lesbian Star Wars screenwriter, then
I mean, there's
world
gotta
peace is
be.
achieved.
I think they're narrowing their scope by just focusing in Hollywood. I mean, if they actually, there's gotta be a good lesbian writer out there somewhere, right? It doesn't
Right.
seem impossible.
I'm sure there's somewhere out there. There's a good, well, I don't know, but see,
Or at
but
least
this
a
is
good writer that would
well, but see,
pretend to
wait a
be
minute.
lesbian, right?
This is the problem. You sort of accidentally, shown the exact problem with sort of the DEI hiring initiative in the first place. Okay. So the pool of people that are good writers in the entire country is already a very small pool, right? Like it's already a small pool.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's completely changed my thinking on this immediately.
Right. So you like, okay, well, let's start from like the broadest perspective. Okay. So we
Right.
have like, however many hundreds of millions of Americans. And then we say, okay, how many of these people are writers? So then boom, we've like shrunk the pool dramatically. The people that are writers in terms of writing Hollywood movies and TV shows. And say, okay, of all those writers, how many are good? Boom, you've just shrunk that like dramatically anyway. So now we have a much smaller pool. I say, okay, how many of those good writers are good at writing science fiction like Star Wars? Boom, you just shrunk it even more, right? It's like, okay, now of all the good science fiction writers, how many of them are, not working on projects that they could even work on this new Star Wars Disney project or be interested in working on a Star Wars project? Boom, you just shrunk it even more. It's like, okay, now out of all those like tiny remaining group, how many of those people are lesbians?
Yeah,
like
look,
one maybe.
And you're gonna pay through the nose because you're like, you need this super specific demographic.
Exactly.
It's like they've got you over the barrel with negotiating, man. You're fucked. This is why the Acolyte costs so much.
Right. Exactly.
Like, look, I am the only working lesbian writer in Hollywood. Fuck you.
Right. But
I want $10 million.
That is the exact problem with sort of the DI concept in the first place, is you're shrinking the pool down so tiny for, the amount, like you already have a small pool usually of good applicants in any of these jobs in the first place. And by adding this sort of identity requirement, you've just probably shrunk it down pretty substantially too.
Yeah.
So the math just doesn't work.
Yeah. Writing is hard.
Yep.
Like, I guess the only way that you could do it naturally is if you had like a D20 die and it had like a combination of like, so, I have like straight white male and like queer black female and, young trans East Asian person. And then you just throw the die and then that's how you decide how, and it's just totally RNG. Like that would be like the closest that I could think of to like naturally having characters that are, quote unquote marginalized or whatever. But that's not how we work. I mean, that's not how any of these projects work. I don't know what he means. Like he's blaming, he's like, well, maybe there was nothing wrong with them having a female protagonist in the Ghosts of Yote game. But they've thrown women into too many projects before and now people are just primed to be pissed off about it. It's like, no, you're getting pissed off about something silly. It's not the game's fault. There's nothing wrong with choosing a female protagonist for your follow-up game. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing whatsoever. It's not anybody else's fault besides your own if you have a bad reaction to that. If you see the reveal and she takes off her mask and it's a woman.
Well, I guess the question for Hutch is like, would he think it's wrong for the Ghost whatever game, for any of these games to say, I want to intentionally have a male character in my game because I think that men are better than women and I don't think women should be, fighting and samurais. I think they should be in the kitchen, right? If that's the thought process, right? Is that,
that's the thought process on every male protagonist, Sitch. You don't know that?
No, but I'm like, if that's the thought process of why, the company or the writer has decided to create like a male character in a role, I mean, I assume Hutch would be like, oh, I don't agree with that. I don't think that's a good thing.
Right. He already thinks that's a thought process, though.
Right.
And it's a woman and you're like, oh God, here we go again. That's all you. That's all you. He's trying to blame like, wokeness at large as like the reason.
People think it's happening again. Now,
I guess what we would have said, and I didn't really think about it because I didn't know the exact conversation we're going to have with Hutch, is, there's nothing wrong with diversity in movies or games or anything to that extent, as long as it's in service of trying to create a society based around individualism and not identity politics. And that's sort of the key divide here, is that it seems like a lot of the DEI stuff and the diversity stuff is because they're trying to promote a concept of identity politics, or at least they're virtue signaling to that identity or that idea. So,
right.
Every time it's not the case, but when you have so many cases where it was the case, who cares? Well, they do, obviously. That's why they're talking about it. What do you mean, who cares? Like, what do you mean? They care. That's why they're talking about it. So, what do you mean, who cares? I mean, if enough people care, well, who cares? Like, obviously people care.
I don't know what the point of this video is, Because early on in the video, he made some like pretty good points about like people throw the term around too much, and he pointed to like Dom and who was the other character in Gears of War, and like if we were to apply these standards now, then it would apply to that game, and that would be woke, and that's stupid because that's not woke. I think was his implication. But now he's saying like, well, you know, I'm not saying if the ghost of Yotei Pragonus being a female is woke, but I understand why people think it's woke. Like, well, okay, it seems like I don't really think you've taken a real firm stance on this.
It takes a few bad instances to ruin it for everyone. Yeah, and I think that that's what's happened with people. So that's why it only takes a few bad instances to ruin it for everyone. Yeah, and I think that that's what's happened with people. So that's why people are so upset about it. And again, the problem is that there's very clearly like, I don't know, like I'm trying to think like the best way to say it.
He's setting the groundwork for why he should be allowed to protest any diversity in gaming media going forward without being challenged because people are primed. I don't know if he's making that case for himself, but he seems to be excusing it in other people. It's like, well, it's not technically woke, but I understand why they think it's woke. It's like, well, it's silly, right?
Very clearly like a logical reason for why.
Asmongold clearly wants to get all black people out of video games. That's his ultimate goal.
Well, I mean, you know, yeah, Hutch is not as anywhere near as dishonest or bad faith as the D'Angelo individual, but because that's what D'Angelo person would say. But,
oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, but it's not, if you're explaining why something exists, whether you agree with it or not, is that an excuse or is that just an explanation of why something is happening? Like,
no,
it's not an
obviously.
excuse.
Yeah, you're
like,
describing the world.
That's just a description of exactly. It's just a description of the world.
Why people think this, and there's also a logical reason why that might be the wrong
And that logic is
way of thinking.
Okay, hold on. I need to listen to that again.
And that logic is putting the meritocracy at risk. That's what most people are worried about. Yeah. But I understand the left would say the meritocracy is not at risk. They're really just being racist. That's what they're worried about. Yeah.
A logical reason for, I don't know, like I'm trying to think like the best way to say it. There's very clearly like a logical reason for why people think this way, and there's also a logical reason why that might be the wrong way of thinking.
Can logic work both ways in this respect? I don't really know what that means.
But with the two groups of people that try to like argue this stuff, neither one of them want to acknowledge that the other side has a perspective that has any validity. So it's either like, oh, wow.
That's beautiful.
I know.
Right on the money. Totally right on the money.
Wow, you just want all the characters to be males and you hate women. Or, oh, you want all the characters to be gay because you hate men. So, like, there's no, like, reasoned discussion. There's no middle ground. There's no trying to listen to another person's perspective.
I mean, I don't know if I'm the norm when it comes to games. I have no preference. I do not give a flying like, as long as the story is engaging and the world is rich with lore and interesting characters and unique visuals and there's fun game.
Holy shit, it sounds like he cares a fucking lot. You gotta have all that stuff in there?
I know.
Come on, you just put a couple gay people in there. Why's it gotta have all that other shit?
Right. Well, it's, you know, the problem is most people would agree with you, but they feel like, oh, you know, it's not a coincidence that whenever you have this sort of woke stuff shoved in the games that, you know, they're bad games beyond that. Right.
Yeah. They don't have any of that stuff.
Well, you have, that's number one. And number two is that even if it's a game that is good or decent or whatever, you know, people don't like something that they perceive as like political messaging they disagree with being shoved into their game. Like if you had some game that had like the best gameplay ever, but it seemed like there was some kind of weird, maybe subtle undercurrent of promoting ethno-nationalism, right? I think you'd be like, it's a little suspect. I don't know if I should be playing this game.
Yeah. Oh. I wonder if you could, what's it like a great movie that you could thrust that into and everyone would be like, oh, fuck.
What do you, that's like something good, but has kind of like a suspect.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't think it exists, but
right.
that would be, I mean, people would be instantly turned off by that. Yeah. to the
I
point
don't know.
where it would spoil the movie.
Right. I can't think of one
Yeah.
off the top of my head.
Mechanics
Maybe
to work
someone in the
with,
chat knows.
and the gameplay loop is satisfying, and it keeps me, it makes me want to.
I know that like, yep. I haven't played Helldivers, very popular game. I know a lot of people left were complaining that Helldivers had some kind of like fascistic undertones to it. I'm skeptical of that being the case. But then, I know people that complain about the Starship Troopers in terms of people, having the reverse intended message or meaning of the movie where it's supposed to be very kind of anti-jingoism, and people sort of, interpreted it however they want to interpret it. So
Yeah, pro jingoism.
right.
Play the game more and more, then I don't care. If you make me play as like a trans character, like I don't. Is it a cool story? Is it a cool character? Is it a satisfying arc? Cool. Like it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter to me at all.
It's just I'm right and you're wrong, and
you don't even play video games, bro. I constantly.
I mean, doesn't recognize the classic WoW tavern music. Okay, pretty suspect if you ask me.
Look,
Play
you're
games.
the
What do you-
king, Sitch. You are the
Right.
fucking king. I keep wondering. I'm like, how much time would I have to invest to catch up with Sitch? Is it even possible?
It's not possible.
like,
You would die.
I would have to do like
Yeah.
thousands of hours.
No, it's not possible.
I couldn't sleep. I would have to,
Yep.
I'd have to like be drinking monsters 24/7 and just playing video games.
I spent too much time. Like, obviously, WoW is gonna be the. I don't know what
that's the biggest time.
That's the
suck, yeah.
biggest time. I don't know what there were mods that people would have when you're playing WoW, and it would tell you your like total playtime.
Oh yeah.
And it'd be like in days or months or something. And I refused to download that because I was terrified of what the answer was.
Oh yeah.
So, but yeah, like that combined with Left 4 Dead and Team Fortress 2.
How many games are there? Are there like a dozen games? Is there
for me? Or you mean how many games exist in general? Like, I don't,
well, look, I know, like I've seen hundreds of movies, right?
Right.
And probably not seen hundreds of movies, but like how many? What's a game? Is it like hundreds of games? Or
I'm sure I've played hundreds of games, but there's like a handful that have probably been when you talk about like when you get up there in the scope and scale of like super play hours, it's probably only it's the ones I mentioned, WoW, Left 4 Dead, Team Fortress, those are like the big ones.
Right. Cool. Yeah. One day.
This is why.
It's not something to aspire to.
I mean, I played Portal.
You
that
did.
was fun.
That's true.
What's that other one that we played with the guns?
Borderlands.
Yeah.
Right.
That's kind of like Fallout.
Sure.
Fallout similar. Fallout adjacent. Apocalyptic end of the world kind of stuff.
So yeah, it gets convoluted. Exactly. There's no giving ground. People don't.
I mean, I go back and I replay the same games over and over again, to be fair. Like, I just played Red Dead again the other day. I was playing Red Dead again for like a few weeks there. I played Cyberpunk for like the fourth time this year.
You never played Cyberpunk. That's a new one.
I never played Cyberpunk.
I looked at that. Cyberpunk 77. That looked pretty good. That looked right up my alley. I was like, wow.
It did, yeah.
I guess I have played Grand Theft Auto, but I don't remember if it was 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or what Grand Theft Auto it was, but I played quite a bit of that. That was good.
Good for you.
Got me some hooker action. I mean, you're playing Grand Theft Auto, right? That's
right. That's what matters, getting the hooker
That's what
action.
you're supposed to do.
Right, yeah. Okay, that's good.
I'm playing through Starfield again right now. You guys, that game is fun. Starfield is a fun game. You guys are objectively wrong about it.
Don't want to see anything.
I feel like he's trying.
Starfield is like the Tetris of the modern age, right?
No, it's weird. Starfield was weird. Everyone liked it, and then everyone didn't like it.
Oh, they flipped on it.
They
were like, it became too popular. Fuck this game.
Right? Yeah, I don't know. I never played
it.
Too.
Who do you think Hutch is voting for? He's voting for Trump, or
obviously he's gonna like Kyle Rittenhouse. He's gonna vote for Rand Paul or Ron Paul.
He is. He's going the third party route.
Right.
Smart.
Yeah.
That's good.
Very obvious.
Stay center.
Mm-hmm. Good for him, right?
Because the reaction to the Ghosts of Yote thing was just unhinged. Like the
Look at who is in his recommends here. Sitch. You notice anyone?
Hey, look who it is. Look at that. Who's
Look at
those handsome
us.
devils right there?
Look at this. We're right there.
Look
right
at
in his
that.
recommends. Just click over here and keep going. Keep going, Hutch.
Beautiful.
You need to
Beautiful,
watch
man.
more Sitch and Adam. We'll get you out of that woke bubble pretty quick here.
True. We gotta listen. We gotta save Hutch. I think he's
We'll
savable,
understand.
right?
Do you think so?
No, but I can
Yeah.
say that. I can hope. I can pretend, right?
It's good content. I mean, we can make some good content trying to save him.
That's true.
That's what
a
I
good
would
point.
do.
Right.
The people
All
that were
right.
getting upset about that just was so stupid. It was so stupid. There was no reason from that trailer. There was no reason from that trailer to be upset. at
No
all. It's a totally
reason.
different character. But I feel like he like lends credence to it. It was like, well, they've done all this woke stuff. He called Concord woke. What? Why was Concord woke? Was Concord woke literally just because it had like diverse characters? Anyways, yeah. Woke equals black. Woke equals queer. Woke equals woman.
That is a conclusion right there. That's the
Right.
conclusion that all of these videos, all of these anti-woke videos, that's the conclusion that they must find arguments to prove.
Mm-hmm.
So all of these arguments are meant to prove that woke just means people don't want black people, gay people, women in their movies. They want movies to be a full-on sausage fest, just all white men.
What's wrong with sausage? Okay. It wasn't like some nice, delicious breakfast sausage, Adam.
Oh, of course, yeah.
You know.
No.
No.
I mean, there are good war movies, though. There are movies that I'm like, yeah, that's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
You should see Fury. Fury's a great movie.
I never saw Fury. No.
Not a lot of, well, I guess there is diversity, right? There's Germans in there. Well, I guess they're white too.
Do Germans count? I feel like Germans don't count towards diversity.
I guess you're right.
Yeah, they're kind of
Damn
white.
it. All right. Another video, or are we moving on to super chats?
Good question.
Let's read some super chats.
Okay. Maybe we'll watch that horrible Vosh video later.
Later tonight?
I don't know. Maybe later in the week if I have power.
Oh, yeah. I guess we're worried. We might not be streaming all week. Huh?
Right.
I can't believe this. You know who I blame?
Who?
Kamala Harris.
Hmm.
Totally her fault.
She's well, yeah, because she's controlling the weather machine, and she knows that Florida's going to go for Trump, so she's trying to weaken the voting, right? That's the
Oh, yeah.
that's
No,
the
I
concept.
wasn't thinking that. I was thinking, look, obviously, if they'd done something about climate change, they've been in office for 3.5 years now.
Oh, I see
what-
what you're saying. They should
what's
have
the
fixed
deal?
climate change, right? Yeah, what the fuck?
They
Democrats.
had plenty of time.
Why haven't you fixed climate change? I like this. This is a good. Yeah, this is good. I like it.
Mhm.
Democrats.
You know who would fix climate change?
Donald Trump, right?
No,
No? Oh, who?
RFK. But look,
Oh, really?
he
You
goes.
think-
He's a package deal with Donald Trump. So if you vote for Donald Trump will fix the border, and
Mhm.
RFK will fix the climate change.
Really?
Yeah.
How exactly is RFK going to fix climate change?
He's gonna outlaw vaccines.
How's
Sitch,
that gonna fix climate change? I wonder.
Since you know nothing. You
I
know
do know, no,
nothing
you're
about the
right.
real world.
I don't know anything about fixing climate change through vaccines. That's true.
No,
a good
I'm sure that was just a joke. Okay. I'm sure RFK has a plan on climate change.
Okay.
He wanted to run in the Democratic primary. Okay. He's like a
Mhm.
Democrat.
Right.
He'll fix it.
Okay. I'm a little skeptical, but maybe I shouldn't be. Should be nice to RFK.
I can't believe these hurricanes are really wrecking your way of life there.
Yeah, it's pretty
They just-
crazy.
They just had one.
I know.
How many
Well,
do they have? It's like October.
Yeah, it was weird because it looked like we were gonna skate by the year without really getting getting any, and then they all got bunched up at the end, I guess.
Crazy.
But I mean, at least I guess the people in like that West Coast are gonna get totally fucked because they kind of got flooded out the first time, and now they're gonna get hit like again. So, but at least it's not gonna hit the people, I guess, in North Carolina and Tennessee, because that would just be like horrific.
So weird that you have a West Coast on the East Coast. That's wrong. I don't like it.
You
We
don't
are the
like
West
that?
Coast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Living in a peninsula, baby.
Stop trying to be like us.
Peninsula, baby.
Your whole state is the shape of a dong. How does that make you feel?
Of course, of course. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, let's read some super chats.
J Mac or Circuit 5 for $20 says, speaking of woke, non-woke television, the third episode of Penguin drops tonight. Can't remember last time I was excited for a show coming out. You guys watched it. I really hope they don't crap the bed with it.
I watched the first episode and I was very pleased with it. I couldn't believe it. But I went in thinking, oh, fuck, this is probably going to be lame. But I was interested. I was definitely interested. I haven't watched the second episode, but I guess it's time to binge watch 2 and 3. I did see people talking about 2 and saying that it was good. So look, who knew? Hollywood actually could hire some writers.
Oh, yeah, I saw the first 2 episodes. It's okay. It's good. It's good.
It's just he fucking hates everything.
No. I don't hate it. It is good. I feel like part of what makes it good is it's very different. Like,
Sitch is mad there's no anime characters in it.
I'm mad there's no anime characters in it. No, like, because on one hand, I don't really care about the character of Penguin, so it's hard for me to sort of wrap my mind around that.
He's a marginalized person, Sitch. What are you doing?
I know. He's got a limp and everything.
Look at body positivity, for heaven's sakes.
Right.
It's the wokest show on the internet.
And I do like that it is Breaking Bad Penguin. Just like how the Penguin is going to climb the ranks of the mafia to take over.
Yeah, that's
part of it is that I am a bigot. Okay. And I am a bigot because I just don't like looking at Colin Farrell and all that makeup. It like grosses me out. So
look at
I don't
you
such
are
a hater, right? Such a bigot.
You are the lusty, straight white male audience that everyone's talking about.
Exactly. But
you're like, I don't want to look at this ugly fucker.
I don't. Like, if it was like a hot chick with like big tits, I'd be much more on board. No, so no, but it is good, and it is interesting in that it is like we're kind of used to the generic Marvel TV show slop. And I think one of the biggest problems with the Marvel Cinematic Universe is that they try to have all their TV shows have the same tone or the same feel to them, and it kind of makes them all this generic flavor that bores you to death after you've seen one of them. And so you have to give the Penguin a lot of credit because it's not that at all. It does feel in line with sort of the gritty, dark, the Batman movie universe. It is essentially a dark, gritty crime drama that just happens to have the Penguin character in it. Like you could just have this be, Breaking Bad or The Sopranos or something else. It doesn't have to be like a DC property. And it is definitely refreshing to see that on TV and see that be associated with the sort of DC properties. And I think that's the direction that DC and Marvel should go. So, and it is much better. It is leaps and bounds better written than any Marvel TV show that I can think of by
look at this
magnitudes. So
that's great.
So there you go.
That sounds like an endorsement to me.
There you go. No, I definitely tell people if they have Max, I wouldn't say to go out and buy Max just to watch it, but if you have Max already, it's definitely worth a gander if you like crime dramas and things of that nature.
So. I do have it.
And I do like the characterization of the Penguin is very interesting. And is the only time I've ever been interested in the character at all. So I definitely have to give the show a lot of credit for that.
Yeah. He's like thinking ahead.
Well, his reason, like his motivation in the first episode when he shoots the guy, like, he tells the backstory of the thing that sort of was motivating him to his behavior, which is
Yeah.
kind of interesting and not really. It's kind of like everything he's doing is sort of he's sort of giving this sort of like morally gray version of himself, but none of it seems to really be true because in terms of how he acts, he just seems to be completely self-serving and has no qualms being essentially evil. And then, you know, there's that weird scene with his mom where his mom's calling him a fucking pussy in the first episode.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, okay, this explains a lot about his behavior. You know, it's funny because there's like that trope where it's like the gangster has like their mom tucked away somewhere safely, and she's like this really nice lady, and they kind of subvert
That
that.
doesn't know anything. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah, they completely subvert that. She's like, "What are you, a fucking pussy boy? Like, why aren't you like the king of the city?" And you're like, "Whoa, this came out of nowhere." Shit. So no, it's definitely well written. Okay.
It's a good character.
J Macker got 5 for $20 says Sitch has yet to reach my levels of gamerhood. He's yet to accept female Taurens as the best WoW girls. Also, Starfield was ass. There you go. Apparently, if you don't like the female Taurens, you're not a true gamer.
They're hot.
No.
Those cow people.
Those little cowgirls. You like those cowgirls?
Wow.
Yeah. J Macker got 5 for $10 says, also, my family is supposed to be enjoying Universal Orlando in a week. Sitch,
No
can
way.
you call your
Oh,
homies and see
shit.
if they can do anything about Milton? Thanks. Well, I believe the hurricane will hit Orlando, but it's going to hit, you know, the West Coast first. So I don't know how Universal might escape a lot of damage. So they should be okay.
All right.
Let me start over here. Mike Assange for $5 says, could you guys react to Anthony Gramouli's new video? Should Critical Drinker write the next Star Wars? You just stream on his criticism of Drinker before. Yeah, I'll check it out. Check it out. I do remember that video. It was pretty bad.
Yeah. A lot of these people are just kind of dim, kind of not really following along. They just bought into the narrative and really never question it. This is most people. Most people just have an idea in their heads and they can't imagine the fact that they could be wrong. But I mean, if you're a good critical thinker, you often think, well, maybe I am wrong.
Right.
Let me re-examine this thing anew and look at the evidence from a fresh perspective, and maybe I missed something. Yeah. It's a good thing to do.
The Wooster for $10 says Elon Musk, JD Vance, and Donald Trump have a powerful rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. Never felt more proud to be an American than that moment. Even if Trump does not win, the anti-Democrat energy is too good. There you go.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I saw people were posting pictures of Elon Musk dancing around and stuff. And
I only saw people making fun of the pictures of Elon Musk jumping up and down.
yeah, no, that's exactly right, in kind of a cynical way, but I kept looking at him thinking, I mean, what's wrong with this? What's wrong with being excited and joyful and bouncing around like a gay man? Come on, Sitch.
Nothing unless you're a homophobe.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Cake Sauce for 28 months says, as election season heats up, many fun content creators have become tribal and boring, while you two have remained interesting and enjoyable. Thank you. Well, thank you, Cake Sauce.
Yeah, thanks. We try. Yeah.
Right. Try. Well, that's right. Ostracy left me a really nice message.
Oh, did he?
Well, you sent it to me.
Oh, that wasn't Ostracy, right?
I mean, I'm sorry, not Ostracy.
Death by Sloth.
No, wasn't it Equishadox?
Oh, maybe it was Equishadox, yeah.
It was Equishadox, yeah. Equishadox for $10 left a message, a super chat on the comments that said, Sitch, just want to leave a word of encouragement. Tribal politics is reflexively defensive and tramples over reason, keeping the most honest, steel manning, left of center content creator I've ever listened to out here in the political space. A crown share with Adam, of course. I quite like Vance even more so after this debate, but I can hear your misgivings and understand they're based on a principle. A lie is a lie, not a tribal bias. Adam, make sure Sitch reads this. And I low-key love when you guys fight. Just make sure to kiss and make up afterwards. Well, thank you, Equishadox. I really do appreciate that.
I like the spirited back and forth too, obviously.
Yes,
like a lot of these shows really, I mean, it gets so fucking boring because it's just like everybody slapping each other on the back and talking about the same thing over and over and over again. At least
Right.
Sitch, you know, I'm constantly reading new books, constantly challenging my own perspective.
Right.
And I bring that to the show, and Sitch is really good at digging into current events and figuring out what's going on right here and now. So it's a good match, and a lot of times we disagree. A lot of times those disagreements go on for years, which is fun and great. So our current disagreement, which I mean, I'm leaning towards voting for Kamala Harris just because. Like Sitch thinks she's going to pass an immigration bill. I'm just like, what? No way.
Uh-huh.
So, but he's quite certain she's going to do it. And I mean, the only way to figure out if that's going to happen is, I mean, she's got to become president. But I think
There you go.
it's funny. I don't know if you've been watching, but it seems like, I mean, this race is like neck and neck, but it looks like it might come down to Pennsylvania. How fucking stupid is it that she didn't pick Josh Shapiro to be her running mate? Yeah.
It's funny because like, yeah, everyone was saying that. Everyone was saying that back in the VP choosing days. They're like, you know, the prediction is Pennsylvania is going to be a very important state to win. You know, why would you not pick Josh Shapiro? He's a popular Pennsylvanian politician.
Yeah, look. A lot of the models, like Pennsylvania decides it. It's like we're at like close to 270, and Pennsylvania is a decisive state.
Right, right. So I don't know.
If she loses over Pennsylvania, everyone's just gonna be like, "You fucking dimwit."
Someone did, and I don't remember who it was. Someone did analysis and said that they were saying that historically picking a VP who's like the governor of a state, they were claiming it doesn't give you as big of a boost as you would expect it.
Oh, of course they're gonna claim that. Of course they're gonna claim.
No, but
that.
it was like a pollster. I don't remember if it was Nate Silver or what's his name? The MSNBC pollster.
I can agree that you're going to get a bigger boost over the charisma of the candidate, but in the case of Josh Shapiro, you've got the most charismatic fucking guy on the planet, and he's the governor of Pennsylvania. What are you doing?
Well, they didn't want people to ask the question, which is why the fuck is he not the main candidate? Because, you know, he would have been in that debate with Vance and probably shined, and people have been like, But I don't know.
Yeah. So, and that hurts Kamala Harris how?
I don't know. That's what I was about to say is that, like, yeah, shouldn't that still be a positive? Because then they say, well, if Kamala, you know, doesn't work out, she's got a good VP at least.
I actually love it's interesting because we talked about this right after the VP debate that obviously Trump is probably a bit jealous that JD Vance is such a better debater than he actually is.
Right.
But I love the way Trump framed it. Trump is like, I'm the guy that picks winners. I picked JD Vance is there because I picked the winner. It's like, dude, your kids like talked you into it last minute. What are you talking about?
Right.
You wanted Bergamot, that geezer.
No one's gonna. Yeah, he's never gonna admit that. So.
Trump always spends it as though he's done the right thing, which obviously politics. That's the way. That's why Trump is a winner, is because, you know, he sells it. He's the guy selling it. Just like Josh. That's another interesting thing too. Like, where is Josh Shapiro? Why is he not out there campaigning for? I mean, he's supposed to be a surrogate, right? Where are all the Democratic surrogates?
I don't know. They're probably out there. Maybe people just don't care.
Really?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Look, that would be, the media would be all over that shit. They'd be like, oh, look, Josh Shapiro got looked over for VP pick. Totally got snubbed, but look, he's out here campaigning for Kamala anyway. That's like a story. They love that.
Right.
Drama. He's like, nah, I'm gone. I got a state to govern, okay?
He's got shit to do, Adam, yeah.
I have a state. And you're probably going to lose, and I'm going to run in 2028, so fuck you.
There you go. See, look.
No, I do. I do think this is why the surrogates are nowhere to be found. because secretly they're like, I'll see you in 2028.
Right.
She might win, and that'll be an interesting turn of events, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they'll be like, fuck, I can't run in 2028 now.
Unless she's so bad, she gets dropped from the ticket.
Come on. She'll be running in
Seems
2028.
unlikely.
Look,
Right.
everyone is so blinded by ideology that they just have rose-colored glasses when they see their candidate.
Right. It's true.
Their candidate can be completely dumb and feckless
Right.
and terrible.
True.
Anyway.
Metalworks 411.90 for $5 says some anti-woke people are racist, like Synthetic Man. It's just sad. Well, I don't know who Synthetic Man is, but yeah, obviously I'm sure there's racist woke people, there's racist anti-woke people. There's racist people out there. Sure.
I don't know why you would do that zoom up on the thing. It just seems so racist to me, but
It does. It does.
I can't imagine.
Zombie Squad
Like-
for £2 says, is Fritz the cat woke? It is about racism.
Ooh, that's a good question. Sitch has never seen Sitch the cat though, but I know.
Fritz the cat?
Or Fritz the cat, yeah. What'd I say?
You said Sitch the cat?
That reminds me of you. It's about a cat
Mm-hmm.
who smokes a lot of weed and has a lot of sex with a lot of other frisky cats.
I thought he was like trying to be left wing just so that he could like fuck women. It's not
Really?
like a plot point.
No.
I've only
really?
seen clips of it. Yeah.
All the cops are pigs. It's definitely all cops are bastards.
Mm.
It's been a long time since I saw that movie, so I don't know if I feel qualified at the moment to weigh in on the woke scale of it.
Isn't there like a part where like there's a bunch of white women who are like crowing over this like black coded character, and he's just like, fuck you. Because they're like being like hyper woke about the whole thing.
I don't remember. Yeah.
Okay.
I remember it being crazy. I was like, oh my God, this movie's out there.
Mm-hmm. J Mac, I saw your follow for $50. Thank you so much. Says, I require everyone's sympathies. Something happened to my Earthbound cartridge and I lost all of my save data. I just got to summer, so I wasn't super far, but now I'm nervous to start over, and buying another one is going to put me out $500. Wow, look at that. It's terrible.
That sucks.
Like it just corrupted or something. That's crazy.
That sucks.
I mean, that is the risk of when you're trying to play like on an old cartridge, I guess.
And then you aren't sure if you're going to play again and completely have to start square one.
Right. Well, I
Like,
mean, that's
oof.
listen, I know you're trying to be a purist, but just get a Super Nintendo controller with a little adapter and download the ROM and the emulator. They won't have any problem. Okay.
I mean, it just seems wrong.
Is it wrong? Is it wrong? to play
No,
an
it's
emulator?
not. No, just do it on the new technology. Why waste your time?
Right. Hold
Be
on,
a
gotta
realist.
I'm having a memory leak problem here.
Oh, really? Why are you always running your crypto rig while we're streaming? Makes absolutely no sense.
Well, what am I supposed to not spend this time mining, Adam? Like, what are you talking about? Don't be stupid.
Just
Okay.
buy some Amazon stock and fucking get over it, okay?
To the moon, Adam. My shitcoin, my PSA Stitch coin, okay, is gonna one day be worth more than 0.00001 of a penny.
Mm-hmm.
You piece of shit. How dare
It's
you?
the future. It is.
Right.
PSA shit coin.
I actually saw, it's funny, I watched this it was kind of an older video. I saw this whole video that was all like going really deep into why crypto is a scam. And I was like, yeah, so it seems to be accurate.
Yeah. Don't tell the
Uh-oh.
kids though.
Hold on.
Now you got to
Uh-oh.
restart your computer.
Well, no, because okay. No, it wasn't showing the super chats, but I can see it now.
Lucifer the Doberman for
The
5 Canadian.
the S bucks. Okay, that's the new crypto. The S bucks, baby.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Fun.
Loser Dumbman for 5 Canadian says, hello, everyone. If you didn't know, I got a new puppy, and her name is Hera. She's insanely adorable, and she is A-Team. A-Team reigns supreme. Well, there you
True.
go.
And I've seen the puppy. It is adorable.
Right. There you go.
Puppies are the best. They need to, can't they genetically engineer a dog that is a puppy for its entire life? Why isn't
That feels
possible?
immoral. That feels immoral.
God, why are you such a fun assassin?
Well, it's like, they have the
How's it immoral?
It's the same reason, like when I don't know, I
It's
feel
no
like it's
less
kind of
moral than cutting off their fucking junk so they can't reproduce.
it's sort of like to me, it's sort of like, when they genetically engineer those dogs, like pugs and other dogs that have all the health problems because they engineer them in some specific way.
It's a healthy puppy, okay?
Okay. Right.
It's a completely healthy puppy.
I guess that is interesting. You're gonna have a puppy forever. So
How about
maybe,
this? Look,
maybe not.
you don't have to get it fixed.
Is it
because
immortal?
No.
Okay.
No, it's just regular dog years. Well, I guess that's the question. Like, if it never reaches sexual maturity, so you don't have to get it fixed,
Mm-hmm.
maybe it would have health problems, huh?
I would imagine. I mean, what? I don't know, actually.
This
I
has
have
to be
no
why
clue.
this has to be why they bred the pug, because a pug does look very much like a puppy, even though it's an adult.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pugs are nice. I think pug might be my favorite dog. You have a favorite dog?
Pug?
Yeah.
A pug is your favorite dog.
Why do you say it like that? What's
I don't
wrong
know. They
with
got the weird squishy faces.
What's wrong with that?
I mean,
You don't like pugs?
I don't know. They're okay, I guess.
What is your favorite? It's probably some poodle or something, some like curly hair dog.
What is my favorite dog? I don't know the
Have
answer.
you
I
ever
don't
had a
really have
dog?
No, my parents had a dog when I was young, and then it passed away when I was probably like 8, I think, and we never got
Mhm.
another one.
Oh, okay.
Well, because me and my brother were both allergic, so.
Okay. I guess
Though,
you
I
have-
mean, my brother has he has a dog now. They have because they have the I can't say the word.
Yeah, hyperallergenic dogs.
Allergenic dogs. I like when I was young, I desperately wanted a dog, and I know my parents. I don't know if they maybe didn't have them back then, or my parents just didn't want to deal with it again. So
Oh, they did one of those things on you.
right.
Look, they left you an opening here. Like when you vote for Trump and they're like completely demoralized by it, you say, "Listen,
You
never
should have
got
bought
me
me
that.
a dog.
You never bought me that fucking dog.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You had this coming."
Right.
Oh God, you should at least do that for a joke. It'd be great. You don't have to
Let's
actually
see.
vote for Trump, but you could just
Most
say,
popular dog breeds in the U.S. Okay. What do you think the number one most popular dog is?
let me think here. Most popular number one dog would be a
Right.
golden retriever.
Incorrect.
What?
They're number 3.
Really? Holy shit.
Yeah. I'm kind of shocked by the first 2.
What are they?
Chihuahua is the number 1.
No way.
That is surprising, isn't it?
That
I never would
is.
have suspected that. Yeah.
Look, it used to be golden retriever. I think it's shifted.
Probably, yeah. Number
Look,
2
it's
is
all
French
those fucking
Bulldog.
purse ladies in
It is.
Los Angeles. They've taken over the list.
They have. And then number
The
2 is
woke people.
Number 2 is the French Bulldog.
Oh, French bulldogs are great.
Right.
I
And then,
actually I agree with that one.
Number 3 is Golden Retriever. Number 4 is German Shepherd. Number 5 is Shih Tzu. Number 6 is Golden Doodle. So I guess that's a poodle golden
Labradoodle?
It's Golden Doodle.
What's a doodle? Oh, poodle.
A poodle mixed with a golden retriever.
Oh, okay.
Which I never even think I've ever even heard of those or even seen one before, which is weird. Oh, I guess I have seen them. I just didn't realize what I was looking at.
I'll be right back.
Number 7 is Yorkshire Terrier. Number 8 is American Pit Bull. Number 9 is Pit Bull. Let's call these Pit Bulls here. Gotta watch out. And then number 10 is a black Labrador. So interesting. What? Okay, here we go. Most popular breeds in each state. So the most popular breed in Florida is French Bulldog. Really? Wow. Okay. I would not have guessed it. I feel like when I'm out and about, I don't really see that many French Bulldogs walking around. So that's weird. I never would have guessed that in a million years. I see a lot of what's that little white fluffy dog? I see that shit everywhere. Maybe they're like white Yorkies, white Westies. Little white fluffy dog. I see people have those all over the place. And then it says like the entire South is just dominant. Oh, for some reason, like the entire southern part of the United States, with the exception of Florida, they all have Chihuahuas. Apparently, it's real big in the
I'm back.
South for some reason. So it's interesting. Here, I'll send Adam the picture.
No, I don't want to see it.
You want to
too
see
adorable.
it.
I
You
want
want
it
to
all.
see where all the dogs are. Okay.
Oh, okay.
The most
Oh, it's just a
popular
map.
dog
I
breeds
thought
in
you were
each
gonna
state. So
I thought you were gonna send me a picture of a cute dog.
no, you don't deserve that. It says French Bulldog's the most popular in California too.
Really?
I don't. It's so weird. I don't see that many French Bulldogs just.
One of my
fucking
good
around.
friends has a French bulldog, and it is
Mm.
fucking adorable.
I mean,
the
they're
thing
cute,
is like
but-
so. I mean, it's weird because it's a tiny dog, but it weighs like 1,000 pounds. You're like, oh my god, this dog is like so
Oh, really?
dense. Yeah. I always
Well, I
want to
guess-
pick him up because he's so cute. And I'm like,
Which-
wow, this thing is heavy.
That's it. I guess because it's a bulldog. So I don't know. They're okay. I'm not a big fan of the squishy faces.
Those are the best.
Like, oh, obviously, like little squish
French
faces.
bulldog. Oh my god.
What?
They're so cute. They're crazy cute.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. All right.
Xerxes, Mr. Sage for 29 months. Thank you so much for 29 months. Says, ooh, critical drinker. Ooh, all right, pipeline. Ooh.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going on.
There you go.
It's a new. Oh my god, everyone's gonna become right wing. Oh, it's so scary. What are we gonna do? People thinking for themselves.
I know,
Oh,
it's terrible.
scary. Be afraid. Racism. Climate change. Be scared. Vote like me. People don't believe in democracy. It's so sad.
Right. Radically Milquetoast for 11 months says, guys, critical drinker shot my dog and romanced my wife. Save me, anti woke essayist. I mean, that's how a lot of this feels. That's true.
Really?
That's how a lot of this feels, yeah.
Scary.
Alex Wright for $2 says, saw Joker 2 was absolutely awful, really awful. Yeah, listen, I think
Sitch
Joker
wants me to see a
2,
musical so bad though.
I think Joker 2 is a good movie. I think it's a great movie. Okay.
Uh-huh.
You want to know why? You want to know why Joker 2 is a fantastic movie?
Because everyone hates it.
Exactly. It is a unifying force. Okay. It's a unifying force. For too long, we have this fight between the quote critics and the audience and the YouTube critics, and they're all attacking each other. They're all at each other's throats. They're all criticizing each other. And now finally, everyone can come together and shit on Joker 2 together.
Why would they make it a musical? That's so lame. That makes no sense.
I couldn't tell you the answer to that.
It's not like there was entertaining musical numbers in the first one, or why?
Well, unless it's because it was weird. Like there's like the one scene that everyone kind of memed and was iconic was, the Joker coming down the stairs to the music, and maybe somehow in someone's mind that transformed into like a musical for some reason.
He was a comedian in the first one. It doesn't even make sense. Like
Well,
if he was a rock star, like a wannabe rock star or something, you'd be like,
He was a
okay.
failed comedian in the first one.
Look, if he was a failed rock star, it would make sense. You'd be like,
Mm.
oh, look, this is his redemption arc. Like now he's
Okay.
back and he's good.
I don't know because I've watched a couple people who talked about it without spoiling it because I was kind of curious, but I didn't really want to have it spoiled. And when I was listening, because like Critical Drinker and some other people, they weren't super like some people were saying like the music didn't really add anything. Like it just felt kind of like tacked on, which I know that's a common critique for musicals is that in a good musical, the music number should advance a character or a plot in some way as opposed to doing nothing. And that was one of the critiques. But they were saying that the music wasn't like the main problem. The main problem was just sort of the movie feels like it meanders. And there's this interesting critique, which I'm curious when I see it, is that they say that the movie's insulting its own fan base. And I'm kind of curious as to what exactly that means.
Yeah, look, I'll go see it tomorrow if you go see it, but
I'll try.
if you're not gonna go see it, I'm not gonna go see it.
Well, I'm gonna see it eventually.
Well, look,
Okay.
I'm hoping eventually means I get to see it on video where I can
Okay.
like, pause and like complain. I can call you up and go, "Oh my God,
Okay.
this movie fucking sucks."
Right.
How far are you? 3 minutes. Where's the plot?
Okay.
Look, look, you said 2 words that just make me die inside.
Oh yeah, no, it doesn't seem like it's gonna have a clear from what I've heard, it doesn't seem like it has clear conflicts or goals or you're gonna hate it.
Yeah, you said the M words.
Okay, if you don't want to watch it, it's
Meandering
fine. Listen, I'll watch it. Okay, I'll watch it. I'll make a YouTube video on it myself. All right.
Yeah, you can do that. That's fine.
Okay.
That's great.
Martin
you should
Cordy.
do that and look at that. I can talk to you about how your YouTube video sucks. And it was
There you go.
The movie was incredible. No,
There you go.
That's never gonna happen.
Martin Cordy for 10 months. Thanks so much. That seems like another semantic warrior shrouded in innuendo to trick viewers into believing they're smart and right. S team won me back. Carry on joyfully. There you go. Thank you.
Yes.
Art Jokia, thank you so much for the 2 gifted memberships.
Yes, welcome new members.
Thank you. And thank you, Jeanette, for the 1 gifted membership.
Yeah, look, they've got a contest going here.
Look at that, yeah. And thank you, Lucy Lemonbug. Thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Fair and Practical Progress for 5 Aussie bucks says, Sitch, thank you, Sitch, for pointing out definitional lies and question dodging on both sides in the VP debate. Sometimes Adam will state or justify something. Well, thank you.
Will state or justify something.
Yeah. How dare you state or justify anything?
Look, it's my job to justify things.
Right. Art Jokia, thanks so much for the 1 gifted membership again. Thank you.
Yes.
Fair and Practical Purpose for another 10 Aussie bucks. Oh, it was like a long super chat. I guess I should read it together. Adam will state or justify something, and as a listener, I want to respectfully push back. Sitch most of the time naturally chimes in with that viewpoint, very satisfying. Adam's perspective is very valuable to me. I long for the day the T/D/J6 plus DS meme fades because it appears to be the go-to response to legitimate critique. Very true.
Yeah, it's way overused, obviously. So,
Lucy Lumbug, thanks so much for the gifted membership. Thank you.
look at that.
Eagle Shadox. Hey, Shadox.
There it is, right there.
For
Going back in.
$5. Says, have you guys seen Hutch? Oh, hold on. My tab literally just crashed in the middle of reading that super chat.
Oh, this is a good one too. You guys see Hutch, Pisco, Pandering, and Econoboy collectively shaming Anna Kasparian for being based. The left eating itself is never pretty.
Oh no, did they? So,
of course, look.
Well, here, I have to go to the bathroom. Why don't you tell people about the Anna situation?
Okay.
Give them a brief rundown.
Oh my God. For real? Let me do it. Okay. Anna Kasparian is So Anna Kasparian made a Substack where she came out and said the dreaded words that she is unaligned, which people have taken as leaving the left. Which I don't necessarily know that she's leaving the left. Like, I don't know if Anna Kasparian is radically changing her philosophy as much as she's just sick and tired of people on the left kind of being bad faith asshats. So, speaking of Hutch, Pisco, pandering, and well, I don't really know anything about Econo Boy. And look, I think Hutch came on the stream, and I think Hutch was attempting to be somewhat good faith. I'm kind of, I'm, I don't necessarily, I haven't formed a strong opinion about Hutch. I suspect that Hutch may be thinking to himself, "Oh, these people are clearly racist, but I need to kind of psychically manipulate them enough to get them to come to my side." I think a lot of times left people think that if they just say the right words that they're going to magically make somebody change their perspective. I think you really need to dive into the ideas that they're dealing with, which kind of brings me back to Anna. And look, Anna, my perspective is, look, and obviously she makes content. You can watch her content. Obviously, I think she's planning on making some content that is in the vein of trying to have honest conversations with people. And I think people like Hutch and Pisco and Pandering, like I said, I don't know much about Econo Boy. They have a perspective that the right wing is just all
I'm back.
dishonest liars. And that if you abandon that perspective in any way, shape, or form, which is what I think Anna is trying to do. And look, it's basically what we do, right? If you say that the right has any sort of honest grievance or has a perspective on society that may be, somewhat valuable, you're pitched as being in bed with lying, greedy racists, and they perceive that as leaving the left, when I just perceive it as wanting to be honest. And I think there's a lot of lying going on not to both sides but both sides. Obviously, the extremes they feel that the world is at stake. Their sort of lifestyle is at stake. And when the stakes are that high, they think, well, anything is acceptable, anything is permissible. And I don't think that. I don't think Sitch thinks that. I don't think Anna Kasparian thinks that. And once you kind of, it's weird because the red pill thing was popular for a bit, and I never really liked the analogy. I like the analogy of the red pill closer to what the movie actually is, where in the movie you're kind of in this shared hallucination. And I think of politics in kind of the same way. It's like this shared hallucination that everyone has, that the other side is completely out to get them, and everything is like we're on the verge of cataclysm, right? But as soon as you kind of step out of that and you realize, oh yeah, those people are pretty cool and they've got some good ideas, and these other people are pretty cool and they've got some good ideas, and nobody really, except a small percentage of maniacs who seem to ruin everything, have really have a grip on the culture, you kind of stop losing sleep at night. And these extremists are they're terrified of that. They're terrified that you are going to not be scared. You're not going to continue voting for them. You're kind of escaping from the cult. And, you're going to not be completely bad faith and dishonest with the other side. So that's what they're afraid of. I think Anna's going in the right direction. Anna's in the right, obviously, vocation. She's been a journalist like her whole life. So I think Anna, like, I'm hoping good things for Anna. Like, I'm hoping that she dives more into the journalism stuff. So what is your take, Sitch?
I agree with everything you said.
Sitch, okay. Do you know anything? I mean, I did one live stream with Econo Boy, and I think Econo Boy was kind of, he seemed like a good faith guy. So, and I haven't really seen much of his content. I know he's kind of in the Destiny orbit now. Like, that's the thing. We really need to get some orbiters going, Sitch. What are we doing here? I guess Hutch is technically, what do they call it when the moon is like orbiting two planets? He's got the Destiny orbit and the Sitch and Adam orbit. He's like,
I don't know.
There's a name for it, but I don't know
what the name for that is.
I think we were thinking of covering a Vosh video.
Well, and it was about, it was about Vosh complaining about, very dishonestly, obviously, and disgustingly complaining about Anna's Substack. So that you were just talking about.
There is another super interesting book that I've read that I like a lot. I've read it more than once. It's called You and Your Profile, and it's about prophilicity.
Mm-hmm.
And man, that book just gives you an insight on the internet and the social media phenomenon, like very, very well. Like it's very well articulated, and it's just very interesting. It gives you sort of a higher level understanding of a lot of the internet type relationships. And it just seems really, really interesting that, you know, the people who are attacking Anna are the people who Anna has not like sort of signed off and endorsed as content creators.
Mm.
Like Destiny, and this is like, I'm not saying anything that's a secret here. Like it's all over his community. Like they have been so desperate to have Destiny have a conversation with Anna, and I'm not sure she ever has had a conversation with Anna. And I do think there was some conflict. There was some jealousy basically with us that Anna was coming on our show and talking to us and not really talking to Destiny. Like Destiny had this move that he did from a building your profile perspective, where he was going to be the reasonable person on the left that could talk to any like right-leaning person. Like a right-leaning person would accept having a conversation with him because look, he's the reasonable guy on the left, right? So we got all these high-level conversations with Jordan Peterson, with Ben Shapiro, right? He's just like knocking them out. Boom, 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 boom. But then as soon as he exhausted all of those, he's like, fuck these conservatives, right? It was a completely different perspective. So it's like, look, I've been exposed as like the reasonable person on the left to their right-wing audience, and I've kind of peeled off maybe some of those moderate right-wingers. And now I'm just like, I'm not ever going to have a conversation with those people again. So they're dead
I
to
mean,
me.
right. I don't know. I mean, I'll give some level of charity. I don't know if it was sort of this kind of sinister. I don't know if sinister is the right word. If this sort of purely transactional thing. I think it was just that, when
Why is that sinister?
well, not sinister, but it's just I said purely transactional, right?
Right. Yeah.
Cynical maybe would be a better word, but I think it was just that because I listened to the video where he was also complaining about the Anna thing, and it's just like because it's like how dare you, possibly even hint, even if she, Anna was not saying this and does not like Donald Trump, how dare you even possibly maybe hint that anything related to Donald Trump, even though Anna doesn't like Donald Trump, is not just like the most evil thing on the planet. And if you dare, try to draw any equivocation between the left and the right, because right now the right is defined as Donald Trump, then you're an evil, wrong person for doing that action. So I think it's like that, like the kind of hyperfixation on Trump sort of bred the mindset, I guess, and like ruined any sort of idea of like, oh, I'm going to be the right-wing whisperer or understander of the right or something from Destiny.
Yeah. How do you, I mean, obviously he doesn't understand the right, and he has this perspective that the right is just buffoons who are idiot liars. I mean, how's that understanding
Whatever.
anyone?
I don't, well, whatever. I don't really like the whole framing of like understanding the right or any of this stuff, but
Right.
anyway. But no, I just think it's unfortunate. Now I didn't watch the stream that you're talking about. It is unfortunate if Hutch, Pisco, Pandering, and Econoboy, and I'll go check it out. We're all, being hyper bad faith to Anna, because she has this Substack where she's just basically saying like, oh, I want to, try to be a little bit more politically, it's called unaligned. I want to try to be politically homeless and understand that there's like shitty behavior going on both sides. And, some people just get so triggered by that. They can't handle it. So.
Look, I think you object to the lying, right? I think
Of course I object to the lying.
There are a lot of people that think that the left does not do anything dishonest. Like,
Right.
that's like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That's insane.
Yeah, of course, it's stupid.
Yeah.
J Mac or Circa Far, thanks so much for the $100. Says no Sitch. The whole point is to pass my games to my children and grandchildren with all my save files on them. I want that heck a wholesome moment for when they're reminded of their old man when they fire up my old Pokemon Red and see my Charizard name Firecrotch.
Wow.
Well, there you go. It all makes sense, I guess.
That is an awesome goal, though.
Right.
That's
Eagle
a
Shock says Hutch
legacy.
called you guys conservative. Really? That's hilarious.
Yeah, look,
Okay.
someone in the comments was saying, like, I'm like conservative, and I'm just, really? I mean, what? You have to be defining conservative as someone who won't just categorically define conservatives or people on the right as like irredeemable racists.
Mhm.
Like that must be, when you say that I am conservative, that must be what you were saying.
Right.
Because look, I don't see it. I'm like, what the fuck? I advocate for the middle class. I want like UBI. I like, all we talk about is MMT.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I believe in economic justice. I guess maybe because I'm a capitalist. Is that it?
I mean, it's funny because like they're basically doing the meme, push you to the right, and then they say, "Oh, you're a horrible conservative."
Right.
So,
But even
well,
on the capitalism thing, there are so many people on the right now that are populist, protectionist. Like,
right.
is that even like what? Hold on here. I don't even fit the mold on that one.
Nope. That's kind of funny, yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. I live in Southern California. I'm an artist. Like, I don't think porn should be made illegal. I'm fucking pro-choice, right?
Right.
I think look, and I'm honestly leaning towards no restrictions on abortion just because these people are getting fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm worried some woman is going to need an abortion because a baby fucking died in there and she's not going to be able to get it.
Right.
Yeah. How am I conservative again? How is this a conservative perspective? Please tell me, what is conservative about me, Sitch?
Well, if you don't just like bend over for Kamala and talk about how she's female Obama, hook, line, and sinker, then that makes you conservative, I guess.
Look, it drives me fucking crazy when people talk about limiting the vote. When people want to disenfranchise voters, I'm like, fuck you.
Mm-hmm.
When conservatives talk about women shouldn't be able to vote, what the fuck is that shit? What the fuck is that shit? Look, I make sandwich jokes, okay? They're funny. It's funny. It's funny because it's funny because we've moved past that in society.
Have we though?
Yes, we have.
Have we, Adam? I don't know if we actually have.
Yeah, I think we have.
No.
I think women can do more than make sandwiches. A lot of times women's sandwiches aren't even that good. Let's be honest, Sitch.
That's what matters, right?
I just when I see people talk about me being conservative, I think, well, I already think Hutch is kind of brain dead. So,
right.
Like, he this is why Hutch called us conservative, because 6 people in the chat called us conservative, and he felt obligated to bend over and suck their dicks because that's the way he treats his chat. So,
right.
Yeah. But look, make a reasoned argument why you think I am conservative. Look, and if I am conservative, I don't give a fuck. Okay, I'm conservative.
Well, that's what's kind of weird about this whole thing is like, there was a time when you had sort of like the whole, Tim Pool was like, oh, I'm independent, and he had the intellectual dark web and all that stuff. But that time has passed. I don't think anyone gains any political capital by pretending to be independent or pretending to not be conservative. Like, if either I or Adam felt conservative, like, we would just adopt the label. Like, it makes literally 0 sense for us to not to if we felt that way.
Both of us care about immigration because it depresses American workers' wages, right?
Right.
That used to be the Democrat position. That was Bernie Sanders' position.
I mean, I guess is that what makes us conservative? Is that we both say like there shouldn't be well, I don't think
Unlimited, yeah.
I mean, that's literally Kamala
immigration.
Harris's position as she's running now, so that can't be it.
Oh yeah, she must be a conservative. What they would call her
Like,
a
is
conservative.
she
so.
conservative now? Like, I don't know. The whole thing seems silly, but
Yeah, words
it's like,
have
but
no meaning.
it's as I said. I've been saying this for months. As we get closer and closer to the election, everyone becomes more and more unhinged because they feel that there's like so much on stake, so much on the line, and they just can't deal with it. So,
Look, I'm going to bring up my moral foundations chart right here.
oh, are you?
Just because it's so hilarious.
Well, I guess didn't we take that weird test and said we were conservative? We're like, this is silly.
That test was completely
So there
asinine.
you go. I guess you got us. We took that one political compass test. It got us. It nailed us as conservatives.
Well, I mean, I do think that test was kind of asinine, though, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And look, Sitch and I both look at liberal and conservative through the moral foundations framework, through Jonathan Haidt's framework, right?
Right.
So we're looking at objective measures here. There's 6 moral foundations that Jonathan Haidt points out: care, harm, fairness, cheating, liberty, oppression, loyalty, betrayal, authority, subversion, and sanctity, degradation. I do think there is a seventh moral foundation that has yet to be explored on property rights. I don't, throughout the entire animal kingdom, there is property, right? I mean, birds stake out an area, build a nest, and guard it, right? That's property. Like it's rooted in us. Like there are these talks, like, so if you go to a cafeteria, right, and you pull out a chair and you put your jacket on it, what have you done?
I've marked my claim.
Doesn't everybody have the moral intuitions to understand that this is, if somebody comes up and takes your jacket and throws it on the ground and takes that chair, what have they committed a moral infraction, or is that just fine?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
So where is that in here? I mean, you can shoehorn it into fairness cheating, I think.
Right.
But I think it deserves its own moral foundation. I really do. So there's actually, Jonathan Haidt has talked about how there is conflict in the people who are studying moral foundations over this 7th property right foundation. But it's got to be because so many of these college kids are like commies, right?
Right.
They're like, property? What are you talking about? There's no moral foundations around property. How dare you? Which just says, look, you have the moral intuitions.
I think there's definitely a moral foundation around property as well.
Right.
So,
but this is how we're looking at things. And look, I don't think I fit. I don't think I fit in the conservative framework.
Right.
I really don't.
That's what an evil conservative would say.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Look, I told you, conservatives are not evil. That's the problem right there.
Well, here, I got to check out this. I'll check out that stream because now I'm curious.
Oh, really?
So, well, not right this second, but
they're trying to do
maybe we'll cover
reputational
it.
damage. They're trying to take our profile down a peg. It's complete profilicity.
Right.
We have to destroy them. Yeah. Cool. Let's read another super chat, but look, let me find one first. I can't even remember where we are. Where are we? Is it Burnukski?
We're at Lou
For
Silver
$10.
for $5.
Oh.
Says, what is the racial makeup of the United States in percentages? What would that movie look like?
I don't know.
Let's see. U.S. ethnic demographics 2024.
Is that like a...
Bum, bum, bum.
Did you not go back up to where we were?
Did I
Oh.
not?
Well, maybe you did. I don't know. Loose. Oh, okay. I got it.
Did I
Oh,
skip
look at
something?
this.
Says white 61%, black 12.4%, multiracial 10%, Asian 6%, indigenous 1.1%. Oh, they not separate Hispanic? Oh, white. Wait, that can't be right. I guess they didn't separate Hispanic in this though.
I think
Well,
black was
whatever.
at 20% at one point. It went down because of immigration.
Right. That is
how
true.
how can you be in favor of immigration when you're doing that to the black population?
How dare they?
It's chapped.
Fair and practical progress for 5 Aussie bucks. Thank you so much. Or for the 10, 15, 20, 25 Aussie bucks. Thank you. It's all together. Says Hutch posted a video reacting with Pisco, Econoboy, and Josiah to Anna Kasparian Substack, saying she is unaligned independent. I am moderate left. I have never been so disgusted at the amount of bad faith, mocking, and dismissal of her points. Immediately flipped to calling her Dave Rubin and not even trying to understand why she doesn't want to be tribal. E.g., missing, ignore the issue on your own side. I'm generally shocked to see the same tone here as when Olay and that far left progressive panel were mean girl style trashing Anna. I was generally shocked to see the same tone here. Do you consider reacting to 23-minute video? I despair if those two are considered representatives of the
Hell
moderate left.
yeah, I'd love to react to that video. Are you kidding me? Look, bad faith bullshit. Yeah, of course. I'd love to.
Is it the
They are they are mean girls. That's the whole thing. That's why I brought up the pro Felicity thing. It's all about reputation destruction. That's all they care about. They don't want to have, and this is the thing too. I think obviously Anna is a smart woman, okay?
Right.
She's bored of this fucking mean girls reputation destruction game that everyone's playing. Like she's like, I want to talk about things that are important, substantive things, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to play the fucking, oh my God, this guy's a conservative. Let's destroy his reputation. It's like, let's create negative stereotypes about conservatives. Like, let's talk about the actual issues. Right?
I agree. Yeah.
I just can you even really have a conversation? And I can't remember who we were talking to, if it was Pisco or Pandering or one of these guys. And I said, look, I don't even know if we can have an honest conversation because you're incapable of considering the fact that you could be wrong.
Mm.
And I consider the fact that I could be wrong regularly.
Right.
That's like part of being a normal human being.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's a reason why hubris is considered to be a bad thing, right?
Right.
All these people are they're drowning in hubris. They can't fathom a world where they're actually incorrect. They can't fathom a world where conservatives want, just the same things they want, a fair and just society. So weird.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
Well, yeah, we'll watch it. I'm definitely gonna watch it. Maybe we'll cover it on Tuesday. So, or in the week if I have power. So we'll see.
It is weird because they are kind of fighting the last culture war. Like there was a time when I think the conservatives were far more racist and the cultural norm was very racist, right? And that I don't, the conservatives are not fighting that war anymore, but the progressives feel as though they are. Like, it's just a complete miscalculation of the battlefield. Yeah. I mean, look, there's a lot of racism out there. Don't get me wrong. There are a lot of racist people in the world. I think, generally people are forced to keep it in private, which I think is a good thing.
Right.
I don't know how much of the racism we see online is from people actually inside America or people outside America just making waves because America's a strong competitor in the world. It's impossible for me to think, like, you look at our military, and our military is just, I mean, black, white, Asian, Mexican, like every nationality you can think of is in our military. How is there any racism there?
Well, yeah, there isn't.
Yeah.
Anyway, but
It's impossible for me to think that our country is about to fall to some sort of racism or racist conflict.
well, that's why it was so stupid for Vance and other people to really harp on the whole, and Trump to harp on they're eating the pets thing. I mean, he's really playing deep into that.
Yeah, look, and I do think that there's the possibility to create negative stereotypes. I don't know that people think that's like a giant deal.
I mean, the pet eating specifically, I don't know,
Yeah.
but just like one more thing to add to the pile. So.
It definitely plays into the progressive stereotype that all Republicans are just racists.
Yeah, well, that's
Yeah.
that it does, yeah, that it does.
Which is not a good thing.
No. So.
JD Vance seems to be completely aware of the stereotype that all Republicans want to outright ban all abortion. He seems massively sensitive to that.
Right.
Which is a good thing. He should be sensitive to it.
Well, not
Anyway.
all. But anyway. Where were we? Lucy Lumbug, thanks so much for the one gift membership. Bernuski for $10 says the wokest don't get that there's enough movies and video games to last every person's lifetime already. We don't need to watch new woke crap. We can watch movies from the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, etc. There you go. That is true.
Yeah, but they want to indoctrinate you. That's why they're like...
No, but he's saying, like, because there's enough content, and there's also so much new content out there that if they start shoving their indoctrination messages in movies and certain video games, there's enough content out there, they'll just ignore it. Yeah. Art Jokia, thanks so much for joining Free Will Seekers. Dan Richards for 4 months says, I don't watch this content now. Let me tell you exactly what these creators think about everything. How is this a serious critique?
It's not. Obviously not. Yeah. Vapid. That's my word for the video.
Jasu Calehero for 15 months says, chat, are you autumn maxing? I'm talking apple picking, party soups, sweaters, pumpkin spice, October Festabeer. You need to be autumn maxing, chat. There you go. It's true.
Yeah.
There you go. Do you like
Kyle
that?
Kalinske.
That's what all the kids say nowadays, Adam. They say something and then they say maxing.
I know maxing is the thing. You should all be maxi padding. That's what you should be all be doing.
I don't know about that one, but
you guys are all on your period. Kyle Kalinske did a tweet, and look, I rarely agree with Kyle Kalinske, but this one it was right on the money. Yeah.
Right.
He said, all you people in your pumpkin spice, you fucking idiots. I was like, what is it with the pumpkin spice? It ain't that good. God, get me through October.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never liked the pumpkin spice. One time, back when I would get Starbucks, before I was like, fuck this, I'm gonna just buy the big jug of it for literally the same price as like one drink. And I was like, this is such
you
a
do
waste
what
of...
I do.
Yeah.
You got me hooked on the blonde though. The blonde is like way better. Yeah.
The blonde roast is fucking king. I was like, what? This is such a waste of money. Well, also because like when you get the drinks at Starbucks, there's so much sugar. It's so unhealthy for you. But I remember once I got a drink and I started drinking. I'm like, oh, I like spit it out. I was like, what the fuck is this? And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. I accidentally gave you, I think it was
The
like
pumpkin
the pumpkin
spice?
spice. I was it like caught me completely unawares. I was like, what the fuck is this?
That's
So,
hilarious.
I mean, listen, I like pumpkin pie. I'm not opposed to pumpkin pie or anything. Pumpkin pie is pretty good, but I've never understood the pumpkin spice obsession. I feel like it's just a meme at this point.
Pumpkin pie has to be forced on me at this point. Like I could go my
Really?
entire life without eating another piece of pumpkin pie. Yeah.
I mean, it's not something I actively seek out, but I've had pumpkin pie. It can be pretty good. So no
I
problem
mean,
with
but come on. There's like lemon meringue, like banana cream. There's all
it.
these
Ew,
other pies that are
I hate banana.
just they can't even compete.
Okay. You gotta have one pumpkin pie for autumn, Adam. You have the autumn max, right? You gotta get in the spirit
Do
of
I?
things.
I
Yeah.
did see there was some s'mores Baileys that I was like, is that like a I guess
S'mores
that's more
Baileys,
of
huh?
a yeah. I guess that's more of like a Christmas thing, right? S'mores are more Christmas. They're
No,
not
s'mores is not
Halloween.
Christmas. What do you mean? S'mores is just like camping.
Oh, it's not a
So
holiday thing?
no, I've never. I mean, as a Boy Scout, s'mores are just you on the campfire, you roast your little marshmallows.
I
Never like
might try
Christmas stuff.
that s'mores Baileys.
I mean, that sounds pretty good. I would be curious to try some s'mores Baileys as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, who doesn't like s'mores? S'mores are tasty.
They are. Wow.
Okay. Idiotosin for $5 says, wouldn't it be easier to just watch movies and not scrutinize their race? Anyway, when I was a kid, most actors were white, and it's good we re-examine that.
Yeah, the irony. Please.
I know the irony. It's pretty funny. All these people are hypocrites. Ryan Wool for $10 says an issue. Oh, $10, $20, $30. Thank you. Says an issue that I've seen recently is if anything is in a game that isn't a white guy, the extremes on both sides spurg out. Take Space Marine 2, for example. You had extreme anti-woke calling it woke because it had a person of color, Space Marine, and female soldiers, and extreme woke assuming it would be perceived as woke by normies for the same reasons. The flaws of both sides are shown due to the fact that in 40K lore those things exist, shows how shallow their understanding of the medium is. True.
Yeah. That's the thing. People are just sidesing up.
Oh my God for $2 says, but you can see Anne Hathaway's tits. I don't know. What was that in reference to?
Is this a movie that we were talking about? It must have been.
The only movie that I know of off the top of my head that you see Anne Hathaway's tits is Thank You for Smoking, which I don't remember talking about today, but
Oh yeah, that's a great movie.
that's a good movie.
Who produced that movie?
I produced it. I couldn't tell you.
Thank You for Smoking.
I know it's got the main character is what's his name? Is Two-Face. Aaron Eckhart.
Go ahead. I'll look it up.
Okay.
I know it's someone that you'll be like,
Connor
what?
Mick. What?
No, look it up. Or I'm looking it up. You
Connor Mick Lelin for $10 says, thank you. So your first ever super chat. Says, I'm a little bit behind, but in high school, our drama class made a film that had the end changed because the black antagonist needed a more positive ending. Otherwise, people might be offended. Wow, that's pretty crazy. Jeez.
Really? Wow.
Interesting.
They were worried about the negative stereotypes?
Yeah, I guess so.
Evil.
Right.
What's up, Sitch? Did you die?
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
What movie? Wait a minute. Anne Hathaway wasn't in Thank You for Smoking? What movie am I thinking of then?
Okay, here it is. Thank you for you love Thank You for Smoking, right? It's a movie that you completely
yeah, it's a good movie.
Okay. Do you remember a guy named David Sachs? He's on Twitter all the time.
Yes.
Signal boosting Donald Trump, talking about what a fucking hero he is, talking about the Ukraine war and the 2014 coup.
Oh, I'm thinking of Love and Other Drugs. That's the movie where Anne Hathaway gets her tits out. Where Jake Gyllenhaal is like he's like, I just remember he like does like some weird. See, that would have been a very problematic movie because if you remember, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Adam, but if you remember, in Love and Other Drugs, if you've ever seen it, he does some like weird thing where he's like a med student or something, and he like tricks her into like pretending he's a doctor just so he can see her tits, and then they end up like dating. Very sexually harassment there. Anyway,
You should see In the Company of Men. That's a movie that you should
David
see.
Sachs produced Thank You for Smoking. How did you know that off the top of your head?
Because they talked about it on All In Podcast, and I was like,
Oh,
holy
really?
fuck, you produced that movie? That movie's amazing.
That's funny.
Guess
That's
who was the
funny.
money behind it?
David Sachs. Oh, you're right. Look at that.
Peter
David Sachs,
Thiel.
producer. Wow.
Peter Thiel.
Real. That's a very left-wing movie. So that's kind of interesting. Is that before they did their heel turn?
I guess.
Right.
Before he went full, I don't want to say.
Why?
Look, I don't want to make that joke. Never mind.
Okay, don't make
Moving
that joke.
on.
Okay. Was it David Sachs? I was listening to, oh my God. Someone was, I was listening to part of Mark Cuban on the All In podcast, and I think it was David Sachs. Him and David Sachs were getting into it. So.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. That is a good one.
That was interesting.
Look at this. Elon Musk is on here too as an executive producer.
Mm-hmm.
That movie is great. Yeah, I really liked it.
Who's the other Sachs guy that I was shooting the other day? He's not David Sachs's brother, right? They just have the same last name.
I'm not sure. Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about, but I don't think they're related.
Okay.
I think
Jeffrey
Sachs
Sachs.
is Jeffrey Sachs.
They're not related. Okay, that's good because I didn't like that Jeffrey Sachs guy. Sounded like a cock to me. Buckethead for 12 months. Thanks so much for being 1 year. Free Will Seeker says, Sitch, check the channel. Check the Council of 13 for Skaven. Specifically, Seat 7. It's what made me S-Class. Council of 13 for Skaven? Okay.
Made you S-Class, huh?
Seat 7.
Did Sitch have a take on that?
Pontificus Sitch. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Is that a
I didn't know this.
character?
It's a character. Apparently, I'm a Warhammer character. I never knew this. Arch
Does it look like you, or
Sitch. Let's see. Let's check it out. Let's Google it.
what's it look like?
Let's see here. I better look badass. Why is there no picture of this?
Oh my god.
Ruler of Clan Morbius? I don't really see a picture of it when I Googled it. Is it this like tiger guy?
It's not even
I guess it's a
close.
rat guy because it's a Skaven, so that's unfortunate. That's anti-Semitic. Okay, I feel like there's some kind of hidden messaging right there. Wow. Well, anyway, I'm glad you're S-Class. Lethal Strain for $2 says, don't forget about the racist 9-year-old Chiefs fan. Oh, yeah, remember that? They were like accusing the 9-year-old of being in blackface because they had the Chiefs colors.
Yeah, look, going after a white kid, little kid.
Terrible.
They're like, oh, look, he's going to grow up to be a white straight male. Got to get him early.
Alestro for $15. Thank you so much. Says these guys don't have standards for race swapping. Any standard they have if presented with a similar situation, but for whitewashing, they'll immediately deny it. Whatever needs to break for more diversity is what needs to break even history at this point. True.
They don't care about the art. They don't care about the storytelling. They just don't care.
They just don't care. It's true.
Yeah. They want to break things.
Ace for $5 says, if I do the same test that Wallace did, I will find woke video essays without even searching for any video in the first place. Very, very true.
Yeah.
You can do it with anything. Yeah.
Yeah. You can
Black
search
Cat.
how to fix your car, and it's like, look at this. Critical theory.
How to fix your car without being racist.
Yeah,
Black
exactly.
Hat 0061 for 30 months. Thanks so much for being 30 months. Free Will Seeker says, did you know with your Sitch and Adam membership, you're entitled to one apology from Adam, but only after a certain amount of months? Is this true? Is this true, Adam?
Completely untrue, but I like it. I like it. That's a good angle you got going there.
The
I admire the creativity.
The top pyramid is the gold pyramid, right?
Yes, yes.
Well, we should see. We need like a higher. We need like a cosmic, like a rainbow prism cosmic floating pyramid,
Right.
and that gets you one free apology from Adam.
We should do that. This, the same thing that Shu did on her Patreon. Just $50,000 for my apology. I'll apologize for anything.
She has $50,000 to shut up, and you're gonna have $50,000 to
Right.
apologize.
What do you need an apology for?
Right. We should do that. There you go.
Yes.
$50,000 for an Adam apology. I like it. You have to split that with me if you get that.
I mean, it's our Patreon, so I'd technically be
There you
splitting
go.
it with you anyway.
There you go. Lethal Straight for $5 says, take a look into Biden's DOJ suing MD over standards for police officers. Okay, let's
Oof.
see.
Wow. Look at this. A Biden
Maryland
DOJ.
approved settlement in state police discrimination.
Going
Maryland
after
officials
the-
have approved $2.75 million settlement to resolve a federal investigation into discriminatory hiring practices.
What happened? They wouldn't hire any
That's a
white
good
people?
question.
Terrible.
Blah, blah, blah. What did happen? So they faced discrimination allegations, I guess, well, obviously over hiring. In the current case, the Justice Department alleged the state police used a written test that discriminated against black candidates. What the fuck was on the test?
Mhm.
And a physical fitness test that discriminated against female applicants. Are they for real?
Oh,
Are they for
please.
fucking realsies here?
You still think-
Holy shit.
Still think voting Kamala is a good idea?
I'm not voting, so
4 more years of that?
I'm not voting.
Well, I
get
was talking about the.
I get to wash my hands of this.
I know, but just in general, is it a good
Right.
idea? Is it a good idea? Is it a bad idea? I mean, I'm voting for Kamala just because I want to settle a bet with you.
Yeah.
So I know it's a bad idea and she's going to mess up the entire country, but
It's so sad that the Republican Party is so incompetent that they couldn't actually get a not retarded candidate. Right.
you're calling Kamala that sounds a little racist, sexist to me. I mean, geez. Just
What?
coming out and calling her retarded now?
Well, first of all, number one, Kamala is retarded. Number two, I was referring to Donald Trump. I said the Republican Party. You misheard me. You thought I said
okay,
Democrat.
okay.
No.
Okay. Well, look,
So-
as long as you're convinced both of them are retarded.
They're both retarded in different ways. So
Right.
the test disqualified black and female applicants from the hiring process at significantly disproportionate rates. Did they tell me what the fuck was on the test? What was the question? I mean, I understand just like obviously intuitively, when they first of all, complaining about the female applicants is just bullshit. There should be, you should have to be some level, obviously, of physical fitness to be a police officer. And if you're a woman and you can't do that, then I guess you can't be a police officer. That's not discrimination. I mean, it is discrimination, but that's not unfair discrimination on the basis of sex. That's just you're not strong enough to do the job safely. So
Is that Spoon in our chat? Look at that. Lurking.
what's up, Spoon?
Lurking in the chat.
What's up?
Tisk.
I wonder if I don't know if that guy responded to us. I saw he responded to your video. I didn't watch it though. He did a very long
did he?
response video. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The guy
what
that
was the
we
guy's name?
covered?
I already forgot.
The Green Goblin guy.
He's Blanca from Street Fighter was his avatar.
Yeah, the Blanca guy.
Green Goblin.
Well, the guy looks like a Green Goblin.
I guess. That's true. Okay, wait. I gotta find this out. Maryland police test.
Don't try to get out of it, Spoon. You are lurking, okay?
Discrimination.
I don't care if you're
Black.
openly typing, okay? That doesn't matter.
I am so fucking curious as to what was the test question that they looked at this and they're like, this test question right here unfairly discriminates against black people. Because the only examples I can think of are just like highly hilariously racist stereotypes.
No,
Can't actually
really?
think of, what
Please. Oh,
I'm not gonna say 'em.
You're just thinking of them. They're
just
not
thinking
actually
it. I'm
on the
not gonna-
thing. Yeah.
No.
This asked you. This test required people to be
God, that's terrible.
I mean, we fit the stereotype.
Let's see. Well, it doesn't. I don't know. It says the police officer selection test is a written test of an applicant's abilities in math, reading, writing, and grammar. A passing grade is 70%, and would-be officers can retake the test up to 4 times in a year in an effort to pass. I mean, if you can't pass a fucking test 4 times, you get 4 shots. I mean, that seems ridiculous to me. And you just need a 70%. You just need a C. What was on? Is there like, well,
This is discrimination in schooling right here.
right? Is there like a test, like a sample of this? Okay.
What happened there? Oh,
There's a study guide.
You want to see the test? Let's take the test. Maybe we can pass it.
I don't know. I'd probably be really bad at the math stuff because I don't remember a lot of like the standard algebra shit. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here's the question 1. On Tuesday, Officer Jones worked the 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. shift.
Okay. 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Right.
Gotcha.
At
That's the swing shift.
10:55 p.m. He was called
Okay.
to a scene of an accident where he remained until 1:30 a.m. How
Okay.
long
Did
past
some
his regular
overtime.
shift did Officer Jones work? Is this like a fucking real question? Jesus Christ. And it gives you multiple choice.
What time did he get off again? Supposed to be 10, right?
No,
Or 11. Okay.
11.
So 30 minutes.
Right. 30
He worked-
minutes.
Yeah. He
What
got
the
off
fuck?
at
Are you
11:30,
retarded,
right?
Adam? Are you gonna fail this fucking test?
Look, maybe I wasn't cut out to be a cop, okay?
His shift was his shift's supposed to end at 11.
Right.
He gets called in at 10:55, so he gets called in 5 minutes before the end of shift, and he works until 1:30.
Oh, 1:30. I thought you said
Right.
11:30.
No. So
Okay.
Right.
Let's see here. So if
Yeah.
you're supposed to get off at 11,
right.
then there's 12.
And the 12 is 1
and
hour.
then
Okay.
1.
The other one
and
is
then
2
another
hours.
half hour.
30 minutes.
I'm going to go with 2.5
Okay.
hours.
So
Did I
2
pass?
hours and 30 minutes is the correct answer to the question.
Are you sure? Is there multiple choice? I want to
There
make
is.
sure.
It's 55 minutes, an hour, 50 minutes, 2 hours, 2 hours 30, 3 hours, and 5 minutes.
I'm going to go with 30 minutes.
Okay. The answer, well, there's not even it's not even an option. Where are you getting 30 minutes from? The fuck is that?
I was planning on being home already. Come on.
If this sample question is like
I want to
the
watch this
quality-
new Joker
do
movie.
these tests get
Come on.
harder? I hope they get harder.
You didn't ask the important question.
What's that?
What color was the assailant?
Okay, then the second question. Oh, that's horrible. The second question, it like gives the price. It says like a television set $400, radio $40, stereo equipment $1,500, gold chain $100, and then it says what is the total value of the stolen goods? So you just add them up. And then
Why
it
is
says
there
what is
so much fucking math on this stupid test? You'd think
this is
they-
like fucking kindergarten. This is like basic like fucking elementary school math.
Yeah, but cops should understand human psychology, not math. Not be
If you
able
listen,
to
if you can't answer these
You've
fucking
got 3
questions,
perps and 2 perps, and how many perps do you have?
if you can't answer these questions, you should not be a cop. All right. If you can't do basic addition, you shouldn't be a cop. All right. A police officer is called to an accident scene across town from his present location. If he has to travel 2 miles on Grant Road, 3 miles on Route 47, and 12 miles on Interstate 70, how many miles does he have to travel to get to the accident scene?
What the fuck is up with these questions? Oh, is this because you got to write reports and stuff? Like, how is this even relevant to being a cop?
What do you mean? Well, no, listen, if you can't answer these questions, then you're retarded and you
Look,
shouldn't.
I agree, but why is this pertinent to being a cop? You got to
I
know
think-
like how far you drove on.
No. This is
5?
why. Maybe it's because they can't just give like an IQ test, which is what they should do. And so they kind of give you this test, which is like essentially, I mean, because these are like retard questions. Because they're like, oh, are you going to get tricked? Because it's like you're different rows. Like, doesn't matter. Like these are like really baby
They're-
retard questions.
They're not allowed to give you a test that
Mhm.
proves you have above 70 IQ.
Oh, here we go. Here's the hard one. Okay, you ready for this? Right? An
I'm ready.
appliance store is burglarized and 21 clock radios with a total of $1,050 are stolen. What is the average value of the radios? Uh-oh, you have to do some division. Oh my God. Can you do long division without using your phone, everybody?
Are you allowed to use a calculator on this? Or do you have to do it in
I
your
would
head?
imagine not. No, it says you're not allowed to use a calculator.
That's
yeah.
weak.
So there
Weak
you go. You got to do
sauce.
your little long division to figure out. So you could probably just estimate. You could probably just round it, do 20 because it's multiple choice. Do 20 and then kind of shove a couple other digits in there to reduce it to figure out what the answer is.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Let's see. We got.
I'm
Okay,
so
that was
glad
just
you
the
pulled
math
this
questions.
up. So the lawsuit was because people couldn't pass this test, right?
They said that
And
black
that was
people were passing
discriminatory.
it disproportionately less than white people were. I guess
Right.
is the
Okay.
lawsuit. So.
Oh, scary.
There's a reading comprehension section. Okay, ready for the reading comprehension section?
I totally am not.
Should I read this? Should I read you this reading comprehension section?
If you want.
Okay. Young people probably don't think of, quote, permanently borrowing a library book as a crime, but it is. Thousands, possibly millions of books and other materials are vandalized or stolen each year from libraries across the United States. These institutions must obtain repayment or close down. The state criminal code contains a section that deals specifically with crimes involving library materials. Look, we're learning things. I didn't know about this.
That's hilarious. I
Defining
bought so
such-
many books that are boosted from the library. It's like
you stole a bunch of books from the library.
No, I bought used books off of Amazon, and every time I get one, it's like, holy shit, this was stolen from a library.
Well, no, wait, what? Well, there are a lot of like if a library like shuts down, they usually just sell the books off. So maybe
Or
people
do
bought them,
they?
honestly, right?
Or are they just sold by some
Maybe.
kid who's got a business boosting library books?
Selling them for like $5 on Amazon. I don't know, maybe. The state criminal code contains a section that deals specifically with crimes involving library materials, defining such terms as library facility, library material, premises of library facility, and library card. The section particularly describes two general offenses, library theft and criminal mutilation or vandalism of library materials. Why do they call it that? Oh, we're at the scene of the crime, the criminal mutilation. Look, do you see this? This poor book. A kid ripped a page right out of it. Look at this criminal mutilation. Terrible.
Find a murderer already, okay?
Right. Yeah, this word problem should be, or this reading comprehension should be about like a murder. Like you arrive at the scene and you find 10 dead hookers. If you subtract the
I'm paying
John,
attention. I'm paying attention now.
you also find you also find 2 pounds of cocaine, and you find
What?
$10,000 in 100 bills. If you subtract the John's cut, how many dollar bills did each hooker bring in on average?
No, you got 10 pounds of cocaine. You pocket 2 pounds of
Oh, okay,
cocaine
of course.
and share it with
How
your
much can you
buddies.
sell it on the black market? Yeah, exactly. Okay, sentences for the offenses vary. Examples follow. A person who borrows and fails after notification to return books and materials valued at $75. Who the fuck's borrowing $75 of books from the library? May be fined up to $500 in order to pay the replacement costs of the books and materials. This is considered a petty offense. Any library theft of books and materials worth more than $300 is a class 3 felony. Mutilation or vandalism of library books and materials valued at less than $300 is a class A misdemeanor, while the same offense is a class 3 felony if the books and materials are valued at more than $300. Okay, that was it. Ready for the questions,
Boring.
Adam? Yeah, super boring.
Look, I tuned
horrible.
out. I wasn't even paying attention, okay?
Okay. Number 1. According to the passage, libraries in the United States do not experience very much theft or vandalism. True or false?
False.
Good job. Look at that. You didn't get tricked by the negative there, okay? According to the passage, a person who borrows and fails to return library books and materials valued at $75 has committed a Class A misdemeanor.
True.
No.
Oh, whatever.
This fucking guy. He's not being a cop anytime soon. Okay. Terrible. Terrible.
Get to the part where I steal the cocaine, okay?
According to the passage, a petty offense involving library books and materials could result in payment of both a fine and replacement costs.
True.
Yes, that is true. According to the passage,
Damn.
mutilating and
Look, I'm a cop,
vandalizing.
guys.
According to the passage, mutilating and vandalizing library books and materials worth more than $300 is a petty offense, Class A misdemeanor, or Class 3 felony.
Class 3 felony.
There you go.
But they at one point they said they were basically the same thing. So in the story,
The passage is mainly about the extent of library theft among young people, the prevalence of library theft across the U.S., the way in which the criminal code handles library theft, the effect that theft has on libraries, or the criminal mutilation or vandalism of library materials.
D.
That's actually a weird question.
I know, very weird.
That is actually a weird one. I'd say C. I mean, here, it's about the criminal code.
I
You have
didn't
two
even-
paragraphs about that. So,
Like, who cares? Shut these libraries down. Give the money back to the state. It's just a place for homeless people to sleep. Come on.
okay.
Nobody's going to the
Anyway.
library.
I'm not going to read the rest of these.
Good. I don't know why you read that.
I was curious to see what it was like. Okay, so I mean, if this is the test they're saying is discriminative, this is kind of discriminatory. This is kind of insane. So
Curiosity killed the cat. Come on. You know that.
okay, okay.
Don't be curious.
The functional fitness test required applicants to do 18 push-ups in 1 minute, 27 sit-ups in 1 minute, run 1.5 miles in 15 minutes and 20 seconds.
27 sit-ups in 1 minute? What the fuck? You got to be Superman.
What do you mean? I could do that when I was a kid.
You could do 27 sit-ups?
In 1 minute? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
When I was a kid, I could do like 80 sit-ups.
In 1 minute?
Not in 1 minute, but like without stopping.
It's a lot of sit-ups.
As an old fart, I don't know if I could do 27 sit-ups in a minute, but I'm out of shape.
Okay,
I
guess
definitely
you-
couldn't run 1.5 miles in 15 minutes and 20
I
seconds.
guess 2 seconds is long enough to do a sit-up, right?
Sure.
So you're cranking out like a sit-up every 2 seconds?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you could do it. 27 is not that bad. Probably do 30.
Be able to reach 1.5 inches past their toes while seated to test their flexibility.
Oh,
So that was the test.
that's very sexist.
I mean, I think that I think these physical fitness tests, once the cops pass them, they should have to do it every year.
Wouldn't the flexibility favor the women, though? I feel like women are more flexible than men.
I don't know. I know that's like kind of the stereotype. I don't know if it's actually true. I mean, women can be more flexible in specific ways, and men can be more flexible in other ways because their center of gravity is different. So I don't know which one that favors. But it says, according to the Justice Department investigation, the skills assessed in those two tests were not actually essential to a trooper's job performance.
But the math was, right? Obviously, you got to know how long you spent on Highway 62.
Well, I mean, the fitness thing, it would definitely be. And I would say the other one's just like basically an intelligence test.
I'd say the fitness is more important.
Says,
Well,
while
yeah.
91% of white applicants were ultimately able to pass the test, just 71% of black applicants were able to do so. But that doesn't, wait. But how does that doesn't mean that the test is prejudice? What the fuck? They're literally adopting a systemic racist definition for this? This is insane. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
That's
Of
what's
the
going on.
Of the physical test, 51% of women passed compared to 81% of men. So there you go. This is Justice Department found that Maryland used discriminatory hiring practices that wrongfully disqualified black and female state trooper candidates. I mean, this seems like some woke bullshit, like hyper woke, insane bullshit. So
Seems very racist to me.
seems pretty crazy. Well, that's pretty fucking awful. Pretty awful Justice Department maneuver on this one.
Yeah. Expect more of the same.
Okay. Well, that was fun. Coastal Christian Revert for $10 says, in terms of college admissions, what do you think of auto admissions for public high school students who were the top percentage of their graduating class? That's what happens with Texas public universities.
That sounds great.
Yeah,
I don't have to apply. Jeez.
I think we talked about this. I remember talking about this. I don't remember why, but I remember talking about this concept that came up on stream like a while ago, like months and months ago. But yeah, no, I like the concept of the auto admission for top percentage. Yeah, it's a good idea. I'm in favor of that.
They should do auto expel with like the lowest 5%. They just like expelled.
I say. Even if it's like a high ranking school, so the top 5% is like someone with all C's
They're
or something.
still okay.
Yeah, you still kick them off.
Yeah.
Make it ultra competitive.
That'd be good.
I don't know about that. Lou Silver for $10 says, this is less about race, more about class. Many poor kids in poor neighborhoods do not feel that they could even become doctors or lawyers or executives. I mean, that's definitely a huge part of it. That's definitely a huge part of it is class. Yeah. But there is a race component to it, I think is true. Detective Stabler SVU for $10 says, this dude looks so inauthentic aesthetically. Looks like he's wearing a costume of a stereotype like you would see with modern hippies or knowledge and black power type of black people. Yeah, no, it was funny. And it's because I talked about like kind of the woke aesthetic in terms of the games and how people dress a specific way to sort of signal to people what their politics are. And like that guy, D'Angelo, is like, yeah, he was 100% signaling hardcore, a very left-wing aesthetic through his clothing.
He was going for the college professor vibe, right?
He's kind of like this weird college professor. I think what they said, this college professor sort of like hippie sort of vibe is how I interpret it. A modern hippie vibe. Hippie/hipster vibe. Ace, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Matthew Cooper for $2 says, who's more racist, Vosh, Hassan, or this guy? I mean, this guy's like, that guy, the Angelo guy is easily the stupidest guy we've ever covered. So I don't know. I'd have to watch more of his content to determine who's more racist between him and Hassan.
I would just be careful about the stupidity, and maybe it's just laziness. Like, I haven't seen enough of his content to know.
That's true.
Like,
That's
maybe
true.
he's got other videos that he makes cogent arguments in. He's just like, I'm feeling lazy today, and this is easy, so I'm just
Well, it's the
gonna
stupidest
dial it in.
content that we've ever seen. How about
That
that?
is definitely true. That is definitely true. Like, he's talking about shit he knows nothing about. So
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe he's a super genius in something that he actually applies himself towards.
Skeptical.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Rich Jam-
super genius is kind of high up there, but
Right. Rich Jammer for 30 months. Thanks so much for being 30-month Free Will Seeker. He says people don't like diversity while pointing out anime avatars. People have moved on from Western entertainment to Japanese anime and manga. Yeah, you should be happy about that. He should be the bigot.
yeah, look, he didn't like the bald eagle avatar, so I don't know. He just can't win.
Clark Stringer for $5 says, you all got it right. This is bottom of the barrel. Crap. Dude actually is assuming people are racist based on their skin color. Fun show. Here's cash. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
I know. Lethal Strain for $5 says, in the Matrix, they would make it to where all the minorities were on the brink of extinction from systemic eradication by the machines.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. I missed this. Sean Sullivan. Oh, no, I read this one. I sent you a short video about Jordan Peterson replying to all the hate comments on someone else's podcast. Oh, yeah, I'll check it out. I'll leave the strain for $5 says, or there's no white people outside the Matrix because the machines believe they were the root of all the problems, but in the Matrix, it's diverse. Oh, that'd be interesting.
That would be an interesting twist.
Hmm.
Very racist.
Apparently they wanted to do something in the original Matrix, which I guess makes sense now that we know that both Wachowskis have transitioned, where they wanted to have someone who, in the first Matrix, their avatar was like a woman or something, and then when Neo went to the real world, he found out that they were actually a man.
Right.
So, Lou Silver for $2 gives us a snowflake emoji. Thank you. Philip Kogans for 21 months. Thank you so much. Says the worst Obama did, in my opinion, was say that he didn't have a vision of defeating ISIS when I had my deployment orders in my hand. Ooh, that's not good.
Yeah, that's
bad.
Yeah.
That's bad.
That's not good for your commander in chief.
No. Potato for 150 knock knocks. Thank you so much. Says I've moved countries to England, unfortunately. Since I ordered the comic, I've been able to change everything about my address except the country because it's grayed out. Will this be an issue?
Well, we'll figure it out. We'll definitely figure it out.
Okay.
Just want to
make a
message me
note
on
somewhere, Adam, about
Twitter.
that.
Yeah.
Jack Orama for thank you for telling us. Jack Orama for 25 months says I watched Joker 2 on Friday. It was Borderlands level bad, total waste of time. Wow. High criticism. Look at that.
But look, I'm assuming you have, I don't know if you're using Potato as your name on Indiegogo, so send me a message on Twitter and I'll make a note of it in my notes. So
Soldo for $5 says more than that, the game developers had the official minifigures posed with the half-broken Tori, which in Japan represents the nuking of Nagasaki. So yeah. Oh my god, really? That's hilariously stupid. Holy shit. What? Oh my god. That's so bad.
yeah, that is horrible. So
they had
didn't
this
know this?
I guess not. They had this picture. What the fuck were they thinking? They had this picture. It's like the little pop guys.
Yeah.
It's got like a little pop guy of the Black Samurai, and he's in front of the half Tory thing. And they were like going to sell this as a collectible. What the fuck? How did no one be like, whoa, probably shouldn't do that? What did they think it meant? That's so weird. Did someone just be like, oh, that looks cool? And then no one at the company. Wait a minute. How bad is this? Okay. Like you're doing this Assassin's Creed game. This is supposed to be a game that's like it's like fictional history, but it's got like history stuff in it. And no one at any point was like, looked at this and is like, knew enough about Japanese culture to be like, you know what that means, right? You probably should have had that there.
They can do no wrong because their politics are right. They don't have to even look at that stuff.
I mean, even when the person who created the image, they had to have used the broken Tory as like a reference, right?
Yeah, but they probably just thought it looked cool. They probably didn't realize it meant anything.
Okay.
You're like,
that's just fucking stupid. That's really dumb. Let's see. Stock for $2 says Yasu Queen Slay. There you go. Armagod for $2 says plenty of black assassins in every city in America. Ooh, terrible.
Yeah.
L Monster for $10 says Assassin's Creed Shadow is really just trying to get on the BLM trend too late. Ubisoft was mad Sucker Punch beat them to the finish line and thought they can one up them by controversy and history. Pathetic. There you go.
Yeah, there's that idea that a lot of it's just a marketing ploy, which I think there's probably some truth to. So.
Well, obviously, right. Let's see, read that one. Haunting and Dev's Walls spook officially for $2. Look at that. Says, don't think he'd be less mad at Short Bus Citizen. Yes.
For a name? But that is funnier, though.
That is pretty funny, yes.
Short Bus Citizen.
Short Bus Citizen. Sketch for $5 says, we as a society, bottom text, need to strike the words and habits around content and consume from our jargon. True. Oh man, my thing keeps, I don't know why my tab keeps crashing. Keep refreshing here.
Sad.
I don't know why it's doing that.
What are you doing?
The first time, I mean, I gotta have all my bitcoins
Oh,
mining
yeah.
constantly. So, Alex Wright for $5 says, Elon said at Butler, if Trump loses, this will be the last election. That's my prediction. Nothing's more important. Nothing's more important. Thoughts? Yeah, I saw that. And you know, it's funny. My immediate thought was, you know, no one on the right can talk about divisive rhetoric anymore, or sort of the, you know, remember when Trump was shot at, there was this long conversation about, you know, we need to calm down the rhetoric. People are saying things that are too likely to cause violence. And I thought it was pretty highly irresponsible, but not surprising for Elon to say something so fucking massively retarded. So to suggest that if Kamala wins, there will be no future elections ever again in America is hyperbolically stupid. And I guess I wonder, does Elon Musk actually believe any of this stuff, or is this all just him massively pandering to the right because he feels that he needs Republican allies in Congress in order to protect X?
X and his other businesses, obviously. He's a
Right.
massive target now. And I mean, that could consume so much of his life just because, you know, I think he gets a bunch of government contracts with SpaceX. Like if those contracts go bye-bye, he's
Well,
totally
then why is he
fucked.
saying this? I mean, there's one thing to support Trump, right? You're supporting a political candidate in a race. There's another thing to explicitly say that if Kamala Harris wins, who very well could win, that you don't think there's going to literally be democracy after that. Like, if you're the Kamala Harris administration, then obviously you're not going to want to give Elon any government contracts after that.
Somebody probably whispered in his ear and said, look, they're going to like take care of you after the election. They're going to do something about
Oh,
you.
what they're gonna take him
Yeah.
out? Oh, okay.
No, not physically, but they're
Right.
gonna, you know, try to break up Twitter. They're gonna he probably gave him a long list of things that they
How
plan
do you
on
break up
doing.
Twitter? What do you mean? It's
I don't know. They're the government. They fucking whatever they want.
Sounds stupid. Elon's a fucking retard and highly irresponsible and frankly disgusting for him to make such comments. But there you go.
Look, would it be different if you knew this existed, if they were really going to go after him, try to put him out of business?
Well, then he should just say that. He shouldn't lie about it. He should just say, you know, some bad actor, you know, Kamala Harris whispered in my ear as I was walking by. She said, like, if I win, I'm going to destroy, you know, Twitter. I'm going to destroy SpaceX. Like, just be honest if that's the case. They're going to go after him personally.
Right. Okay.
Lou Silver for $2 says this is a clear ripoff of JoJo. There you go.
Yeah, we
Futility
did.
Closet
Sitch
for 4
disagreed,
months.
but I thought
I
it
disagree.
seemed accurate. So
said the South Park guys have a documentary out called Casa Bonita Mi Amor, and it has no right being as good as it is. Highly recommended.
yeah, they're great writers. Matt Stone and Trey Parker.
This is new. What is this? A quirky Mexican restaurant in Colorado faces closure. Trey Parker and Matt Stone try saving this piece of their childhood and Colorado history.
Based.
Oh, that's interesting. Because they have that in South Park. I didn't know it was based off of a real place. Red 473 for $10 says, gentlemen, do you think it's better to give specific criticisms to what people call woke? It feels like it's too non-specific for substantive discussion. Buzzwords hurt the discourse. Yeah, I think if you just say woke, 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 and you never actually explain what the fuck you mean by that, then sure. But usually now I guess you can get a problem with this, but usually most channels, most YouTubers, you know, when they're having a discussion about it, that is a question that comes up if you're having a debate or discussion with another person. What do you mean by woke? And I think that if you're calling something woke, you should explain what you mean by that. So yeah, if you don't explain that, then yeah, it's stupid. But
I mean, Sitch and I have had really detailed conversations about this. I'm not sure I've heard other people have detailed conversations about
You're
this.
correct. You're correct. Yeah.
I mean, we were musing over whether or not woke means unsuccessful just by nature. Like, does that mean they fucked up? Or can something be woke and successful? So I think that's an interesting kind of quandary. But look, who else is talking about that? I don't know. No one. Like for them, woke is just shoving progressive politics into movies and television and games.
Shia, Kia, and Micken are best for $10. Says, I'm sick of lefties playing dumb and putting woke in quotes and act like it doesn't exist. They had no problem using the word a few years ago. Also, you guys keep me entertained at work. Thanks. Yeah, it's a classic one of those like, it's not happening. You know, phase 1, it's not happening. Phase 2, well, it is happening. So phase 3, it's happening and it's good. Phase 4, it's happening and it's good. And if you don't like it, you're like a racist or a bad person. So
Yeah. Woke means being awake to systemic injustice that forces you to put representation into every single movie, television show, video game.
it's so funny because whenever they talk about it, they say woke was this term that just meant being aware of injustice from the 1920s because they read like the first sentence of the Wikipedia page.
Yeah.
And it's funny because, like, you know, if you read literally like a little bit more, the person that you're crediting that came up with it was Marcus Garvey, who was a literal black nationalist. Okay. So you're kind of making my point when you say that. Britt Cormier for $10 says, in Rings of Power, it was even more stupider than what you were saying. Galadriel was one elf. She was not elves, and she did not want a job. She wanted to leave. She was taken to the island against her will.
Yeah. No, it's ridiculous.
And she jumped off the boat and she was just swimming in the middle of the entire fucking ocean. In the middle of the entire ocean, she just by happenstance and chance finds the one person in the entire world she's looking for, who's also stranded in the middle of the ocean for no reason.
Yeah. And then they find a boat to Numenor. Lucky.
Theoden, King of Brohan, thanks so much for joining the Free Seekers. Stalag for $5 says, I'm going to have to disagree with the notion that Sauron shouldn't be humanized at all. They could have easily done this effectively. I mean, they could have done it. I agree with you. I just don't think they should do it. I don't think Sauron as a character should be humanized. Stuck for $5 says, boo, wrong. Token characters have ample room for pathos very similar to Game of Thrones. I completely disagree with you. I think, like, I understand what you're saying. You could, in theory, write a Lord of the Rings inspired prequel or sequel story that could be well written and be written sort of in vein of a Game of Thrones style story. But I don't think, even if it was well written and I could watch it and be like, oh, it was well written, but it seems kind of odd, like tonally for Lord of the Rings. I think a lot of people like Lord of the Rings for having that sort of high fantasy, mythic, archetypical kind of representation of characters. So I don't think those people would enjoy that.
Sounds like Stug wants Rings of Power meets Brokeback Mountain. That's what he really
be nice. Be nice.
I'm only kidding. Come on,
Right.
I'm joking around.
Orca for $5 says, Sitch giving Bright a pass is my 13th reason for repping a team. Don't you like Bright?
I don't know what Bright is.
You've never seen Bright?
No. What is it?
It's a Netflix movie, made from Netflix movie, where it's like takes place. It's like basically if you had Lord of the Rings, but takes place in modern times. Will Smith is in it. He's like partners an orc, and there's all this like orc discrimination because they like used to work with the Dark Lord 1,000 years ago. I love the concept of it. It's great. It's a great concept. And I think it was good for the most part. I think it had little problems towards the end, but I thought for the most part it was pretty good.
Okay. I've seen this show, but I've never watched any of it. So
you should give it a chance. You should give it a shot. It's fun. People really hated it. I don't know why. I thought people were like really down on it, and I wasn't clear as to what was going on with that. Kyle Petty for $5 says, if enough non-people of color vanished so that people of color became the majority, Do you think that non-people of color would be subjugated? You guys are still goats. Love you. Thank you. I mean, it depends on the country. Like in America, I don't think so. But maybe in some other countries.
Would be subjugated? It depends. I don't know. If D'Angelo's in charge, probably.
I think, well, it depends. So I said it depends on the country. I think if there's a country where you have strong enough cultural institutions, or that, you know, there's not going to be some massive cultural deviation from the existing Western democratic liberal paradigm, then I don't think it's going to be a problem. So,
I mean, this is the problem with this woke narrative. It gives people every justification to treat white people like shit.
right.
Yeah. Which is,
But
I mean, that's the negative stereotypes that they had of black people in the 1950s. That was the same goal, right?
Right.
Give some justification to treat black people like shit. So why are we doing this again? I guess because it's human nature. It's like people want to treat other people like garbage, and they just need a good excuse. Anything will do, just anything.
Because it's the critical theory Marxist subversion. That's what it is. Potato for £2 says Baldur's Gate 1 was greater than Baldur's Gate 3. There you go. I haven't played any of them, so.
Me neither. I'm gonna play though. Play my
Blue
heart out.
566 for 22 months of Discipline Equals Freedom. Thank you. Says in Baldur's Gate 3, you can romance a druid that has the ability to turn into a bear. You have the option to bang him in human or bear form.
Well, I guess that gets around the rape thing.
There you go.
Like,
I mean, it's still gross. It's still kind of disgusting. You're fucking an animal. It's still bestiality. Because it's not like one of these like, humanoid looking creatures, but also has animal features. We brought the furry chart. No, it's just literally a fucking bear. It's just a bear. You're just fucking a bear.
Yeah.
It's just bestiality. Yeah, it's still bestiality.
What is the it's so weird. Okay.
Right.
Now they're like, we need to normalize bestiality for
That is weird. It's super fucking weird. Yeah.
Bestiality justice.
Right. Soldo Jar says it was a shape-shifting druid. And Haunting and Deswall Spook officially for $5 says the bear and Baldur's Gate 3 is used to transform druid. If the developers had balls, they'd include Sir Barrington of /TG Green Text fame as a romance option. Well, I'm unfamiliar with Sir Barrington, but there you go. Val Van Gogh for 27 months says Molebug's example of German media going Nazi woke during Hitler's rise is a cat magazine going from being about cats to being about the German cats. That's pretty funny.
Wow.
Haunting and Dev's Wall Spook officially for Jar says willing to bed Belle Delphine just used the tap. What? Okay. Nomad for $5 says not gonna lie, Asmongold is probably the closest thing to Sitch and Adam gaming that we can get. You should clean that room though. It's really bad. There you go.
Asmongold has a dirty room.
I've heard memes and tale of the grossness. So.
Oh, really?
Yes.
My room's not gross, but it is a disaster area, like right outside of this camera frame.
Well, it's in between like disorganized and dirty. Like those are two different things. So
you're not judging.
I'm not judging. Soldo Joy says I sent Sitch a Libertarian Party update. Did you now? Let's see.
Oh wow.
What is this?
That stupid New Hampshire account that can't stop.
No, it's a different one. The Mises Caucus.
Oh, they're terrible too.
So this is the opposite. Well, no, it's not the opposite, because I know there's like the super woke libertarian. This is, I guess, the libertarian perspective, I guess. Yes, it's the Libertarian Party Caucus. This might be nothing, or it might be a smoking gun, showing that Hurricane Helen was modified to hit North Carolina. The feds had the means and the opportunity. The motive isn't known for certain, but there are several possibilities. The main question now is, did they?
How did they steer a hurricane? How did they do that?
Because, Adam, they shoot the lasers in the sky that changes you know, the pathway of the hurricane.
Lasers.
I don't know. That I have no clue. I don't know if it's lasers, if they think that there's some kind of form of magic cloud seeding or something that they think can change the direction of the hurricane. It's totally retarded. So let's see. Soto says, "Say the ruling faction inside the Libertarian Party, the Dave Smith faction. I'm begging you to kill me at this point." That's sad. It is sad. That's very sad. This, I mean,
thought
this
the
is
libertarians were rational.
this whole, you know, the whole fucking conspiracy about the hurricane and shit and all the misinformation about the hurricane is wildly disgusting. And it's really definitely playing the argument that there is a uniquely fucking retarded element of the right that is just going off the rails with this shit. So they're really making they're really making the rest of the right look really bad. When Marjorie Taylor Greene came out like pro the weather conspiracy, I was just like, how, like, if you vote for her, Jesus fucking Christ, this literal retard in Congress.
Yeah, you think people know that it's bullshit, but they just like the fact that it's aimed at destroying the reputation of people on the left or Democrats. I think this is total bullshit, but
yeah, I think
whatever.
there's some people that do that, and I think there's some people who have just been so fucking brain melted by a lot of institutional failures, many of which were true, that they just believe anything at this point, which is sad, but
Yeah, scary.
Crack Rock Steady, thanks so much, Crack Rock Steady, for being 30 months of discipline equals freedom. Our favorite super Ninja Turtle super villain says, "I've missed a ton of the streams due to running errands for Hurricane Milton. I'm right there in the middle of it in Clearwater, Florida. Wish me luck. S class is best class and A team reigns supreme." Wow, Crack Rock Steady, listen, you might want to get out of there. They were saying that they thought, because I know that when Helen came, I believe Clearwater got pretty heavily flooded, and that was only a glancing blow. I believe Clearwater is going to take like the initial brunt of this one, and they were saying that they think these storm surges are going to be even worse. So you might want to, I don't know if you can, but you might want to GTFO Crack Rock Steady if you're not in a safe place.
Yeah, look, I'm terrified now. I don't want anyone of our community to get hurt. That's like
right.
totally messed up.
So probably get out of there. I would get out of there if I was in Clearwater.
I don't know the lay of the land there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But look,
I mean,
trust you, Sitch. Run.
Well, I'm just where I am. I'm pretty confident. Like I could lose power and be flooded in for like a few days or a week, but I don't think I'm.
Water's gonna come in your house. Like your house is gonna flood.
No. Like this, like around.
Oh,
Like the
okay.
streets
so you're
could be
on
flooded.
a high. Yeah. So you're on
where
high
like,
ground.
yes, where I'm living, I cannot be flooded where I'm living.
Okay. But the
if I'm flooded, listen, if I'm flooded where I am, then the world is doomed. Right. Okay.
But your area could become an island.
Yes. Well, the streets could get flooded. There could be flooding.
Yeah. So there's no way out. Like, yeah.
Right. Yeah. And so then there couldn't be power, and there could be some flooding for like a few days, and there couldn't be
Do you
power
have
for
a generator?
No. But
you should get one. Call up Amazon.
Well, I can't. I literally can't have a generator where I'm currently living, or currently at, I should say. But I mean, I'm just glad it's not hitting my parents, so because they live in a different area of Florida,
right?
So, because I'm worried more about them. Nomad for $2 says, "Welcome to the Sitch and Adam pipeline, baby." There you go.
That's right. You've ended up at the right place.
Right.
All D'Angelo fans, welcome.
JMac for $10 says, "Also my family." Oh, I read that one. Lucy Lundbuck for $2 says, "Are you all watching Terminator Zero?" I'm not. I saw that's like a Terminator anime. Like I see it on the little Netflix thing, but I've never checked it out. So
I thought I did watch some of it. I think I watched part of the first episode.
Really?
Yeah, it looked pretty interesting. I am a sci-fi fan, so.
Malik for $10 says, Sitch, will you be playing Sparking Zero tomorrow? Also, Penguin pleasantly surprised me. Excited for the new episode. Give it a shot. Is that the new DBZ fighting game? No, I've never been. I mean, I never played the other one. Looks fun-ish, I guess, but not huge in the fighting games, honestly, except for Smash Bros. Loser Doman for 5 Canadian says, did I mention I got a... Oh, I read that one. Oh, no, I didn't read that one. Loser Doman for 5 Canadian says, did I mention I got a new puppy and she's insanely cute? Also, I collected 11.2 pounds of lobster mushrooms and 3 pounds of magic mushrooms today. 3 pounds of magic mushrooms.
Cow.
Oh my God. That's crazy. Look at that.
Magic.
You use that responsibly, okay?
The magic ones.
Right.
Oh, I see your DM, Potato. Thank you. I do. I think I have some pictures of the non-magic mushrooms here.
Mm-hmm.
Which this is like crazy.
The lobster mushrooms?
Yeah, have you seen them?
Where are they like gigantic?
Yeah, well, I guess I can't really tell how big they are. Because I don't know how big this little scale they're on. Yeah, it's just they look
like little
they
lobster
do
claws.
look like, yeah.
Or lobster tails, I guess.
They look fascinating.
Cool.
Kind of wonder what they taste like.
Wow, though. 3 pounds of psilocybin mushrooms. I'm jealous. It's impressive. It's impressive haul.
Sitch, don't do psychedelic drugs, okay?
Why not?
Next thing you know, you'll be snorting bath salts. It's a gateway drug.
I mean, psilocybin, it's funny. There's a lot of research now into using psilocybin to cure people of other addictions, specifically. So.
Oh, wow. Get them addicted to
No, psilocybin's
mushrooms.
not addictive at all.
Oh, yeah.
There was one person I knew that had a connection. He would do it like once a week, and I'd be like, I literally don't even know how that's fucking possible. Like the trip is so intense experience that I'm like, okay, I'm done for like a year. I don't know how the fuck you're doing this every fucking week. That's crazy to me. So
Back in the day when I used to do mushrooms on occasion, like I'd always have to do 1/8 of mushrooms. Otherwise, I would feel absolutely nothing. It was like a breaking point thing.
Well, I don't know what an eighth is. The amount I thought it was like 30 grams or 3 grams if it's dried out. So I don't know what an eighth means, but
Right. I think 1/8 is 3.5 grams.
okay. Well,
if I remember correctly.
If you take 3.5 grams dried out of shrooms, you're gonna fucking trip balls. So
Yeah, but I can never do less than that. If I
okay.
tried to do less than that, because some people, I think, they can eat a couple caps and they're like, "Oh my God, I'm tripping balls."
Right.
But
Yeah, I
you're
mean,
like-
obviously the amount is gonna influence you. So Christian Baller for 30 months says, anyone else getting Sparking Zero for PlayStation tomorrow? Add me on PSN. Cobb JJ, COBJJ, 1997. Been waiting 17 years for this. Well, there you go. Look, Christian Baller, super excited for Sparking Zero.
And that's a new PlayStation? Wow.
Is it only on PlayStation? Is it on?
Well, it's a game.
Right.
This is a Dragon Ball Z game? Is that
Dragon Ball
what's
Z
going on?
game. Right.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, it's on
Interesting.
everything. It's on everything.
Dragon Ball. Sparking Zero.
Right. There you go.
Sitch, you love Dragon Ball Z.
I love Dragon Ball Z.
How are you not playing this game?
Because I
This
said
could
I'm not
make your
super into
dream
fighting
come true.
games.
Oh, poor thing.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I will if everyone's gonna pressure me into playing it. Jesus.
Yeah, look. Got to give into your addiction. I mean,
Yeah,
you got to play the
exactly.
game. You got to check it out. You know what goes great with mushrooms? Some Dragon Ball Z.
Playing this game on mushrooms would probably be fucking a trip. Pretty cool.
I tried to see a
looking
movie
shit
on
going.
ecstasy once, and it was like not good. It was
Mhm.
like not fun. You're like trying to pay attention to the movie. And you're like,
I mean, I'm looking
"What?"
at some videos now of Sparking Zero. I'm getting a little hype.
It does look good.
I'm getting a little hype. I'm telling you, maybe I will get this game.
I can play this on any platform though. Can I play it on my cell phone?
No.
Come on.
Your cell phone is not powerful enough to play Sparking Zero, I don't think. So I think there is a
I mean, I got a pretty powerful cell phone.
I think there is some like shitty cell phone Dragon Ball Z version of this. Wait a minute, because I saw like an ad for it. I'm like, what is this? Let me see.
Cool.
There is. It's not this called the same, but there's one of those like shitty Dragon Ball Z phone app games. Okay. Haunting and Deswall Spook officially for $2 says, you think we can get a 10 deep reaction chain? Well, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe Hutch will react to us reacting to him. So we'll add an extra layer. Haunting and Deswall Spook officially for $2 says, get a Caucasian Shepherd to protect the BG3 bears. Wow. Terrible and racist. Stuff for $5 says, stay safe, Sitch, and other Florida mans and women's of chat. Also, depending on how wrong you are in your response to my Lord of the Rings Supers, debate me. Bye now. Well, thank you. Thank you for the well wishes. I should be.
We haven't really been watching it, though, the Sauron debacle, right?
No, not really. But yeah, so I'm going to definitely get hit, probably, but I should be okay.
Are you just looking it up again now?
No. It's not. I mean, all the prediction model show is going to hit where I'm at. So essentially, I mean, I guess there's always something that could change the last second, but
yeah, it could make landfall and be weaker than expected, which is hopeful.
I mean, that's always nice, right? That's always a nice.
That's what you want.
That's what you want, yeah. I feel like the opposite has been true recently, unfortunately. The last 5 years, they always get stronger than they predict. It seems so. Eco Shocks for $2 says, I, for one, will be watching Anna with great interest. There you go.
Yeah, I'm stoked.
Right.
See what happens.
Vile Van Gogh for $20 says, what Mulbug mostly means when he uses the concept of getting red pill is reading history written before World War II, which isn't consumed by the Nazi universalist framing, which pervades all aspects of societies nowadays. Okay. Fondue, I don't know what that there was anything we were talking about. Fondue for $2 says, Adam is trying to conserve early 2000s liberalism.
That's what makes me conservative, maybe.
There you go. That's the real conservative, yeah. Bopec for $10 says, bit behind, but I've seen a lot of people say Andor was woke done right. I've argued with them and nobody has really given me a compelling argument. Some say Nemec is commie though, because manifesto. I've never seen Nemec. I didn't think Andor was woke. Did you think Andor was woke?
I didn't like Andor, and a lot of people are like, oh my God. Andor was great. So I know a lot of people, I think in like the EFAP universe, really liked Andor. So, but I haven't listened to any of their coverage or arguments on why it was a great show. I
got super triggered that he didn't care about his sister.
I got, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I just, look, I like a story that has a tangible goal. I was stoked that, oh, look, they finally figured it out. He's got a tangible goal. He's going to find his sister. It's a very simple storyline. Find his sister, get her back.
Right.
Then it's like, oh, fuck your sister. And then I think later on, like, isn't the woman who kidnapped him, isn't he like, oh, yeah, your sister's dead. And he doesn't even really like engage her on why.
Does
do
he
you know
say?
that?
I thought they just didn't even like it. Just gets dropped. The sister thing.
Yeah, it kind of does get dropped. Like he doesn't really interrogate her, like,
right?
Because his sister was on that same planet he was, right, when he got torn apart.
Right.
But look, if that, I mean, I would have a ton of questions for that old lady. What the fuck happened to my sister, right? I mean, he was old enough to have some kind of relationship with her. I don't know. I was just like, a lot of things didn't click for me on that, but everyone else was like, I guess it's kind of like in the Batman when Sitch is obsessed with all the people that are getting killed in the fucking amazing chase scene. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck about those people. This scene is crazy cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's the complete opposite with Andor. I'm like, what happened to his fucking sister?
Right.
And everyone's like, who cares? She's gone, Adam.
She's gone, man. Who cares?
Look, and even, wasn't there a scene where it's like he's doing some sort of exchange for some gizmo and they're in some shop where they have a million, like 15-ton boulders suspended from the ceiling.
He's not in a shop. He's in. He's like in like a derelict factory or something.
Right.
Yeah. That's what
And
I
I
remember.
kept thinking, wow, OSHA probably really hates this place. Like, aren't you?
Why did her sister burn it down too?
No, I'm. Oh, not the real. Yes.
Gotcha.
No, the real
Gotcha. Motherfucker.
Like, can you imagine? Oh yeah, I work in this shop. There's a 15-ton boulder hanging over my head all day. I kind of wonder when it's gonna drop and kill me, but
Okay. Lucifer the Doorman for 5 Canadians says Spoon just posted a video and praised you guys for the Birdman stream. Is the Matrix glitching? Did we all just find a way to get along? Thumbs up. Oh, well, look at that. Thanks, Spoon.
well, look, thanks, Spoon. That is nice of you.
Look at that. He showed up in the chat earlier.
Yeah, he did.
I'll check it out. Lou Silver for $5 says, I'm immune to ad hominem attacks or religious attacks on me. I laugh it off, but I know there's a lot of anti-Semitism out there right now. I don't remember what that was in reference to, but that is true. That is definitely true.
There is. He's talking about D'Angelo being anti-Semitic. That's what he was talking about.
Oh, okay. JMac, our circuit fought for $10 says, oh, hey, Spoon's still in chat. Says, I don't know, Sitch. My wife sets up on her calendar when Starbucks starts serving pumpkin spice. It does seem to be a primarily female thing. I've never heard of a guy being into the pumpkin spice
man,
Starbucks.
my wife loves that pumpkin spice.
Why?
Stuff.
Yeah, what the fuck? Is there some like specific like magic estrogen shot that they pour in there that women just
Maybe
taste different for women than men?
They fill it full of pheromones.
Right. I don't know. Very interesting.
Ladies, come get your pumpkin spice right over here.
Right, right. Maybe they don't put estrogen. Maybe they put like a shot of like male musk in it. So I drink it. I'm like, oh, this makes me feel gay. But the women are into it. Vondu for $5 says, speaking of bananas, have you guys heard of the anime Dan? I have not. No. Oh wait, is this the alien ghost anime? Yes, I have. I do want to watch this. Is it out yet? It did look interesting. I'll check it out. Oh, the first episode's out. Nice. I'll check it out. Fondue for $5 says, I'm reminded of all the schools with only 7 to 20% math proficiency. Actual Justice Warrior covers it from time to time. That's crazy. That's awful. I know, like, Dr. Diddler sent me this random link. It was 13 Baltimore high schools, 0 students tested proficient in the 2023 state math exam. Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. That's because, I mean, I'm wondering if a lot of those schools are like in Florida where they just have such disciplinary problems. It's just a bit like everyone's just failing because there's literally no teaching actually going on. The teachers are just spending the entire time trying to wrangle the class. So it's pretty sad.
Yeah, math. I mean, I'm good at math if I focus. I don't really like focusing. I don't enjoy.
You don't like focusing, Adam?
Math. Yeah. I mean, do you want to devote your brain power to something you just do with a calculator? You're like, fuck that. Like, why would I? You're expending energy, right?
Right. No, yeah, but it's good to know basic math skills, like
of course,
a calculator.
Of course,
obviously.
Yes, yeah. Look, it's great.
Right.
Just do those basic math skills.
I mean, I guess I'm kind of like you in that in school, I would do if I didn't see the worth of something, I just couldn't do it. And so like I mean I was always pretty good at math except for geometry because geometry seems so stupid to me. Because I was like, okay, well I can like measure something. Like they would always be like, oh, here's like the easy way to do it with like this tool or this calculator or this formula, but you have to do it this other like retarded way. And I was just like,
Yeah.
fuck you.
You gotta
Like,
do it the super hard way.
yeah, I was just like, I
Nobody
don't
gives
care.
a fuck
Right?
about.
Yeah. So it is hard for me to care in those situations. I agree. Mr. Supercross, thanks so much for the $20. Says your example was actually very much like a law school criminal procedure test. It's a long question with multiple stupid crimes, and you have to get all the crimes and defenses. I got the top score in my class. No big deal. Well, look at that.
Look at that. Yeah.
Based Mr. Supercross. I mean, I'm hoping your law school criminal procedure test was more difficult than the little sample question I read because that was like baby shit. But Alex Wright for $5 says thought on Trump lying about DRF. What is DRF? Being diverted to the SSP after the House Republicans opposing upping DRF in the Continuing Appropriation and Extensions Act of 2025.
Yeah, I know nothing about this.
What?
So
Oh, there's too many acronyms here.
look, obviously, if Trump's lying, I'm not in favor of someone lying. So
Oh, disaster relief fund being diverted. What is SSP? I did see like, and I was kind of curious to dive into it, and I got kind of sidetracked when I found out there's a hurricane coming for me.
coming directly for you.
Coming directly,
Just
specifically
you.
for me. Yeah, right. Yeah.
I have a very specific set of skills, Sitch.
Oh, the Shelter and Services Program. That's SSP. Yeah, because I did see it did seem like there's a lot of like conflicting information about the emergency relief funding and things that were going to people in North Carolina and Tennessee and stuff. And I was like, I should dive into this. So, but I haven't done it yet. I saw that there was a lot of people saying that there's a lot of false claims about it. If it's lying, then it's despicable. So Mike Mills for $5 says, is there a reason we watched Hutch's reaction to Asmongold's reaction to a clip of the debate instead of just the full debate itself? Yes. The full debate is fucking awful and boring and terrible, and really not a lot of substance actually occurs in it. That's why. So
yeah, and Hutch talks about us.
Right. Well, and also
obviously, Asmongold is like a big YouTuber and stuff.
Well, to me, the thing that was interesting was because I had originally seen Asmongold's video on his own, and I said, "Oh, that's a very good take." And then I saw Hutch's reaction. I thought that was a terrible take. So that's why we're reacting to it. Lethal Strain for $10 says you have to hear more of what Elon said in reference to no voter ID and how our elections won't matter because non-citizens are voting, i.e., what was just passed in California outlawing voter ID requirements.
Oh, interesting. So he's saying our elections will not be secure anymore.
Specific with what with his rhetoric. So,
well, look, didn't we just see it through a super chat? We didn't.
No, I mean, I did see the because earlier today I saw the line, but unless I saw it unless it was just clipping context, which maybe it was, I'll look into it. Oh fuck! It keeps crashing.
Need me to step in there?
You step right in.
Mike Mills for $2. Was the Batman woke for race swapping characters? Who got race swapped? Catwoman?
Catwoman? I don't think
so.
Is
that what happened?
Catwoman's been pretty. I don't know why. I feel like they've been race swapping Catwoman.
Didn't Halle Berry play Catwoman at one point?
Yes. I feel like Catwoman as a character has been race swapped even pre a lot of the woke stuff. So I don't know when it first she got race swapped.
Right. I didn't think the Batman was woke.
But no, I don't think that's a big deal.
I liked it a lot. Wonton Tiger for $2 says, have you watched Strange Darling? It's interesting. I have not watched Strange Darling.
Strange.
Sitch
Darling.
probably has.
I have not. No. Never even seen this or heard of this.
Strange Darling. Looks like a movie. Looks
Looks
kind
like
of
a movie
cool.
you'd like.
Oh yeah, of course.
Recovery Mo for $5 says update on my earlier super chat. A commenter on the video just asked why he lied about Evergreen. He responded by calling the commentator a dildo. Nice.
Was
I
that
love it.
you? Did you respond? Did you comment on your alt, Sitch?
No, I did not. I did not comment on what was it, Dave the Professor or whatever the guy's name is. But, so.
He's got a very specific cadence to his videos.
Yeah, and he
where it's
seems
just, like
like
chastising you all the way through.
I think I actually did see one of his other videos was
On
he
Terrence
talked about
Howard?
Terrence Howard,
Yeah,
yeah.
I saw that one too.
And yeah, you're right. He has a very asshole, egotistical, chastising energy throughout. So
Yeah.
not surprised.
I am morally superior to you.
Right.
I know these things. You don't.
JMac for $20. Thanks so much. Our Circuit Father JMac says, watched the 3rd episode of Penguin with my lady, and you guys are still going. Forget about it. Well, thank you.
Look, he doesn't even tell us how it was. Could have fallen apart and we wouldn't know.
Luso for $2 says Chainsaw Man in all caps.
Yeah, look. Everyone loves Chainsaw Man. I haven't read it. Sitch has read it a bunch of times, I think.
No, I started watching it. I don't remember.
Oh, it's an anime?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember what episode I got. Something happened and it pissed me off. And I was like,
Oh my God.
Like I liked it. And then I'm trying to remember. I remember now. I don't want to spoil it. But yeah, I was watching it. I'm like, oh, I like this. And then something happened and it like kind of soured me on it. And I was like, But I guess I should
Don't
go
you
back
hate
and
that?
finish it. Yeah.
Don't you hate that?
I do. Yeah.
I really liked The Boys until the main guy did his anti-theist tirade. And then I was like, why'd they have to do that? He was such a likable character. Until he started pissing all over religious people.
I don't remember. In the first season, there's an anti-theist tirade?
Mm-hmm.
From Butcher or from Huey?
Who, I don't know who's who.
Butcher is
the guy who played McCoy.
Yeah, that's Butcher, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
In
remember.
Star Trek.
Yeah, that makes sense that he would be anti-theist, but
I mean, I do like the laser eye baby, but I mean, that was cool.
I didn't like that.
Who could go
when I
wrong
got to
with
the
a-
end of that, I was like, kind of. And then it turned out everyone said it became horribly woke, so I guess I tapped out at the right spot. JV showed it for 1 month. Says Adam may not be good at math, but is he good at meth?
Mm-hmm. Well, I got to admit, meth is a lot easier to do than math.
That's terrible. Don't say that.
It's harder to get, but it's easier to do.
Terrible. Ear Tosin for $5 says Halle Berry played a character made up for that film. Really? I don't think I ever saw it. I never knew that. Named Patience Phillips rather than Selena Kyle. Wow, look at that.
What film?
In the Catwoman movie.
Really?
She wasn't Selena Kyle. She was like a made up character who was also Catwoman.
Oh, interesting.
Wow, I didn't know that.
They were like interested in maintaining the lore at the time. They're like, look, this can't be.
It was 2004. They're like, it's got to be a different. I mean, give them credit. Oh, you're right. Look at that. Patience Phillips, 8% on Rotten Tomatoes. Oof.
Oh.
Cost 100 million and only made 82 million.
Yeah, I think that hurt Halle Berry too, because she was kind of on the climb.
It did. Yeah.
She's going to be a big celebrity, and then everyone was like, "Wow, Halle Berry can't pull in a movie."
Well, I don't know if it was her fault. It looked like it was a trashy movie, but
Right. But she was one that they marketed the movie on. She was
Right,
a big
she was
celebrity, so
the draw.
yeah. If it
I
would
mean-
have been a Quentin Tarantino movie, she would have been scot-free off the hook, right?
I never understood everyone's going gaga for Halle Berry in the first place.
I totally agree.
She's all right. I was like, okay, she's
What
all
was
right and
that?
stuff.
What was that movie that she was in where she did the crazy sex scene though that won her an Oscar? She was like,
Monster or something.
oh
Monsters
yeah,
Ball.
that's it. That's totally it. Monsters
Yeah.
Ball. Yeah. So she did that movie, and everyone was like, "Oh my God, Halle Berry."
Right.
She's like the it girl of Hollywood.
Yep. And then I guess it kind of went away because then
We're
I
gonna
guess after
blow her
Catwoman,
up.
she was Storm, and she was in Perfect Stranger, which I don't
Yep.
think did very well either. Bunch of random shit.
I mean, Storm was race swapped, right? Storm wasn't black.
No, Storm is always black.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't race
Literally
swapped.
African. So not just black.
Oh, really? From Africa?
From Africa, yeah.
What nation?
I don't know.
Sierra Leone?
I have no fucking clue.
How do you not know this, Sitch? What are you,
I don't
racist?
know what specific country that Storm from X-Men is from. Okay.
You don't care about the lore.
I don't care
Such
about
a
the
fake
lore.
geek girl.
I know.
Jeez.
I know.
Don't even know.
Kenya. There you go. We got lions in Kenya.
Is
All right,
Kenya
there's
even
old
in
internet memes.
Africa?
We got tigers in Kenya. There's your old meme of the day. Anyway, what the fuck were we talking about? Fair and practical progress for 5 Aussie bucks says, thanks for looking into the Hutch Pisco stream regarding Anna. Hopefully it's worth a react and discussion content. Thank you. And I'm sure it will be. Sounds horrid.
Hopefully we'll be covering it on Tuesday when Sitch is still alive and dry.
Right.
But maybe not.
Luso for $5 says, manga is the best storytelling and anime is not far behind. The Japanese cornered the market. It's definitely seems to be the case currently.
They're not playing any of these woke games.
That's
Men
true.
can be men. Women can be women.
There you go.
Yes. It's all about entertainment.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, we live in the most tolerant society in human history. Where else would you get people who will allow venom spitting goblins like D'Angelo here saying white people in general are bad? True. Solid for $2 says, how do you balance being tough on crime with avoiding prosecutorial abuses like the Rittenhouse case? More on Zach. He's on a crusade against audience capture, but he's gone to the other extreme of doubling down on shit takes.
Is that your boy, Zach?
I guess that's what you're
Okay.
talking about. Yeah. How do you balance being tough on crime with avoiding prosecutorial abuses? Well, the problem is like
Throw everyone in jail. Let God sort them out.
Well, no. Like, I think the issue is like you don't want prosecutors like to rack up these like big counts of like people
Yeah.
they put away.
Their
and
job
then
is kind of
use that.
gamified.
Right. The job has been gamified. And I think that's the problem because I feel like there's a lot of times you hear about these cases and you're like, why the fuck did the state prosecutors even like go after this person? It seems like such a petty, minor thing for them to go after this person for this. So
Yep.
I think you're right. I think that's the problem is that it's been gamified.
They're competing with other prosecutors elsewhere in the state. And they're like,
Right.
gotta get my numbers up. Oh my God, they're beating me in North County.
Well, I think it translates into some, they want to use it for some other job success down the road, whether it be if they go into private practice, whether it's they run for office or something. So, Dr. Diller for $2 says the problem I see it now is that the woke have festered for so long that we got low IQ chimps like Andy Pants and Synthetic Man that sincerely think everything is woke and fit the strawman leftist argument. There you go. I mean, that could definitely be the case. I don't know enough about those individual people, but conceptually that could be the case. So
Yes.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, I'll bite. Hutch, you do need to justify trans characters to an extent. Trans people are hyper rare, and there are stories where they shouldn't exist, period. Yeah, I
Right.
mean, it is weird to see a trans character in Hogwarts in the 1800s. That seems very odd. So, Definitely just shoved in there as a little fuck you to J.K. Rowling. Dr. Diller for JR says if you have a gender swap potion, there would be 0 cases of gender dysphoria in the world, period. Having a trans character in that setting would be world breaking and proof positive that coherency is secondary to tokenism. That's a great point. That doesn't even, you're right. That doesn't even make sense in the magic world. You should probably be able to just switch your gender. So how the fuck is a person trans? Doesn't even make sense. That's a great point.
You're born in the wrong body.
No, but like if you're in the Harry Potter world of magic and you have gender dysphoria, couldn't you just use magic or take a potion to just swap genders? You wouldn't be like trans. Like you'd literally just change your gender.
Why not just take a
With magic.
potion and just
Cure
not
the
be
gender dysphoria?
dysphoric
Right.
anymore?
I guess that's another point too, is like, couldn't that just be cured through magic anyway? That's like the person who's like, I want my fantasy D&D character to be in a wheelchair. And you're like, why?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, there's like magic healing. You literally bring people back from the death here. You can't use magic to get you out of a wheelchair. I don't know. Seems weird to
Little
me, but
tiny
all right.
spinal injury. You think we can't deal with that? Here's a whole new
Right.
spine.
Yeah, you can grow your new hand back, but you can't. Okay, interesting. Dr. Doolittle for $2 says we need to stop letting left-wing people create the narrative that it's not normal to be straight. It's overwhelmingly the norm in human society. It's not abnormal to portray the norm definitionally. That is very true. The most dope for $2 says it's kind of a catch-22 as well. Though make gayness important to the character / story. Oh my god, why do you got to bring attention to it? Make it unrelated to the character. That's pointless. Why even put in then? Yeah, that is also true. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't mind, and I don't think there's anything wrong if you have a character who's like randomly gay. I think that's actually like maybe that's a better way to approach the situation. But the problem is, from today's woke standard, it's a signal, whether the person means it or not, to like, well, is this person just, do they believe in like the liberal form of assimilation and individualism and acceptance for gay people, or do they mean like the woke leftists, normativity is bad, queerness is good, sort of thing? So that is sort of the issue.
It's just kind of weird because so many of these background characters, like, you don't know if they're gay or straight. Like, you don't know their sexuality because it never comes up.
Never comes up.
Yeah, you just assume. So, like, if you bring it up, you literally are shoehorning it in because you're like, oh, well, she's got to be standing next to her lesbian lover, or, he's got to have his arm around his gay lover. It's like,
right.
Yeah, who knows? But like all these mobster movies where, like guys are just mowed down, they could all be gay for all I know. And like it never fucking comes up, right?
There you go. That's true. Solid for Joy says, unless I misunderstood you, you implied autistic people can't feel emotions. They feel emotions like neurotypical people. They just have a harder time detecting facial expressions than other people.
Yeah, Sitch.
Did I say that?
Stop ripping on autistic people.
If that was the implication, that was not my intention. No, I'm aware that autistic people can feel emotions. So, but I know that autistic people have a harder time detecting and processing other people's emotions. So, but I don't remember exactly what you were talking about.
I think it was in JD Vance. We were talking about JD Vance, and you said you thought he was autistic.
That wasn't today.
No, but it was. Look, people watch a show. It could have been
okay. Yeah, but wait, I wasn't. Well, me calling JD Vance autistic, that was literally about him processing and performing the emotion, not experiencing the emotion.
Right.
In terms of, I was saying that his facial expression was not matching his tone of voice properly, in my estimation.
Right, but the super chat is saying autistic people have emotions.
I'm aware.
That's what made me think it was about the JD Vance stuff.
Oh, when I said that, I wasn't saying I was not saying he didn't have emotions. I was saying he wasn't displaying the emotions properly. So
right.
Sulfur Jar says, not sure if this is dishonest of him, but Critical Drinker's initial thoughts of his live stream show was that Prey was comprehensively meh before his review on his main channel where he liked it. Maybe it grew on him upon second viewing. There you go.
I thought he just did a trailer reaction. and thought it was going to be woke, which, I mean, that movie does look completely woke just from the setup. But then he saw it and he thought, oh, well, they did a pretty good job with it, so it's not woke.
Zoke for $2 says, I'm sure Sitch has me beat in TF2 play hours as I have the low play time. They're being sarcastic here, of 3,257 hours.
3,000? That's it? I mean, you don't even master something until you hit 10,000 hours.
10,000 hours. How many days is that?
I think it's about 5 years or 3 years or something like that.
Well, no, I do not have 3,000 hours on TF2. No, so you got me beat there, fortunately. But the real test to know if you're a high-class TF2 player is if you have an unusual hat. So no, like, even though I did have a lot of hours, not that much, but I did have a lot of hours, I never, ever spent money. I could never justify spending money on like the little visual aesthetic stuff, and I never really cared enough to delve deep in the hat. I had my little Bills hat from Left 4 Dead, and I was fine with it.
10,000 hours is 40 hours a week for 5 years.
Jesus. So there you go. Soto for $2 says for Adam to read out loud.
Yeah, I'm terrible at it.
Adam, rejoice. Pugs have been added to Warhammer 40K as part of the Hobbit kill team called Ratkin. Also, I have a new anime for you.
That sounds great.
It's called
Pug Kill Squad.
There you go.
Is it called Pug Kill Squad?
No, this is why he wanted you to read it. It's called Shikenako no Ko no Ko Koshitanaten. I'm sure you'll love it.
Sounds horrible.
There you go. Terrible. I don't even know if you're being real or you're just putting a giant thing there just to get him to trip up. Oh, that's the deer anime. I do want to watch that. That looks hilarious. That's the deer anime. Adam's gonna have to wait till have they subbed it yet? I think last time I checked, that was a few weeks ago. It was still it was still unsubbed. Adam's gonna have to wait for the dubs to come out.
Fuck.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, I think if another moral foundation is found, it will have something to do with decadence. Leftists hate big cars and fat cats, and rightists hate opulence and the perceived loss of soul compared to the past. That's an interesting idea. Decadence, a decadence moral foundation. Well, I don't know, because I wonder, like, the leftist hating of big cars and fat cats. I mean, I feel like that stems from unfairness as opposed to a particular unique moral foundation.
Well, and authority subversion.
Right.
They're like, why does this person have all this authority over me?
And like, I feel like the right, they like a certain type of opulence. You know, it's all the whole like return to tradition, you know, giant cathedral with all the very intricate paintings and everything. So they don't like sort of the decadence in the form of like sins of the flesh. You know, you're going to sit around and just, you know, you're going to goon all day, right? You're going to masturbate and play video games and eat. And, you know, that's kind of seen as like the sort of like the right is against that sort of decadence. So, but I don't know. It's an interesting idea. Doge for $2 says, I know it was easy to dunk on lefties today, but let's also dunk on conservatives as well. Following Helen, conservatives' greatest minds like libs of TikTok and Sargon were crying about how the federal military wasn't mobilized to help with relief. Turns out all those new boys at the Lotus Eaters and they can't look up something as simple as Place Comitas, which states federal troops can't get involved without the state governor's permission. The most ridiculous part was when Tim Kennedy, a senior service member in the National Guard, and Mike Walsh, a retired colonel, paired to the same talking points. They absolutely know better, but chose to play along. There you go.
Did they forget something? about American constitutional law?
I know that, like, I saw a video today. Ryan Macbeth put out a video where he was talking about how there was like so much like weird people just lying about, there's so much lying and misinformation on the internet right now about Helen, and people who are like claiming that they need help that are just completely fake posts. And I don't know if they're doing it just for attention or if they're just really trying to push the political narrative. And that when FEMA would, or whoever is helping, would send people out there, they would find no one there because it was just a fake internet post.
Wow.
So it's pretty gross.
That is
Or
gross.
Or how, like, because of some of the fake information about FEMA and the stuff, that there were people that were private citizens or private groups that were giving aid to people, but they wouldn't coordinate with FEMA because of the misinformation and lies about the situation. And so, like, FEMA would show up, or some other organization would show up at an area that needed help to find that it already had been essentially helped by some other group. And so they just, again, wasting time and resources. So,
Yeah, misinformation. Fucking horrible.
but yeah, I mean, it is just people trying to get a political win. It's just firmly being presented as like this weird political thing. So not great. It should be a time of unity instead of division, but of course it is.
Too
Division
close
of
to the
division,
election.
division.
Come on.
Too close to the election.
Yeah, everything's
Well, even
on
if
the
it
line.
wasn't, I feel like the same Twitter accounts would be promoting the same stuff. So
Yes. True.
right.
Sad.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, I don't have to figure it out yet, or I just tell you, but it's definitely a moral feeling these people have and they feel it strongly. Could be a bit of fairness, but doesn't explain the conservative opining. Yeah, maybe there's something there specifically. That would be interesting. Dr. Diller for $2 says, listen, this is probably related to the Baltimore PD because the city is horribly corrupt and most students in the city are terrible. Black people in Baltimore are getting atrocious schooling, and it shows. And that was the article he sent me about the massive amount of failure. 13 Baltimore high schools had 0 proficiency on the state math exam, which is obviously horrific. Okay. Let's see.
I think we're just about there.
Lucifer Domer for 2 Canadian says, are you going to raid another streamer? Wicked Virtue. I mean, wasn't planning on it, so.
No, yeah.
If that's another streamer, I'm unfamiliar with their content. But Toasting for $5 says, quote, would you ever be invited on the Sitch and Adam show? Beats me, dude. I've never been invited to anything. Synthetic Man on EFAP 217. Really?
Who is
That's
this
funny.
synthetic man?
I don't know. I don't know if I've ever seen content from this person. So.
I mean, look, if he's a content creator, I don't know.
I don't know why everyone's hating on him so much.
What did he do?
I don't know. Lou Silver for $5 says, Emporio Ivankov turned a Marine into a sexy woman as Luffy was helping him escape from Impel Down. Yes. Anyways.
Look at this. He's got a video. Barbie is the most delusional, hateful, woke film I've ever seen from 1 year ago.
Wow.
Sitch. It's your soulmate.
There you go.
Anyways. Oh my goodness.
Anyways.
What's going on?
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you all for your generous super chats.
What are you doing?
I was riffing. What are you doing?
Fuck.
We're
What are
riffing.
you doing? What in the
Thank
fucking
you all
fuck?
for your generous, so generous.
I don't have a harmonica. I can't do your
so
part.
generous super chats. Thank you all for being isekai so protagonists in your own personal anime super wonderland.
So it's so bad at my part. Okay. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who have made it to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true isekai anime protagonists. You are the true people who could be race swapped into any movie or video game, and it wouldn't be racist, and it wouldn't be woke. It would be based because you're a base individual. And Lou Silver for $5 says the point is the dude liked it, and it's a good thing. Well, thank you. That's good to know, Lou Silver. You who are listening are the true people, the true men, the true women who could be gender swapped and get off on it probably because you're all filthy degenerates. And we'll see you all hopefully on Tuesday.
Let's hope Sitch lives through the storm. Bye.